never heard of this. I do not understand it, and I want to." Dame Agnes merely nodded. She left the bedchamber to return shortly with Alice. We could not find Belle. Gwent said she was with the blacksmith, old Morrick, that the man is nearly dead. She has drained him of so much of his vigor and seed. I have told Alice what you said. She said this is very common, that sometimes ladies, Alice cleared her throat, took the thick sponge from Dame Agnes, and began to rub soap over Hastings' back. Some men think their wives should lie on their backs, close their eyes, and open their legs. That is all these men expect, all they want. Some men, though, obviously, like this Sir Thurston and your Lord Severin, are more flexible in their views. I dare say, if you were to mount your husband, even tie his hands to the headboard, even take him in your mouth, he would swoon with the pleasure of it. What do you mean, take him in my mouth? What him? Don't be obtuse, Hastings. His rod, Dame Agnes said. Oh, I have done that once. I thought he would expire. You are right. It appeared to be something a man would beg for. Dame Agnes said. Things are progressing well. You will simply learn this wildness, Hastings. It is not a sin. It could bring you great pleasure if you let your husband know that you might enjoy it. I could not, Hastings said. I could not. He would laugh at me. He would think. What he would think, Severin said from the doorway, standing there all tall and relaxed, his eyes as dark as the night, his arms crossed over his chest, is that your women can leave you now. Alice handed him the soapy sponge as she passed him. She was whistling. Dame Agnes merely looked as satisfied as Mac Dear when he had baked a pheasant to perfection. Severin didn't move until he was alone with her. Slowly, he turned to shut the door to the bedchamber. He turned the key in the lock. When he turned to face her again, Hastings was sitting in her bathwater, feeling like a rabbit in the sights of a hunter's arrow. You should have asked me if you wanted to know more about this rough play, Hastings. I did, but you would not tell me anything. I still won't, but I will show you. He held out his hand to her. Slowly, she rose in her backwater, and he held her there. Stand there for a moment. I would look at you. The water is chilled. Slowly, reluctantly, he handed her a drying cloth. He couldn't wait to get her onto the bed. Mayhap this wildness isn't really me, Severin. He merely grunted, thinking if she were any wilder, he would be a very happy dead man. When she was dry, when she turned to face him, he was standing naked by the bed, smiling at her, his hand held out. Drop the drying cloth and come here. We will soon see just how much of this wildness is in your blood. How will you know? Will I shriek and writhe about? Must I draw your blood? Nay, you will mount me, and I will let you plunder me. She looked at him very straightly, dropped the towel, and said, And after I have plundered you, may I take you in my mouth again? She thought he would leap on her, but he managed to hold himself back. He was breathing fast and hard. His man's sex was ready for her. She knew that. But it was more than that. It was the words she'd just said to him. She gave him a siren snile and walked toward him. 18. The healer felt Lady Moraine's head, her long, narrow fingers gentle and light, covering every bit of her skull. Ah, she said, pressed Lady Moraine's head back and looked closely into her eyes. She pulled up the eyelids and looked some more. She hummed as she smoothed her fingers over Lady Moraine's ears, twisting and turning them, pulling them away from her head and peering inside. Hastings began to fidget. Lady Moraine did nothing at all, merely stroked Alfred's length in long, slow strokes. He was hanging over her lap, purring so loudly, Hastings wondered if it didn't distract the healer. Evidently not. The healer finally turned to Hastings and said simply, I am the most skilled healer in all of Britain. The potion I gave your husband's mother has cleared out the clogged pathways in her brain and balanced her humors once again. Lady Moraine cleared her throat, even as she petted Alfred, who was now purring so loudly she had to speak louder than normal. Healer, I thank you. Will I take your potion the rest of my days? I, my lady, I think it wise. I do not know if the potion has permanently removed all the clogging from your brain, or if it will return if you cease the potion. I will take it even when I am on my deathbed. Aye, you want to be full-witted when you prepare to leave this earth. Now, Hastings told me that one of the wounds on your left foot hasn't healed properly. Alfred had to leave the goddess, though it was obvious he didn't want to. Hastings hadn't realized her mother-in-law was so strong. She actually lifted Alfred and set him on the cottage floor. His huge tail whipped the air. He meowed loudly, then nudged over his bowl with his nose, sending it careening out the front of the cottage. The healer laughed even as she lifted Lady Moraine's foot and closely examined it. She felt every toe, pulling them apart to peer closely between them. The healer said, "Does this hurt, lady?" "No." "Very good." "Ah, here is the problem. Just a pinch of patel root and saffron strands mixed in a bit of hot water will heal this." "Ah, lady, you clean well between your toes. This is good. It keeps lice and ticks away." She looked to see Alfred, looking ready to leap at Hastings, adding, "It will not, however, keep Alfred at bay." Alfred leapt. Hastings staggered backward, clutching the cat in her arms. When Hastings and Lady Moraine left the healer, after giving her 3 fresh pheasants for her cookpot, 2 of them for Alfred, Gwent and his 2 men did not at first react. They were staring at Alfred, who at that moment looked like the devil's familiar. He was seated in the open doorway of the cottage, nearly as tall as Edgar the wolfhound, cleaning his teeth with the claws of his left paw. "That beast came from a witch's brew," he said under his breath. But Alfred snapped his tail hair, stared hard at Gwent, and looked very pleased with himself when Gwent jumped a good 2 feet into the air. "That damnable beast," Gwent yelled, angry with himself for reacting so strongly. One of the men dared to laugh. Gwent turned on him, giving him so mean a look that the man paled and shrank down in his saddle. "You are well, Lady Moraine?" he asked, as he assisted her into her palfrey saddle. "I will remain sane, Gwent, and thus able to give my son endless advice on the running of Oxborough. What think you of that?" Gwent smiled widely. "I believe Lord Severin will be so pleased we will have a feast to celebrate. As for advice, lady, you will have to contend with Hastings. I will never contend with Hastings. She is the most perfect of daughters." Hastings blinked at that, opened her mouth to stammer some sort of profound delight, when Lady Moraine added, "Then again, Gwent, she is very young, and doubtless needs my advice more than does my son. I saw him frowning over naught just this morning. What had she done to bring that frown to his beautiful face? I will find out and teach her." "You will have to contend with Dame Agnes, my lady," Hastings said, and laughed. "Aye, they have endless advice, and I vow that much of it pleases me." She laughed again. Lady Moraine waved goodbye to Alfred, lightly kicked her heels into her palfrey's sides, and laughed over her shoulder at Gwent, who was still looking at the damned cat, who was now waving its huge paw. The healer stood in the open doorway, her arms crossed over her chest, just staring at them. He shook his head. Nothing is as it should be in this place. The ride back to Oxborough took only 15 minutes. There were dark clouds lowered in the sky. The air was thick and cooling rapidly. The men didn't want to get wet, but Hastings wasn't uncomfortable, nor did she worry about the rain pouring down, as it would, surely, in the next few minutes. No, she was thinking of her husband, blessing again Dame Agnes and Alice, who had told her how to deal with a man. She had dealt with him very well the previous night. He'd let her do just as she pleased, as he had promised. She had explored his hard body, tracing each of the scars with a light touch, then kissing each of them, spending the most time on the scar that had slashed the inside of his right thigh. That thigh was thick, covered with a light furring of black hair, and she loved to knead the muscles, to stroke him as Lady Moraine had done Alfred. When she had loved him with her mouth, he had bowed off the bed, moaning and thrashing, until she was heady with success. She did not care that she received no pleasure, for his had peaked into such intense release that she had found herself drawn into it, watching him as he shook and twisted, then freezing with the utter force of his release. And she thought, as she saw his dark eyes fix on her face with unleashed wildness, that surely he was a man to love, a man to protect, a man to trust for all her life. He had grabbed her waist and pulled her down close to his face. He had held her there until he could breathe and speak again. "Think you to control me? Nay, I think to enjoy your pleasure. I gave you nothing, yet you smile at me, and you still caress me with your hand on my shoulder. I do not understand you, Hastings. Must I be as carnal as a man all the time?" "I," he said, his voice stark and deep. He pulled her onto her back and didn't leave her until she had moaned into his mouth. Hastings shook slightly with the power of that memory. She imagined that she would renew that powerful memory at least once a week for the rest of her life, mayhap fewer days than an entire week. She felt a stab of sheer lust when she pictured him yet again on his back, his man's rod in her mouth. A storm could blow in from the sea, and it wouldn't gain her attention. She heard a laugh and turned to see Lady Moraine place her hand on Gwent's arm as he pulled his horse closer to her palfrey. "Alfred is just a cat, Gwent, not a monster, though he does purr louder than a man snores." And Hastings watched Gwent and Lady Moraine, watched them ride together ahead of her and the two other men, heard them laughing, saw Gwent reach out quickly to grab her palfrey's reins when the mare stumbled. She prayed with everything in her that the healer was right, that Severin's mother was well again, that her madness had disappeared with the healer's potion. Then she saw her husband, garbed only in a loincloth, working side by side with 20 men on the eastern wall of Oxborough. Sweat glistened off his chest and arms, his dark hair was plastered to his head, and she wanted to throw herself against him and ask him, very quietly, if he would come with her to create more of the wildness of the night before, if he would let her take him again as she wished. She sighed, knowing he could not leave his men, unless the rain came down in torrents. She closed her eyes a moment and prayed hard. When she looked up again, she swallowed. He looked hard and lean and healthy, a man with strength, a man with a wife who very much appreciated him. By St. Catherine's knees, she prayed that one day he would come to feel about her the way she felt about him. She shook her head, leaning closer to Morella's neck. No, she couldn't love him. It wasn't done. Theirs had been like most marriages, fashioned of money and possessions and power. They each had a role to play. It was just that there were some roles she enjoyed playing more than others. She thought again of looking down at his face even as she moved over him, and shuddered with the memory of those minutes. She did not think, though, that she had shown true wildness in her blood when he had brought her to pleasure. She had not bitten him or raked his back with her short fingernails. She had just yelled a bit, as she always did. As for Severin, she did not know how he could ever be wilder than he seemed to be naturally. Perhaps she would ask Dame Agnes and Alice about this. But it wasn't quite time. Severin waved to her, and she waved back. They rode into the inner bailey, and she gave Morella over to Tuggle, who immediately crooned a litany of strange sounds to Morella, who butted her head into his chest. A bit later, she saw Dame Agnes with Lady Moraine. And what was that all about? There was Alice with Gwent. Now, what was Alice saying to him? Was it more about this wildness in the blood? Aye, she thought. The previous night had been a revelation, but was it really a revelation or merely another diversion that men and women shared? She would see. What was Alice speaking to Gwent about? Severin did not come to their bedchamber until far into the night. He did not awaken Hastings, but he was there early the next morning when she woke up, lightly caressing her shoulders, the hollows, the bones, kissing the pulsing cord in her throat. "You did not come to me," she said, smiled up at him, and touched her fingertips to his mouth. "Nay," he said. He fell onto his back and stared at the ceiling, now visible in the early dawn light. She said nothing, knowing there was something on his mind, content to wait. "I must travel to this Rosehaven place. None knows what or who is there. Your father went there 3 or 4 times a year, taking money with him each time. I will leave this morning. I went with you to Langthorne, Severin. Did you wish that I had not gone there with you?" He was silent. Finally, he turned to face her. "I do not know what to expect at this Rosehaven. I do not wish to place you in any danger. How can I be in danger if you are beside me? You are flattering me, Hastings, to gain your own ends. Tell me, why do you wish to go to this place? I want to know who is there. I want to know why my father journeyed there for so many years, faithfully, time after time. Something drew him. Is it a debt to King Edward? A debt to a friend about whom I know nothing? Is there a mistress there? I think I will find a mistress. She cannot be young and still winsome, for he has gone there so many years. Or perhaps he kept many mistresses there, ridding himself of an old one, replacing her with a young one. But why not simply enjoy his mistress here at Oxborough? I do not know, but I do believe it must be a mistress that drew him back again and again. There is no other reasonable answer. She said very quietly, I cannot remain here without you. I have an appetite for you that you must attend to, for surely it is one of your husband's duties. He stared at her, then laughed. So that is how you will bend me, so that I will give you what you want. Very well, Hastings. I will take you to this Rosehaven, so that you will be satisfied in your woman's appetites. And Trist will accompany us. I missed him for the time we were at Langthorne. I will discuss the matter thoroughly with him. Then he kissed her and came into her very slowly. He did not finish until he heard the servants moving about outside their bedchamber door. She remembered that Trist hadn't been with them when Severin had shown her his wildness in the blood. This is what you must have, Hastings? Ay, my lord. You are gracious, you are generous. I am the most blessed of women. He threw his new blue tunic at her, which she caught and immediately smoothed out. It will fit you now, she said, very pleased with herself, and handed it to him. His wife had made the tunic for him, he thought as he dressed. The wool was fine and very soft. Trist would like the feel of that tunic. He wondered where the marten was. He hadn't slept with them the night before. Ah, the tunic did fit him. He left her, whistling, saying over his shoulder, We will leave by the noon bells. But they didn't leave Oxborough at the noon bells. My lord, Allert called down from his tower on the ramparts, Men from Sedgwick are nearing Oxborough. Sedgwick, Severin said, frowning. I wonder what they want. I wonder if Sir Alan is in any difficulties. Severin had known the man who led the men-at-arms for many years. His name was Remus. He was getting old, but he was still strong, trustworthy, loyal. The group remained a goodly distance from the outer wall. Remus rode just a bit closer, drew in his horse, and called out, My lord, there is the sweating sickness at Sedgwick. I have brought the child Eloise and her guardian, Lady Marjorie, and 10 men, none of us as yet ill. Sir Alan insisted on remaining. He was not yet ill when he ordered us to come here. Trist poked his head out of Severin's tunic. He sniffed the air and pressed his face against Severin's neck. You have done well, Remus. Who else is still at the castle? Sir Alan has men guarding the bulwarks, my lord. None wish to remain within the castle or the walls. If outlaws come to plunder, the men will kill them. Sir Alan is a brave man. Hastings stepped forward. Remus, to be certain that none of you brought the sweating sickness here to Oxborough, I believe it wise for you to camp outside the outer wall for at least 3 days. No more. Ask Lady Marjorie if she needs anything. Remus returned to the group of men who were surrounding the woman and child. There was discussion. Then he returned. He shouted up to the ramparts, The lady brought all we would need. She foresaw that we should not immediately enter Oxborough. We will remain without. If anyone sickens, I will put a potion outside the walls. My thanks, Lady Hastings. Severin was frowning. This is a pity. Sir Alan is my friend. It is unlikely that he will survive. Should I go prepare him a proper burial? Trist continued to stare at Remus. He made a soft growling sound deep in his throat, then pulled back. She shook her head. You might not get ill if you travel to Sedgwick, but if you did, I do not know if I could save you, Severin. He was already nodding. I will keep Sedgwick closed for a week more. Do you think that is enough time, Hastings? A fortnight, at least, perhaps more. I will discuss this with the healer. In the 3 days that followed, none of the Sedgwick people who had come to Oxborough became ill. Father Carrick gave long and grateful thanks to God. Trist stayed close, never once going out of the keep. Whenever Hastings wanted to hug her husband, she had to see first if Trist was sleeping inside his tunic, against his chest. Hastings stood next to her husband on the great front stone steps of Oxborough Keep when the Sedgwick people rode through the gates into the inner bailey. Remus gave his horse over to a stable lad, then came to bow before Severin. My lord, my lady, God has blessed us. He has allowed us to live. My lord, I do not believe that you were at Oxborough when Lady Marjorie arrived to take Eloise back to Sedgwick." He turned and smiled at the woman. She walked gracefully to where Severin and Hastings stood. Slowly, she raised her head and pulled back her veil. Severin turned to stone. Hastings did not at first notice. She saw now that the woman was even more beautiful than she remembered. "My lord," she said, "this is Lady Marjorie." That beautiful, melodious voice said, "Ah, Severin, it has been many years since I have seen you." Hastings blinked at this as she turned to her husband. He was staring at Lady Marjorie, just staring, unmoving, staring as if she were a phantom. He looked frozen. Red stained his cheeks. He said finally in a hoarse, very deep voice, "Is it really you, Marjorie?" "I, Severin. I am a widow now, twice over. You remember that my father forced me to marry that filthy old Baron Lipwaite? He died, and my brother forced me to wed Baron Outbraith, a young man who was pleasing enough. I was told that Eloise's new guardian was a widow of a knight who had once saved Edward's life. What is this, Marjorie? It is true. King Edward owed my husband his life, and thus he repaid him by giving me the guardianship of Richard Beluse's daughter. I am content. I live well at Sedgwick. It is good to see you again, Severin." Hastings said in an overly loud voice, "Why did you not tell me, Lady Marjorie, when you first arrived to take Eloise away, that you knew my husband? You said nothing at all." Marjorie gave her a beautiful, soft smile, dimples deepening in her cheeks. "I had not believed important, my lady. What was important was the child. Eloise, come here and bid hello to Lady Hastings and Lord Severin." Eloise had gained flesh. Her round face shone with health. Her braids no longer looked skinny and dull. She tightly clasped Marjorie's hand. Marjorie leaned down and whispered something to her. Eloise smiled at Severin, nodded to Hastings, and gave them a lovely curtsy. Hastings wanted to hug the child to her and tell her how very beautiful she was, but Eloise immediately pressed against Lady Marjorie's side. Trist came again out of Severin's tunic and stared at the woman and the child. He extended a paw toward Eloise. She laughed and said to Marjorie, "He is Trist, and he is Lord Severin's Martin. He is beautiful." I believe he is fit to belong to his master," Marjorie said. Trist continued to wave his paw toward Eloise. He did not turn to look at Marjorie, probably because, Hastings thought, her belly cold and knotted, the woman was so beautiful that it hurt even Trist's eyes to look upon her. Torrick the steward gave over his chamber to Lady Marjorie and Eloise. Hastings herself walked up the solar stairs to visit the small bedchamber, to see that Lady Marjorie had everything she needed. She paused a moment at the door, which was open just a few inches, hearing Lady Marjorie saying to Eloise, "My sweeting, I know that you do not like being here. I know that Hastings treated you so very poorly before I arrived, but I will be here with you to protect you. You have not to fear." Hastings' heart pounded hard. She couldn't breathe. Eloise had told Marjorie that she had mistreated her? Mistreated her? Hastings had tried to force food down her throat. She had protected her from that awful woman. "Nay, Marjorie, she was nice to me." "You do not remember correctly, Eloise," Marjorie said in a soft, soothing voice. Hastings could picture her lightly stroking her hair over Eloise's hair. I remember your night dreams, how you woke up sobbing, your face all sweaty, tears streaming down your cheeks, crying of how miserable you had been here, how no one was kind to you. I will take care of you, no one else. Worry not. Marjorie, I love you, and you, sweeting. I am the only one who loves you." Hastings slowly backed away from the door. She did not know what to think. All she knew was that she wanted Lady Marjorie away from Oxborough as soon as possible, and she, damn St. Oscar's knees, had told Severin it would not be safe to return to Sedgwick for at least 2 weeks. She would go ask the healer. She prayed the healer would have a shorter answer. How did Severin and Marjorie know each other? 19. Why did you not tell me Lady Marjorie was Eloise's new guardian? Severin's words hung heavy in the air as he drank deep from his goblet of ale, his eyes never leaving her face. He looked hard and remote, like the man she had married, the man who had stood in Oxborough's great hall, saying nothing, just observing all of them. He was no longer the Severin she'd known since she had followed Dame Agnes's advice and run down the keep steps and hurled herself into his arms many weeks before. She just stared at him, wondering what was in his mind. "I did tell you," she said finally, leaning over to pat Trist, who was stretched his full length on the trestle table next to Severin's arm. He was washing his chin. "Do you not remember? You should have said that she was young and the fairest lady you had ever seen. You should have told me that her hair is like spun silver and glitters in the sunlight. Then I would have known who she was. Why didn't you tell me, Hastings?" It was her turn to pull back. "You believe I should have told you this woman had hair like spun silver? Would that not sound strange coming from my mouth? I remarked upon her beauty, but it wasn't my first concern." He waved his hand at her. Trist mewled softly. Severin began stroking the marten's shining coat, long strokes, just like he had done on her back, from her neck to her thighs. Such long, soothing strokes. She stared at his hands. What was going on here? Who is this woman with hair like spun silver? I gather that you know her? I have known her all her life. When I was 17, I wanted to wed with her, but I was only the second son, and her father needed a rich man for her. When she wedded the old man, Baron Lipwaite, I went crusading to the Holy Land. That is where I met Graelum and the king. Then that was fortunate, was it not? Because you met them, because they believe you honorable and strong, you are now one of the richest men in England." He said nothing to that, merely continued to stroke Trist's fur. "So, you have not seen her for 8 years. That is a long time, Severin. People change. Their feelings change. Haven't yours changed?" Gwent came into the great hall, Bemis at his side. They were arguing about something. "My lord," Bemis called out, "Lady Marjorie wishes to ride with the child. What say you?" Severin rose so quickly from his lord's chair. Edgar the wolfhound raised his head and barked. Severin seemed unaware that Hastings stood not 3 feet from him. "They need protection. I will ride with them." He said nothing more, merely strode from the great hall. Some time later, Hastings said to Dame Agnes and Alice, "I don't know what to make of this, but Severin changed toward me the moment he saw that woman." She was sewing a tunic for Severin of soft, warm gray. The wool was of the finest. She was pleased that her hands were steady, her voice calm. But she was cold, very cold, on the inside, where there was no warmth to be found, save from Severin. He is riding with her and the child. He appears to worship Marjorie. He said her hair is like spun silver and shimmers in the sunlight. Lord Severin has never spoken like that since I have known him. "It means nothing," Dame Agnes said, flapping her hands at the young girl she had known since she had pulled her from her mother's womb nearly 19 years before. The young girl who had become a fine lady, strong and kind. She was now pale and wooden. "You just sewed a crooked stitch, Hastings. Why do you not stop that whilst we talk?" Hastings laid the tunic over her legs, smoothing the material, paying no attention, just smoothing it, staring straight ahead of her. The look on his face was worshipful. Thus, would that not mean that he worships her? He loved her as a boy, Agnes, but he could not have her since he was a second son and had no dowry to offer her father. He loves her still. Nay, I doubt that. Mayhap he still sees her through the boy's eyes, but that will not last, Hastings. Lord Severin is not a foolish man. He has given himself to you. You are his wife. You will bear his children. You are the heiress of Oxborough. Without you, he would have nothing, save his strong arm, and that arm would be in the service of other masters. He is now his own man. You have given him everything, a future, the ability to restore his lands. You have given him back his mother. Do not discount this, Hastings. This Lady Marjorie, she is nothing, merely a memory sewn from unreal cloth, a chimera, a dream from a boy's past. When you speak thusly, it makes so much sense. Hastings raised her face to Dame Agnes. But you did not see him just an hour ago when he spoke of her. You did not see how quickly he left the great hall to ride with her. There is so much work to be done, but he gave it not a thought. I saw the look on Gwen's face. He was shocked that his master would act thusly. He would not meet my eyes. He was embarrassed. We will see. You will not carpet him. You will observe, and you will bide your time. You will be patient. I have never been patient in my life. I know it. But you will begin now. Also, you will try to be gracious. Gracious? To that woman I heard lying to Eloise? It will be difficult, Agnes, very difficult. Ah, here is Lady Moraine. Do come in, my lady. Agnes and I were just discussing my crooked stitches. Lady Moraine picked up her son's tunic and examined the sewing. She said, it appears that something bothered you, just as you set this stitch, right here. She pointed and handed the tunic back to Hastings. My foot is healed. Did you not notice that I no longer limp? Hastings nodded. I went with Gwent to see the healer again. Alfred jumped in the poor man's arms. I thought Gwent would faint. At least the cat didn't knock him over. The healer told me to give you this. Lady Moraine handed Hastings a small vial. It was filled with a milky white liquid that looked very thick. She said you were to pour a small amount into your husband's wine. She said it would improve Severin's vision of you, that it would make him feel about you as you do about him. Hastings realized then that it was a love potion, probably made up of ground mandrake. How had the healer found out so quickly about Lady Marjorie and Severin? It was humiliating. She took the vial and slipped it into the pocket of her gown. As Dame Agnes and Lady Moraine were leaving the bedchamber, Agnes said over her shoulder, "Remember what I said, Hastings. I would not use that vial as yet. I believe there will be no reason to." But what did Dame Agnes know of a pain that seemed to fill every nook in her body? What did she know about a woman whose hair was so silvery and shimmery that a man looked at her and his mouth was suddenly overflowing with a troubadour's poetry? She shook the vial, watching the cloudy white liquid darken just a bit. Was Dame Agnes possibly right? Was Severin simply seeing Marjorie through a boy's eyes? She went to see Father Carrig, who was reading in the corner of the great hall, Edgar the wolfhound's head resting on his leather shoes. She merely nodded at him and sat at his feet next to Edgar. Only Gwent was silent at the evening meal. Like Hastings, he was observing, eating steadily, but Hastings knew he was watching his master watch that glorious woman who seemed oblivious of Severin, all her attention focused on the child and on each dainty bite she took. Trist was sprawled over Severin's shoulder, looking to be asleep. Hastings had offered him some roasted pork, a special dish made just for him by Mac Ear. Trist had eaten 2 bites from her fingers, stretched and mewled softly in his throat, and shoved her hand away with his paw. He had made no more movements toward Eloise. "I trust you like Mac Dear's civet of hair," she said to her husband, who was pushing the food about the thick pewter plate with his knife. Severin said finally. "It is tasty. You had the rushes changed, Hastings. They are sweet-smelling." He had noticed something other than the glorious Marjorie, praise be to St. Ethelbert's knees. "It is the rosemary you smell, mixed with just a bit of ground roses. It fills the air with sweetness." What an utterly boring thing to say to a husband she wanted to kiss and caress and demand to love her, and not that other woman from his boy's dreams. She took a bite of chicken mixed with rice and almonds. It tasted like the rushes covering the cold stone floor. She thought about the vial in her pocket. It nestled there, ready for her to use. Yet she hesitated. She didn't want to drug her husband. She didn't want the mandrake to make him turn back to her. No, she wanted him to do it of his own volition. She wanted him to want her, as he had before he had laid eyes on Marjorie, who was still giving all her attention to Eloise. Why could Marjorie not be a bitch? Why could she not rub Hastings' nose in her power? Hastings sighed, leaned over, and lightly stroked her hand over Trist's head. He mewled loudly, raised his head, looked at her for a good long time, then laid one of his paws over her hand. "Trist has mated, I am certain of it," Severin said, his first unsolicited words to her. "He seems content," she said. He has mated, thus he will show no more real interest until his babes are born. Then he will journey back into the forest to see that they are raised properly. Is that what you will do if I now carry your babe?" He jumped. He stared at her face. Then his eyes dropped to her belly. "Are you with child? Have you ceased your monthly flux?" How to answer him? She had never known when her monthly flux would come. It had been many weeks, but she had no idea if his seed had made a babe in her womb. "I do not know." Perhaps she should have lied. Perhaps, if he believed his babe was in her womb, he would turn back to her. He was honorable, she cursed. "What did you say, Hastings?" "I remarked that St. Osbert's elbows were perhaps too noby." I cursed Severin, but he did not reply. She followed his line of vision. He was staring at Marjorie, who had leaned down to pick something from the floor. Her hair, loose and flowing, was a silver curtain, shimmering with light. She hated the woman. She saw his hand tighten about the stem of his goblet. She wasn't blind. She saw the hunger in his dark eyes. He wanted Marjorie, wanted her as he had wanted his wife just 2 nights before. Had he wanted her as much as he wanted Marjorie, whom he had craved and loved since his 17th year? Hastings had held his affection for less than 3 months. And what was that affection? A willing woman who freely gave him her body? Aye, not more. Marjorie had been in his mind for more than 8 years. Hastings didn't stand a chance. She fingered the vial. No, not yet. She couldn't bear to resort to that damned vial. She had already seen that he had not worn one of the tunics she had sewn for him. She wished she could stick her knife through Marjorie's heart. The thought was deep within her, and hard and real. Hastings knew then that she would never be destined for sainthood. She would be fortunate to gain a long purgatory. A jongleur appeared, flinging 5 leather balls into the air, catching them, then tossing them upward, all of them in the air at the same time. He was speaking as he threw the balls in a circle around his head. He was singing. She saw that Bell was leaning heavily against the blacksmith, whose eyes were sated, his eyelids heavy. Bell was eyeing the jongleur with growing interest. Old Morrick wore a witless smile. She had seen Severin with such a witless smile. The jongleur finished juggling. He came forward to praise Lord Severin, the man who had single-handedly killed 60 Saracens near Acre, the mighty warrior whom King Edward had begged to remain at his side, but stay away from his beautiful queen Eleanor. Marjorie's bright laughter turned many eyes toward her. The jongleur then turned to Hastings. He struck a pose, studying her. Then he sang. "The Lady Hastings gave Lord Severin the world. She is gracious and wise, healing all who are ill. She is above ordinary, it is said, giving her loyalty to her lord, who now owns his fill." She saw Severin flinch. Where had the jongleur heard about her being ordinary? Obviously, one of the men had overheard his master and repeated it to the fellow. Then, as if he couldn't help himself, the jongleur turned to Marjorie and stared at her, his hand over his breast. He sighed deeply. Such grace, such beauty, such silver hair, that men weep. The Lady Marjorie surpasses all ladies. She is a goddess. She is a beautiful creature that will make men dream throughout eternity. Hastings wanted to scream. She looked at Severin, who was staring fixedly at Marjorie. Could he not tell that the jongleur's rhyme hadn't rhymed? Marjorie was laughing, waving her hand in dismissal to the troubadour. The jongleur bowed deeply to Severin, then to Hastings, and finally he fell to his knees before Marjorie. But she was just laughing at him, waving him away, shaking her beautiful head. Hastings wanted to die. But first, she wanted to kill that beautiful creature who made men dream throughout eternity. But even before that, she would kill the damned jongleur.
Severin came to their bed very late. She was still awake. She said nothing, just listened to him strip off his clothes. She heard every movement he made. She saw him in her mind's eye. He was naked, beautifully naked, hard and lean. He did not touch her. She felt Trist snuggle against her back. Just before dawn, she awoke to warmth, a man's warmth. She sighed deeply. He had come to her. She opened her eyes, expecting to see him over her, but Severin was lying on his side, still deeply asleep. She was pressed against his back, Trist against hers. She eased her hand around his flank and pressed her palm against his belly, then lower until she held him in her hand. He turned onto his back, arching up slightly. He kissed her, even as she continued to caress him. He said into her mouth, "Ah, Marjorie." Hastings dropped him, leaned close to his face, and yelled, "You whoreson! You kiss me as I caress you and speak her name? May you rot in hell, Severin!" She jerked the blankets off him, sending Trist scampering to the foot of the bed, and rolled off the other side. She wrapped herself tightly in the blankets and ran from the bedchamber. The jongleur was in the great hall, leaning against one of the stone walls, eating Maxdear's fresh black bread, doubtless writing a poem to Lady Marjorie's exquisite ears. She ordered him to leave Oxborough after he had chewed that last bite of bread. She didn't believe she could bear seeing him fall again on his knees in front of Marjorie. She was thinking hard. She must be patient. That's what Dame Agnes had told her. How could she not do something when he whispered that woman's name into Hastings' mouth? She looked up to see Severin standing at her elbow, looking down at her. "You pulled the blankets from me and ran away. Why? If I had a sword, I would have sent it through your belly. I have told you before, Hastings, before you had bent your will to mine, that a wife doesn't threaten her husband. Nay, you did not ever say that. If I did not, then I will say it now. Never threaten me, Hastings. Even when you whisper another woman's name into my mouth." Severin picked up her goblet and drank the rest of Gilbert the goat's milk. He set it down and wiped the back of his hand across his mouth. He shrugged. He had the gall to just shrug, as if what he had done was nothing at all. "It makes no matter if I yelled the Virgin Mary's name. You will not act the shrew then with me. Fetch me bread and cheese. Ah, and some of that beef Maxdear made last night. I am hungry." Trist poked his head out of Severin's tunic, one of the tunics Hastings had made for him. He stuck his paw toward her, and Hastings, smiling in spite of herself, shook his paw. She rose from the trestle-treggle bench. She tightened the blankets around her. She leaned down to pat Edgar the wolfhound's head. She accepted the lick on her palm. "I do not think so, Severin. However, I will tell one of the women to serve you." She began to whistle, though it was difficult to get enough spittle in her mouth. She strolled from the great hall, knowing he was staring at her, wondering if he would yell at her. He remained silent. Did he feel guilty? She did not tell any of the women to serve him. That afternoon, she rode Morella into the village of Oxborough to visit her friend Ellen, Baker Thomas's daughter.
As she pulled her palfrey up in a side alley, she heard the veriest whisper of a sound, but it was just strange enough, just loud enough so that she looked up. A huge saddle balanced precariously on a window opening. She had no time. The saddle hurtled down, striking her on her head and shoulder, flinging her into a pile of refuse. She looked up. She saw no one, save a shadow. She felt the pain swamp her. She called Ellen's name, then sighed softly and let herself fall into oblivion. 20. Someone was licking her. No, it wasn't a someone. It was Alfred. Why was she at the healer's cottage? Hastings forced her eyes to open. "Ah, finally she is awake," the healer said, so close to her face that Hastings' eyes crossed. "Can you hear me?" I can even see you, healer." "Good. I'm going to lift your head and you will drink. It is not too foul a drink, so do not complain." Was that a man's chuckle she heard? She obediently raised her head and downed the liquid. It tasted of strawberries. "It is delicious," she whispered, caught a shaft of black pain through her head just from those few words, and moaned. "It is good, you don't see the color," the healer said. Hastings heard her say to someone else, "The potion will relieve her of the nausea and lessen the pain in her head and shoulder. I have examined her. She will not sing for a while, but she will mend." "What else is in it, healer?" "A bit of ground gentian to calm your belly, and just a small chunk of pounded iris root." Hastings nodded, closing her eyes against a sudden shaft of pain. Alfred's scratchy tongue on her cheek felt good. It tickled. She even managed a small smile. She heard the man say, "I will leave her here then. I have duties that must be attended to. I will fetch her this afternoon." "Aye, that will be fine, my lord." My lord! It was Severin. She tried to raise her head to see him, but the dizziness forced her back down. "Do not move, Hastings. You should know better than to try that. I just wanted to see Severin. You will see him later. You heard what he said. Duties. Men, I learned when I was just a little nit, they always have duties. What are duties, I ask you? Aye, duties are drinking and wenching, and slicing each other with their swords and carving each other with their axes. Severin is no different. They are a wicked breed. I would say a worthless breed, but since they are necessary so that the next generation of them may be spawned, it would be going too far. Aye, a pity we cannot bring them all together and let them fight each other off a cliff. Close your eyes, Hastings, and rest. Alfred will lick you to sleep." The damned cat did lick her to sleep. When she next opened her eyes, the pain in her head was only a dull throb. She felt only tightness in her shoulder. Her belly was calm. Severin was staring down at her. He lightly touched his palm to her forehead, then to each cheek. He sat down beside her. "You feel cool to the touch. The healer says you will be fine. Do you remember what happened?" The hazy fog lifted in her mind, and she nodded slowly. "Aye, I remember now. I rode into Oxborough village to visit Ellen, Thomas the baker's daughter. I was going to tether Morella in the alleyway. A saddle fell on me from an upper window. I don't remember anything else. No, I remember that I fell into a pile of refuse. It smelled very bad. It is a very strange coincidence. It was one of my saddles that hit you. Gwent had taken it to Robert the leatherer to mend it. It is big, fashioned for a war horse. You were lucky it didn't strike you directly on your head. Also, you no longer smell of refuse. The healer bathed you. It is a relief. Ellen found you. She ran to the keep and fetched me. I brought you to the healer. But why would your saddle, of all saddles, fall on me? Nothing like that has ever happened before." He shrugged, but he was frowning, even as he patted Alfred, who was standing on his hind paws, his front paws on Severin's leg. "I don't know as yet, but I will find out." Suddenly, there was a ferocious hiss. Alfred froze, his tail bushed out, his fur sticking up from his body. He was staring at Severin. No, it was Trist he was staring at. Trist calmly regarded the giant cat, sniffed the air, looked at Hastings, then retreated back into Severin's tunic. Severin patted the lump in his tunic, saying low, "Stay there, Trist. That cat could eat 4 of you." Trist rumbled against his chest. Severin smiled. "He is trying to convince me he isn't afraid of Alfred." It was the first smile she had seen on his mouth for 2 days, since Marjorie's arrival at Oxborough. Marjorie. "I would go home now, Severin. Only if the healer says you are well enough." The healer agreed, but told her to remain in her bed for the remainder of the day, to eat a light broth, and to sleep for as long as she could. "Be patient, Hastings," the healer called after her, Alfred weaving in and out between her legs. Hastings had wanted Severin to hold her, but not like this. Not when her head was aching more ferociously now, and her belly wasn't all that calm now with the swaying of his mighty warhorse, despite the healer's potion. He was holding her in his arms, her head against his chest. Her belly quieted. She sighed and, surprisingly, slept the short ride to the castle. She awoke to see Lady Marjorie standing on the top stone step of the keep, Eloise at her side. "Ah, my lord, you have brought her home. Carry her immediately to her bedchamber. That's right. Be careful now." She sounds like the mistress of Oxborough, Hastings thought, feeling strangely detached. Then she drifted away again, from another potion the healer had given her to drink just before she and Severin left her cottage. When she awoke, Dame Agnes was seated beside her bed, sewing. There were 3 lit candles casting slivers of light through the shadows in the large room. "My little pet, you're awake. Good. I will send for your broth." MacDear was very worried that it would not be exactly as the healer wished it to be. Hastings said nothing. She was here alone in the bedchamber with Dame Agnes. Where was Severin? Where was Marjorie? When she finally swallowed the delicious broth, flavored lightly with chicken and almonds, she heard herself ask, "Where is my lord?" "He is in the great hall with all his men." "And Lady Marjorie?" "Aye, I suppose so. What does that matter? All that is important is that you mend." "Why would Severin's saddle fall from a window onto my head, Agnes?" Slowly, she continued eating the broth. Her stomach remained calm. She knew she had to eat. She had to regain her strength. Dame Agnes straightened the sleeve of her gown. She studied the thumbnail on her left hand. She frowned at the brown spots on the back of her hands. She would have to see the healer. "No one knows, Hastings." Lord Severin questioned everyone. The window from which the saddle fell was in the leatherer's shop, but you knew that. It certainly wouldn't fall from the baker's house. That second floor is a sleeping area for Thomas's 3 apprentices, as well as a storage place for goods waiting to be mended and raw materials. All believe it was an accident. That sweet Ellen ran all the way from the village to the keep. She is a good girl. "I would go downstairs, Agnes." "You are not yet well enough, Hastings." Hastings ignored her. She rose slowly, very carefully. Pain bolted through her head, but it wasn't too bad. Her shoulders were knotted and stiff. She could bear it. She was wearing only her night shift. She smiled at Dame Agnes. "Please help me with my clothes. I must go to the great hall. I must." Dame Agnes nodded. 6 bells were ringing when Hastings stood at the base of the solar stairs and looked over the great hall. She knew what she would see, but still, seeing Lady Marjorie seated in her chair next to Severin, Eloise beside her, nearly brought her to her knees. Marjorie was laughing at something Severin said. Everyone was laughing, arguing, eating with great appetite. No one seemed to find anything amiss. Everything was perfectly normal, save that the mistress of the castle wasn't in her rightful place. Marjorie was. Hastings weaved where she stood. She felt Dame Agnes's hand beneath her elbow. "She has taken my place," Hastings said. "No. It seems that the smaller chair where she has sat had a broken leg. There was no choice but for her to sit in your chair. It means nothing, Hastings. You are ill and not thinking clearly." "No, I suppose I am not thinking at all." But the pain she felt. It was bowing her inward, threatening to bring her to her knees. "I will go back to my bedchamber now," she said calmly. She turned one last time to see Severin staring toward her. He half rose in his chair, then turned to look at Marjorie as she said something to him. Hastings saw him stare at those white fingers on the sleeve of his tunic. "It is too much," Hastings said, and made her way up the stairs like a bent old woman. She did not rise from her bed the following morning. Her head still pounded, the muscles in her shoulders knotted and burned. Severin had not come to the bedchamber the previous night. He had slept with Marjorie. She knew it. She ate fresh white bread spread with thick butter and a large bowl of chicken broth with just a hint of rosemary. Alice brought her chunks of sweet Oxborough cheese. Alice patted her hand. "Do not worry, Hastings. All goes well. Everyone knows what is to be done. Everyone is very worried about you. I believe Lord Severin rode once again to the village to question all the apprentices again at Robert the Leatherer's house. Still, it seems an accident, though I do wonder how Lord Severin's saddle could possibly fall on you. It bothers Gwent, too. He keeps scratching his head and staring up at nothing at all." Hastings knew why that saddle had fallen on her. Marjorie had hired someone to hurl that saddle down on her. Marjorie, the woman who would take her place as mistress of Oxborough were Hastings to die. But a saddle surely wasn't a very certain way to ensure another's demise. And why Severin's saddle?
Unless it was Severin himself who had shoved the saddle from the open window down upon her. She sighed. It made no sense. It had to be an accident. Still, she remained in bed all that day, just staring at the tapestry her grandmother had sewn for 30 years, according to Hastings' mother. When Severin came into the bedchamber, looking healthy, windblown, as strong as an oak tree, she just closed her eyes. It hurt too much to look at him. She said only, "Have you mended Marjorie's chair leg?" He frowned at her. "Are you all right, Hastings? Are you thinking clearly? What is this about a chair leg?" She looked at him straightly, watching him as he strode across the room to come stand beside her bed. "She was seated in my chair last night because I was told hers was broken. Is it fixed? I do not know. No one spoke of it to me. I wish you to rise now. You will grow mold if you remain in bed much longer. Come, there are duties you must attend to. The healer said you were to rest, not sink into the folds of the mattress." "Mayhap later," she said. "I am very tired. I wish to sleep." He looked down at her, studying her pale face. "I do not like this, Hastings," he said, then turned on his heel and left her. Trist crawled out of Severin's tunic and leapt upon the bed. "Where did your master sleep last night?" she asked, as she stroked the marten's soft fur. "Were you with him? Was he with her?" Trist poked his head beneath her chin, opened his mouth, and bit her. "So you believe I am foolish, do you? You are not a man, Trist, so I suppose she is just another female to you. Her silvery hair doesn't make your eyes crazed with lust." Trist bit her again, this time just a little harder. She laughed. She couldn't help herself. She slept throughout the afternoon, Trist beside her. "Wake up, Hastings. You will bathe. I have had the lads bring the water. Come now, no more acting like the swooning lady of the keep." Hastings allowed Dame Agnes to bathe her. She sat docilely while she dressed her and brushed her hair. She wasn't surprised when Alice slipped into the bedchamber. "I have a pot of Margolis," she said. "It will add a bit of color to your cheeks. I think your lips need a smear of it as well." Hastings allowed herself to be painted. She said nothing when they garbed her in the gown she had worn on her wedding day. Finally, it was done. "You are beautiful," Dame Agnes said, stepping back and looking at her charge up and down, rubbing her arthritic hands together. "Do you not agree, Alice?" "I, the loveliest lady in the land." "Was the chair leg mended, Agnes?" "I saw to it personally," Agnes said. "Someone had worked the leg loose. It was not an accident, but now it is fixed." "A chair leg and saddle," Hastings said. "How odd this all is." When Hastings entered the great hall, she saw that Severin was holding out her chair for Marjorie. Hastings called out, "Good evening, my lord." Everyone turned to look at her. She saw Severin's hand still on her chair back. She saw that Marjorie was just smiling toward her. She said something to Severin, then returned to her own chair, leaning over to pat Eloise's hand. Severin now held the chair for her, for his wife. He even pushed it closer to the trestle table when she was seated. He even touched his fingertips to her shoulder. "You look well," he said, seating himself beside her. "By St. Andrew's teeth, what is that red on your cheeks and mouth? Do you have the fever?" "No, it is Alice's attempt to make me less ordinary. I do not like it. You look like a camp trollop." He picked up the corner of the soft linen spread and pulled it toward her. She did. "Now you look pale, but at least you once more look like yourself." "I, myself." Marjorie leaned toward Hastings. "I was worried about you, but your women did not think you should have too many people coming into your bedchamber. You look much better, Hastings. I was very distressed when Severin brought you home yesterday." All were. "Thank you, Marjorie." She ate a bite of cherry pottage. She tasted the rich red wine Macdadair had poured into the thick soup. "Macdadair made the pottage just for you. I asked him what your favorite dishes were, and he said this was one of them, and he had not prepared it for you in a very long time. The dear man even allowed me and Eloise to remain in the kitchen to help him. He yells louder than any man I have heard in my life." Hastings looked beyond Marjorie to Eloise, whose head was down. She wasn't eating, just shoving her food about on the pewter plate. "Eloise, did you help Macdair like you did before when you lived here?" "I did not know you had helped Macdair before," Marjorie said, covering Eloise's small hand with hers. "I did not." Hastings wanted me to, but it was too hot in the kitchens. Everyone yelled. That fat man yelled. I did not remain. Hastings gasped. That isn't true, Eloise. You even sat on MacDear's lap. Don't you remember? I remember that you made me sit on his lap. He smelled and he yelled. I hated it. Then why did you go back today? Because Marjorie was with me. She didn't make me do anything I did not want to do. I ate cherries. You did, sweeting. You still have a red tongue. Eloise stuck out her tongue at Marjorie, then laughed and pressed herself against Marjorie's side. Marjorie said to Hastings, "My little sweeting here will give me gray hairs before I am even an old woman." "You will never be old," Eloise said. "You are the most beautiful lady in all the world." Lady Marjorie tweaked Eloise's nose, laughing all the while. "You are shameless, Eloise, flattering me until I will grow so large a head it will not fit through our bedchamber door." Eloise laughed. Hastings stared. It was the first time she had seen the child so gay. Trist mewled and climbed up onto Hastings' shoulder. She winced because of the knotted muscles, then began to relax when the marten's body heat began to seep into her.
She turned to her husband, who was staring down at his soup. "You do not care for the cherries, Severin?" He looked clearly distracted. "What? Aye, Hastings, it is tasty. Will you sleep in your own bedchamber tonight?" He cocked his head at her. "If you are well enough. I did not want to take the chance last night that I would roll on you and mayhap hurt you. I am well enough." She turned to her husband, who was staring down at his soup. "You do not care for the cherries, Severin?" He looked clearly distracted. "What? Aye, Hastings, it is tasty. Will you sleep in your own bedchamber tonight?" He cocked his head at her. "If you are well enough. I did not want to take the chance last night that I would roll on you and mayhap hurt you. I am well enough. Where did you sleep last night?" "Here in the great hall, wrapped in a blanket, listening to my men snore. Edgar the wolfhound curled up next to me." "Mayhap he had? Surely he couldn't have bedded Marjorie with Eloise in the same chamber." She began to feel better. "Eloise said, 'I did not sleep well last night with Dame Agnes because she snores too. She's not like Marjorie. She's bony, and her breath isn't sweet.'" Hastings saw the great hall, all its people, through a haze of misery. Severin had bedded her. He had bedded another woman, as his wife had slept in his bedchamber close by. It was too much. She feared what she would do. Her fist closed about her knife. Slowly, she rose. Trist mewled but remained on her shoulder, wrapping himself now around her neck. She said nothing to either her husband or anyone else, just walked slowly across that huge expanse that was filled with laughing people until she reached the solar stairs. Then she heard Severin call out, "Trist, come back here. You have not eaten enough as yet." But Trist didn't move. Severin did not come after her. But Marjorie came. She knocked softly on the bedchamber door. Hastings believed it was Dame Agnes and called for her to enter. When she saw it was Marjorie, wearing an exquisite gown of saffron wool that Hastings had worn only once before, she wanted to yell for the woman to leave her alone. But she didn't. She remained silent, watching her walk gracefully to the bed. "Are you feeling all right, Hastings? Severin asked me to see you." Hastings just stared at her. "Why are you wearing my gown?" "I did not wish to, but Severin insisted. I was not able to bring many things from Sedgwick, and naturally I wanted Eloise to have enough. I had only 2 gowns, and they were both quite dirty. He insisted I wear one of yours. Do you mind? If you do, I will remove it immediately." "Aye, I mind. Will you remove it here in my bedchamber, Marjorie? Or will you wait to remove it in your own bedchamber whilst Eloise sleeps with Dame Agnes?" "Ah," Marjorie said, as she ran her white fingers through her incredible silver hair. "So that is the reason you left the great hall. The reason Eloise slept with Dame Agnes was because I had a cough that kept awakening her. It was irritating. I wanted Eloise to sleep, not just lie there, listening to me cough and cough." Hastings looked beyond her to her grandmother's tapestry.
How clear and vivid the colors still were. She said nothing. "I will go to my bedchamber now and remove this gown. I am sorry that I did not ask you if you minded. You were sleeping and Severin just gave it to me. I had no idea the gown was so important to you." "Aye, it is." "Then I will leave you. I will return the gown very soon. I hope you will be well tomorrow, Hastings." "Aye, I do too. I did not hear you cough at all downstairs, Marjorie." "No, it went away this afternoon." "Marjorie, what are you doing here?" It was Severin, standing in the open doorway, looking large and intimidating, and Hastings hated him more at that moment than she ever had, even when he'd held her down and forced her. "I am just speaking to Hastings. I will leave now and remove the gown. I will return it shortly. What are you talking about?" But Marjorie just smiled, shaking her head. Severin turned to watch her leave the bedchamber. When he turned back, he said, "Why did you walk away from your dinner? Why did you take Trist with you? I called for him, but you wouldn't let him come back to me. What is this about a gown, Hastings?" 21. She wished she had her knife, but alas, all she had was Trist draped over her shoulder. She said, not really wanting to look at him, but unable to look away, "Her chair was mended. Did you know that someone had twisted that leg off? Do you not find that strange? Why would anyone do that, Severin? Why were you going to seat her in my chair again?" He plowed his hand through his hair. He looked utterly baffled, then impatient. "This is nonsense. What is wrong with you? The healer did not describe such symptoms to me that you now seem to have. I am feeling just fine now. Did you discover any more about your saddle flying out of that window?" "My saddle? Aye, it was my saddle, wasn't it?" He stared at her, stared at Trist, who was looking intently at his master from his perch on her sore shoulder. "You believe I had someone throw my saddle down on you? No, that is too devious. If you wanted me dead, you would simply throttle me. Aye, and I have wanted to throttle you more times than I can count." He turned away from her and began to take off his clothes. She turned her back to him. She felt the bed give when he eased down on it. He blew out the candles. The bedchamber was plunged into darkness. What was all that about Marjorie's gown? "It isn't Marjorie's gown. It is my gown, and she will return it." "She said you gave it to her?" "Aye, to wear since she had nothing left. Dame Agnes saw nothing amiss with lending her the gown. Why would you care, Hastings? I do not want her to take what is mine. It is not but a silly piece of clothing." She said nothing. She heard him breathe, heard his breath ease and slow into sleep. "This is damnable, Trist," she whispered, petting the marten's head. "Just damnable. What am I to do?" She was not exercising patience as Dame Agnes had advised her to. She'd blurted out everything. And Severin had looked at her as if she were as mad as his mother had once been. 2 days later, Hastings rode Morella into Oxborough village. She did not tether her palfrey in the alleyway. She left her directly in front of Thomas the baker's shop. Ellen raced to see her, hugging her close, telling her she had been terrified that she was dead. "I did not know what to do. My father picked you up and brought you into the shop. I ran to the castle. Lord Severin came immediately. He even let me ride pillion with him." "Thank you, Ellen. Did you know that it was Lord Severin's saddle that fell on me?" Ellen knew that. Hastings imagined that everyone in the village knew that and wondered about it. Aye, he was a man who had married an heiress, and now there was a beautiful creature living at Oxborough, and his wife, the heiress, whom he didn't need anymore. Hastings could almost hear them discussing this. It made her belly cramp. She shook it off. "I want to find out what happened. How could a saddle simply fall from a window? It makes no sense." Ellen saw her mother look up from her baking in the corner of the shop, and lowered her voice. "You believe someone did it on purpose? To kill you? With a saddle? Come, Hastings, that is silly. No one really thinks that is possible. Perhaps some believe it a willful act, but not everyone does. Nay, not more than half the people think it was done a purpose. A willful act? Done a purpose. But not to kill her. Then to what? Scare her? Why, you mean that the person found himself or herself there by the window with the saddle nearby, and I happened to be beneath the window quite by chance, and thus the saddle comes flying out to land on my head? It did sound remarkably silly, but still, I want to speak to the apprentices. Very well, I will go with you. Robert the leatherer's shop smelt of sweet oils, canned hides, soft leather, and sweat. Master Robert, short, a filthy apron wrapped around his fat belly, bustled forward, bowing even as he said, "Lady Hastings, dear child, I am so happy to see you well again. To think it was your lord's saddle that fell on you. Imagine that."
I am devastated. It was from my window that saddle fell. I will do anything, lady, anything. Just tell me your wish, and I am your slave. Well used to Master Robert from her earliest memories, Hastings merely nodded in that haughty way she knew would silence him, at least for a few moments. I would speak to your people, Master Robert. That is my wish. An hour later, Hastings was chewing on an almond bun that Thomas the baker had given her fresh from one of his ovens. No one saw anything. It seems that there were a half-dozen men-at-arms from the castle at the Leatherer's that day. I suppose that I will have to speak to Gwent. Aye, he is a good man, Thomas said. Eat another bun, Hastings. You are nearly as skinny as the handle on my oven paddle. Hastings returned to the castle to see Severin riding out with Marjorie. Where was Eloise? At least Marjorie wasn't wearing another of her gowns. She had finally laundered one of her own? Hastings was truly supposed to be patient? She was tempted to ride after them, but she did not. There were duties that awaited her. Real duties, not trysts with a lover. She also wanted to speak to Gwent. When she found Gwent, he said, "Severin has already questioned the men who were at the leatherer's shop that day. None saw anything. It was an accident. There is no other possibility. You, Gwent, were not the one struck down by that saddle." "Aye, 'tis true enough," he said, then turned to wave to Alice. "But the facts remain the same, Hastings. Forget about it." Hastings spent the next hour with Lady Moraine. Edgar the wolfhound lay with his head and wide, scored paws on Lady Moraine's feet. "I am making you a gown, Hastings," she said. "It is the softest green. You will look rather lovely in it. Severin was right last evening. You should not wear the red cream on your mouth or smear it on your cheeks. Your features are too fine. Do you like the gown? It will be finished by tomorrow afternoon." "Forgive me, Lady Moraine, but I heard Lord Severin tell Marjorie that the gown would be hers. It was Eloise, standing off to one side, obviously listening to their conversation. Did you really, Eloise?" Lady Moraine said before Hastings could open her mouth. "When did my son say this?" "I believe it was this morning, madam. He said the material would make her look like a goddess. She is a goddess, and so very beautiful. She deserves to have splendid clothing." Eloise stared at Hastings. "Well, no matter what you heard, Eloise," Lady Moraine said brusquely, "the gown is for Hastings. Now, child, would you like to sit with us and sew?" But Eloise just shook her head and skipped away. "How very odd," Lady Moraine said, staring after the child. "I did not pull out this material until this afternoon. The child lied. Why would she do that? She loves Marjorie very much. Perhaps she sees that Marjorie wants to take my place, and is thus very willing to assist her. Venom from a child is unpleasant, worse than from a grown man or woman. I will think about this. I must see the healer today. My potion is nearly gone." That evening, garbed in a lovely gown Hastings had never seen before, Lady Marjorie came into the great hall, greeting everyone graciously, smiling, her white hands fluttering. Her hair was loose silver waves down her back, held back from her forehead with a gold band. Severin stared at her. It happened midway through the long meal. Marjorie's nose began to swell and turn red. Hastings blinked, not believing her eyes. She opened her mouth, felt meanness flow through her, and shut it.
Marjorie's nose swelled to an even greater size and turned a brighter red. Soon people were staring at her, talking behind their hands. As for Severin, he had been feeding Tryst. When finally he looked past Hastings to Marjorie, he gasped. Then he threw back his head and laughed aloud. Soon the entire great hall was laughing and pointing. Eloise burst into tears. Slowly, the hall quieted, and into that silence, everyone heard Marjorie asked, "Sweeting, why are you crying? What is wrong, Eloise?" "It's your nose." Marjorie's hand flew to her nose. She felt it, horror nearly crossing her beautiful blue eyes. "Oh no, what is wrong?" "It is swelled and very red," Hastings said. "Perhaps you would like to come with me, Marjorie. I will mix some herbs that will reduce the swelling and take away the redness." Hastings had never seen Marjorie move so quickly. There was no talk, no laughter. It seemed that everyone understood that the exquisite Lady Marjorie was humiliated. "What could bring this on?" Marjorie asked, seated on a low stool, while Hastings mixed mugwort and primrose with 3 spoonfuls of vinegar. She had looked into the small mirror Hastings' father had given his wife many years before. She hadn't shrieked, just stared at herself and lightly touched her fingertips to her nose. Hastings knew very well what had brought this on, but she just shook her head. "It is very likely a poisoning from some food that your body does not like. This drink will cure it quickly, you will see." "But what food? I have never had this happen before." Hastings shrugged and mixed, keeping her head down. She poured in just a bit of goat urine, said to be very efficacious in matters of swelling. She felt wicked, but at least she would cure Marjorie. She wasn't that mean. Sometimes it was difficult being a healer. "Mayhap it is some herb MacDear uses that no other cook knows about. Mayhap it is not wise for you to continue to eat his food." She handed her the small cup filled with thick liquid. "Drink it quickly, Marjorie." Marjorie drank it straight down, then turned white and held her stomach. "Nay, do not retch, else you will have to drink it again. This will pass. Just think about your nose being small and white again. I see, it already passes." Marjorie's nose returned to normal within the hour, but she would not return to the Great Hall. Hastings fetched Eloise from the Great Hall, then returned to her own bedchamber, smiling and humming. "I am truly wicked," she thought, but then again, so was her dear mother-in-law. Hastings felt queasy. She pressed her palm against her stomach, wondering. She raised her hands and cupped her breasts, squeezing them. They were sore. She had not suffered her monthly flux in many weeks. She was with child, Severin's child. She wondered if Marjorie would soon also carry Severin's child. She shook her head, raced from the keep to the stable, and asked Tuggle to saddle Morella. When she pulled her palfrey up in front of the healer's small cottage, the woman was on her knees in front of her herb patch, whistling. Alfred was stretched out, his full length in the sword of sun that shone through the thick branches of the Cecil oak trees. "Hastings," the healer said, sitting back on her heels, "look at this. It is a new sort of daisy. I have worked it, and now I am certain that when I pound the flowers into powder and mix them with wine, it will ensure that Lady Moraine stays well in her head." The healer paused, then grinned. "I believe it will also cure warts. I tried it already on 2 of the village boys. The warts were gone in 3 days. The boys will tell their mothers and sisters, and soon I will have more goods from the village than I will ever need. We live amongst a very warty people, and now I can remove them. I am the greatest healer in Britain. What think you of that?" "I think I am carrying Severin's child." The healer rose slowly, wiping her hands on her skirts. She stepped to Hastings and merely looked at her. She reached out her hand and laid it on Hastings' belly. She looked at her tongue. She lightly scratched the skin on the backs of Hastings' hands, then looked at her fingernails. Then she stepped back. Alfred stretched and rose. He meowed loudly and prepared to jump into Hastings' arms. "No," the healer said sharply. Alfred frowned at his mistress. Hastings had never before seen a cat frown, but Alfred did.
He swished his tail and ran to the nearest sessile oak tree and was gone into the thick green leaves in but moments. Have you vomited? Hastings shook her head. I do feel queasy sometimes, not just at a certain time of the day, but it just comes and goes. I cannot predict it. I would say you carry his child. He is a potent man. Most of the churls are potent, and thus women are cursed to have their wombs filled whether they wish it or not. Aye, menth blight of our land. Would that I could poison all of them. But then again, women like you wouldn't be pleased were your husband to crumble into dust. I would not be too certain of that right now, healer. So he is acting more faithless, is he? Then she grinned, showing very white, very even teeth. Bring me this Marjorie, and let me see what she is about. She is always very nice to me, Hastings said. So depressed she kicked her toe into a rock and gasped from the sharp pain. She is also very beautiful, except for last night when her nose swelled and turned red. I mixed a drink for her, and it went away. Perhaps you should have waited, Hastings. The swelling would have gone away by the next morning. I know that, but I was weak. I didn't let her suffer. However, I did add goat urine to the mixture. She drank it. The healer laughed and patted her face. Well done. You have turned into a fine woman, Hastings. Now, did I tell you what I learned from a monk who happened to visit me 2 days ago? If I grind up columbine leaves and add saffron, it will cure jaundice. What do you think of that? Hastings was excited. She couldn't help it. Show me how to do it, healer. I must know. The healer laughed. If you and your husband had been married for more than a year and your womb was still empty, I would give you the distilled water of wallflowers to drink twice a day for 4 weeks. Unfortunately, Lord Severin is like most men. He plows, and his seed sinks immediately into fertile ground. Such a pity. Come with me, Hastings, and I will give you just a bit of my special mixture. No, I will not tell you the ingredients. It will keep you smiling and your belly calm. Severin shoved the door inward. His skin felt tight, his loins were heavy. His wife hadn't spoken to him for well on to 3 days, and he was furious. Hastings was standing over a narrow table, mixing some of her damnable herbs. She looked up, then immediately back down to the mixture in a wooden bowl. Did I ever tell you that MacDear will gently shred columbine flowers onto the platters that hold the meat? He says it makes the food look more appetizing. He prefers the red columbine. He says it adds... I am sick of this, Hastings. You have changed again. You have returned to the woman I married. You have not treated me well. You have ignored me. The miracle has ended. I did not muck it up. I do not know why you have changed, but you once more have your shrew's mouth. If you wish to go back to the way we were, then so be it. However, you will see to me, your husband. My man's need is great. I would have you now, and I will tolerate no arguments. Did you know that the name columbine is from Latin and means dove? You see, people believed the plant looked like doves' heads. He was on her in a moment. The pulse was pounding wildly in his neck. Trist wasn't with him. You will force me, Severin? Aye, if I must. What is wrong with Marjorie? Is it her monthly flux, or is she tired of you? Are you not moving quickly enough to remove me from Oxborough so that you can wed her? He jerked back as if she had struck him. You are mad, he said, and ripped her gown from neck to waist. Don't speak such nonsense again. I cannot have Marjorie. Fate saw to that many years ago. He ripped open her shift, baring her breasts. You will not force me again, Severin. I will do as I please with you, Hastings. He picked her up and threw her onto her back on the bed. He was over her in a moment, pulling up her skirts, opening his breeches. He was breathing hard. She stared up at him and said, "Would you risk harming your child?" He froze over her. "You carry my babe?" A new lie, Hastings, but not a very long time. Aye, and surely that is my fault. I have had other things on my mind. Now I want to relieve myself. She bucked and heaved, so furious that she wanted to kill him. He lowered his face to kiss her, and she tried to bite his mouth. He couldn't believe that she had tried to bite him. He reared back, forced her legs wide, and came into her hard and deep. She yelled, more with anger than with the pain of it. "You animal!" she screamed at him, not caring if a servant was outside the bedchamber door to hear her. "I hate you. I wish your saddle had hit you on the head. Maybe everything would be different. Maybe." He was deep now, pushing against her womb, breathing hard as he heaved over her. When he reached his release, he froze over her. As she felt his seed inside her, she said, "I will never forgive you this, Severin. You have betrayed me. I would that you never touch me again. Go back to your Marjorie and leave me be." "Aye," he said, heaving and jerking, so spent he could barely speak. "Mayhap I will. She always has smiles for me. She always welcomes me, just as she did when she was a young girl. Why did you humiliate her? What are you talking about? Her nose. I did nothing. I did fix her goddess nose, though. It matters not if you lie to me. Why will you not bend to me again? Why do you compel me to force you? Why won't you smile at me again? Why won't you let me kiss you or caress you? Why won't you let me give you pleasure? I did smile at you until she came and you looked at her like a lovesick boy. You don't care if I smile or if I cry. All you care about is staring at her, riding with her, seating her in my chair. Your desire for her is clear for everyone to see." He pulled out of her and stood beside the bed, staring down at her. Her legs were sprawled open, but she didn't care. She watched him straighten his clothes. "I am with child. If I were not a healer, perhaps I would destroy it, for I want nothing from you. Nothing." He was over her in an instant, his hands around her neck. "You will not speak like that. It is blasphemy. A man would be justified to kill a wife who killed his child. Ah, but you aren't with child, are you?" He released her throat and fell onto his back again. He sighed. "Lie no more, Hastings. You know I will go easy with you if you will but bend to me again. You also know I will take you whenever I wish to. That is the way of it. Don't fight me. There is no need. Smile at me again. Caress me with your hands. Kiss me in front of our people. There was no reason for you to stop that. Where did you ride with Marjorie this morning? I showed her the marsh just beyond the northern estuary. Why? Come, Hastings, do not be jealous. It doesn't become you. Let me come to you the way I did before. You enjoyed my body. You yelled your pleasure. Do not continue this madness. I told you, Marjorie was lost to me years ago. It is over. It is done. Where had Marjorie gotten that new gown? Rot the woman and rot Severin. You think it your right to betray me? To have two women in the same keep? Or will another saddle fall upon my head?" He stared down at her, his face white. He opened his mouth, but she raised her hand to stop him. "No, Severin, no lies. I can bear no more lies." She saw that he was as angry as he had been so long before, when they had first wedded. He came over her again, shoved into her, and moved over her until once again he reached his release. He held her arms above her head, speaking even as his breathing still hitched. "No lies, Hastings. I will tell you the truth. You are pathetic. Look at yourself. Ranting at me, lying there with nothing to give me but your damned anger that I do not deserve. It is you who have mucked up the miracle, not I. I will not accept this, Hastings. Damn you, become the way you were a week ago." Look to Marjorie. She is sweet and gentle, an angel who walks in the sunlight, even when it is night. Aye, try to mold yourself into Marjorie's likeness. He jerked off her. As he walked from the bedchamber, she yelled at him, "I wish your saddle had fallen on you. All that was between us was a lie. I was never anything to you save a convenience. Damn you, I am not pathetic. I would rather mold myself in Satan's likeness than Marjorie's." He slammed the door behind him. She lay there for but a few moments, then rose to bathe herself. It was at that moment that Hastings made her decision. 22. "Ask it as a favor to my father. Please, Bemis, don't say no." Bemis scratched his armpit, looked everywhere but at his mistress' face, and wished Gwent would magically appear, overhear what she wanted him to do, and forbid it without hesitation and with great force of voice. Hastings tugged at his sleeve.
Listen, Bemis, you know my father traveled to this place 3 or 4 times a year. Don't shake your head. Surely you knew of it. You were his master-at-arms. You did you not? Of course you did. You accompanied him. He nodded finally, praying that if Gwent didn't come, then Lord Severin would appear. No, he would not pray for that. All knew that Lord Severin had mucked things up again with his wife. All knew that he desired Lady Marjorie, an exquisite wench with exquisite silver hair that a man wanted to stroke and rub against. But, Bemis thought, she was still just a wench like any other wench. Hair wasn't all that important. Hastings was an heiress and a healer, only a wench secondarily. I can't, he said finally, and wanted to cry. Her hand was still on his arm, tugging now frantically at his sleeve. Bemis, I cannot remain here and watch her take my place. I cannot, Hastings. Please, do not ask this of me. It is impossible. I can't. He was miserable. She could see that, but she didn't care. She said very quietly, "The saddle that fell on me, Lord Severin's own saddle. You know it was not an accident. Do you wish Falk of Trent's daughter to be killed? If I remain here, it could happen, and you know it, Bemis." Bemis groaned. Half the men thought it had been an accident. The other half wondered aloud, but Bemis knew what they thought. They believed that someone wanted Lady Marjorie to take Hastings' place as mistress of Oxborough. But who? The lady herself? How could someone so beautiful, with such exquisite hair, be so treacherous? He was suddenly struck with inspiration. "No one will kill you. I will taste your food." He beamed at her. There was a wide space between his two front teeth. He habitually cleaned between those teeth with his tongue. "No one can poison you if I taste your food before you do." She sighed and turned away, saying over her shoulder, "I am with child, Bemis. You wish my child to die as well? Lord Falk's grandson?" He cursed, spat in a mud puddle, kicked a roving chicken, and cursed some more at Gilbert de Goat, who was chewing on a long strap of old leather. He wanted to strangle that goat with that leather strap. But the goat gave milk. Hastings would need the milk so the child would remain healthy in her womb. He plowed his thick fingers through grizzled black hair. I would be undone. Lord Severin would kill me were he to find out. And how would he not know? You would be gone from Oxborough, and so would I. The roads are dangerous. There are more outlaws between here and the southern coast than men guarding King Edward. I could not sufficiently protect you. Besides, I would be dead, because Lord Severin would kill me. Hastings didn't believe Severin would precisely kill Bemis, but what could she say to that? She would have to travel alone, but she didn't know where Rosehaven was. She patted Bemis's arm as she said, "You are right. I did not think this through. I will not ask you again. It was not fair of me." Bemis wasn't stupid. He had known Hastings since she was a child. He'd watched her grow up. He looked thoroughly alarmed. "You will not go by yourself, will you, Hastings? By St. Albert's toenails, promise me you'll not go to this Rosehaven alone." How could I? I have no idea where Rosehaven is. Well, she did know that it was near Canterbury, but that was all. There was probably quite a lot near Canterbury. He looked vastly relieved. "No, you do not." He even looked skyward, and she imagined he was giving thanks to God. She found Severin with Torek the steward. There was no longer any distrust between them, since Torek had told him about Rosehaven. Severin looked up, recognized that stubborn look on her face, and sighed. He left Torek, took her arm, and walked beside her outside the keep into the inner bailey. "You wish to apologize to me? You wish to kiss me again in front of our people and Gilbert the Goat? Mayhap you could caress me with your hands." Severin rather thought she would do none of these things. She looked more likely to spit in his eye. She said, "You know that it is not safe for the Sedgwick people to return yet. It is another se'nnight, at least, to be safe. I know you do not wish to leave Lady Marjorie. Thus, I would ask that you allow me to take some of your men and travel to Rosehaven. I will find out who was living there, and what hold there was over my father. Why would I not wish to leave Lady Marjorie? Because you doubtless love her. I do not love any woman, Hastings. You know that. I would have given my life for her at one time, but I was only a boy. I have not enjoyed her for many years. Then she was a boy's dream. He had joined to her when he had been just a boy, before he had gone to the Holy Land. Do not lie to me, Severin. There is no need. I merely wish to leave. You can seat her in my place and give her my gowns. She can sleep with you in my bed. I can do that with you here. No, you will remain at Oxborough and see to your duties. When I decide we will go to Rosehaven, then we will go. He turned from her and walked back into the keep. She didn't think, just picked up a stone that lay near her feet and hurled it at him. It missed him, but not by much, loudly striking the stone wall of the keep and cracking in two. He turned more quickly than she believed a man could move. He already held a knife poised in his hand. He stared at her, stared down at the stone that had come close to striking him in the back. She was breathing hard. She hadn't been aware before, but she was now. There were people about them, all staring now, even the chickens and dogs quiet. He sheathed his knife again at his waist and slowly walked back to her. He stopped just inches from her. She didn't move. Did you not believe me before, Hastings? She stared at his throat. You dared to threaten me again? I wish I had struck you. He grabbed her arm and strode out of the inner bailey. Walking so quickly he was dragging her. She pulled and jerked, but it did no good. The sleeve of her gown ripped from the shoulder. He merely closed his hand around her bare upper arm and walked more quickly. When he reached the stable, he yelled for Tuggle to saddle his horse. He stopped then, stared down at her, and shook his head. I am going to take you down to the beach and beat you. I should beat you here, before all our people, so they will know that I am the lord here, but I do not want to test their loyalties. MacDear might poison me. You mean to beat me to death as my father did my mother? Go ahead, Severin. And what will you give as your reason? You know that my father found my mother in the falconer's bed. In this case, it is you in Marjorie's bed. It is I who should beat you to death. He actually growled deep in his throat. You will not learn to keep your tongue behind your teeth, will you? Tuggle let out Severin's huge war-horse, stamping and snorting. He picked Hastings up and threw her over the horse's saddle, then leapt up behind her. He forced her to remain face down over his legs.
The Gwent came running toward them, yelling, "My lord, do you wish me to accompany you? Where do you go? I find it amazing that a man who owes me his loyalty tries to protect you. I will vomit if you make me remain like this, Severin. I am taking her to the beach to speak in private to her, Gwent. Leave go." Severin flattened his palm against the small of her back and kicked his horse in its sides. The last person Hastings saw was Lady Marjorie, standing on the keep steps. Hastings didn't vomit. She became dizzy, but it passed when Severin pulled his stallion to a halt at the top of the cliff edge beside the path that led to the beach. He dragged her to the ground. "Do not fight me," he said, and shook her. "Come." He forced her before him down the narrow cliff path. She stumbled twice. Both times he caught her. When she reached the sand beach, she pretended to crumble. He eased his hold. She jerked her arm free of his hand and ran. Her foot hit a piece of driftwood and pain shot through her toes, but she didn't slow. It was then, of course, that she began to think clearly again. There was no other way back up the cliff save that single narrow path. She was running her heart out, and there was nothing in front of her but barren rocks and smooth-faced cliff face. Rocks. She'd hit him with one this time. She stopped abruptly and turned. He was walking slowly toward her, knowing she was trapped, not exerting himself. She picked up a rock and waited. He saw what she had done. It didn't snow him. Perhaps he even began to walk faster. "Put down the rock, Hastings," he called, his voice loud and strong over the gentle waves that washed onto the shore not more than a dozen feet from them. It was chilly here, the breeze off the sea tangling through her hair, pressing her gown against her legs. She was breathing hard. She held the rock more tightly. Surely there must be something she could do, save stand here like a fool ready to hurl a rock at him that he would easily duck. What to do? She refused to wait here like a goat tethered to a stake, refused to let him so easily take her and beat her. She could see the anger in him, see it in the starkness of his eyes, see it in the cords that stood out in his neck. But he had never struck her, never. But now there was Marjorie, and there had been his saddle hurled down on her. You would beat me and harm your child? He waved away her words. Do not try that tale with me again, Hastings. Marjorie told me you had begun your monthly flux on the day of her arrival at Oxborough. That is why I kept away from you. She lies. He just shook his head and kept coming. The sun suddenly disappeared beneath a passing cloud. She shivered. She wasn't breathing hard anymore. She held that rock. She waited. It was then she knew she would not remain there for him. She dropped the rock, turned, lifted her gown above her knees, and ran into the surf. Hastings! The water was so cold she felt her breath freeze in her chest. No, she would make it. She was a strong swimmer. Bemis had seen to that when she was a child. She would swim around the side of the wall of rocks and boulders to the beach just beyond. There was another path, much rougher than this one, dangerous to someone who didn't know it well, as she did. The water swirled about her knees. Just as she was about to dive into the next wave, she felt his arms close around her waist, lifting her free of the water, carrying her back to the shore. She fought him, finally sinking her teeth into his arm. He dropped her onto the dry sand, stood over her, legs spread, rubbing his arm. You are a fool, Hastings. That water would freeze the heart in your chest. No, it wouldn't. I have swum in it before. Did you seek to drown yourself? She lay there on her back, looking up at him. He was blocking the sun. She shivered, but not from her wet feet, not from the cold, but from the sight of him. She saw him over her such a short time before, smiling, leaning down to kiss her, to nibble her earlobe, to kiss her breasts even as he eased into her. And she had held him close, her eyes meeting his, filled with him, and they had been together, and she had believed it would be like this forever. She laughed aloud at her own stupidity. He still had not moved. She rolled onto her side, holding her stomach, still laughing. She heard herself hiccup. She felt tears burning her eyes. Stupid tears. He came down over her, pulling her onto her back. She whipped her legs up suddenly and drove her feet into his groin. He stared at her for an instant, knowing the grinding pain would be upon him in but a moment, knowing he wanted to kill her. She was a red haze, nothing more than that, a red haze that dissolved quickly enough into such pain that he knew he would vomit. I wish you had not done that, he said, and sank to his knees, holding himself. He was gasping with pain now, rolling onto his side. She jumped to her feet and ran back to the path. Gwent was waiting at the top, his hands on his hips. You should not have done that, Hastings. Now he will have to retaliate. Are you mad? How will he sire a child if you unman him? He has already sired a child, only he is too stupid to believe it. By St. Seberd's nose, why did you have to strike him there? I will try to explain to him that your mind is disordered, that you need some of his mother's potion. Are you certain you are with child? She nodded. She felt very tired. Gwent cursed. Get you back to Oxborough. I will help Severin. I will give you a rock. You look dreadful, Hastings. Thank you, Marjorie. You look like a goddess. You are all wet and there is sand on your gown. Your sleeve is torn from your shoulder. Your feet and gown are wet. Did Severin beat you? He did not hit your face. That is wise. It could anger some of the Oxborough people who still feel some loyalty to you. Hastings smiled. I doubt he will be of much use to you tonight, Marjorie. Severin is the Lord of Oxborough. He is of use to me only because he protects Eloise. Was he so very clumsy then when he took you as a boy, Marjorie? He should not have told you that. We were very young, both of us. I did not wish to be wedded to that old man, to have him take my virginity. Thus I gave it to Severin. That was many years ago. Hastings didn't say anything more, just pushed past Marjorie and ran up the solar stairs. She needed clothes, not gowns, but a boy's garb. She didn't care about the bandits on the roads. Nothing could be as bad as remaining here, for she knew when Severin recovered sufficiently, he would return and beat her. She could lose her babe. She walked head high to the stable, ordered Morella to be saddled. Then, while Tuggle was seeing to her palfrey, she eased into the small area where all the boys slept. All the clothes she picked up were too small and filthy beyond anything she could imagine. She just smiled at Allert, the porter, telling him she was riding into the village. He waved her off, though he was frowning. She rode directly to the leatherer's shop and asked Master Robert once again to see the chamber from which the saddle had been hurled down upon her. Ah, she thought, as she rifled through his apprentices' trunks that were stacked in the corner of the room. She took what she wanted, stuffed them beneath her gown, and took her leave of Master Robert, who was in the midst of praising the gloriousness of the damned day. She rode into Beethorpe Forest and changed into the boys' clothes. She hadn't estimated properly. The trousers were very tight. As for the tunic, it at least bagged enough to cover most of her, to her thighs. She fastened cross garters, pulled on the supple leather boots. She remounted Morella. She had no money, no food, no weapon. Where was she to go? She just sat there on Morella's back. She deserved to be beaten, but not because she had angered Severin. No, she deserved it because she was so stupid. She rode back to the village and managed to find Ellen alone, weeding her mother's small garden at the back of the baker's shop. When she rode out of the village a few minutes later, she had a bow and 6 arrows, a knife, 3 loaves of bread wrapped in a big cloth, and a blanket. "You what?" "She is the mistress of Oxborough. She rides frequently to the village. I had to allow her to leave, my lord." Severin cracked his palm over his own forehead. He'd come back to strangle her. At the very least, he would have yelled at her until he was cleansed of his rage. That was what he had planned to do with her on the beach, just the two of them alone. But he hadn't had the chance. Damn her, she'd planned to swim to the next beach. Then she had unmanned him. Only now could he stand up straight. He drank down the ale Alice handed to him. He gave Alice a sour look. "I don't suppose you know anything about this." She poured him more ale as she said, "If I did, I would tell you nothing, my lord. I do not want her or the babe harmed." Severin smashed his fist on the trestle table. "She is not with child. If she said she was, then she is. Did she tell you that she was?" "No, but Dame Agnes wonders. She said she knew Hastings was queasy in her belly and that her appetite wasn't right. Hastings is very private. She waits before she speaks. She didn't wait before she kicked my manhood into oblivion." Alice opened her mouth, caught the warning headshake from Gwent, and closed it again. Severin said more to himself than to Gwent or Alice or the other dozen servants milling about, hoping to overhear something. "I wanted only to talk to her privately. You know there is no privacy here. She even picked up a stone again once she escaped me on the beach." Gwent cleared his throat. He saw Lady Marjorie from the corner of his eye. He knew at any moment that Severin would leap from his chair and want to leave Oxborough on the instant. That was the way he was. He was brooding now, and that boded well for Hastings. It gave her time so that before Severin caught her, he would be relieved of most of his bile. Time. By St. Ethelbert's nose, they had best be after her. But where had she gone? Gwent cleared his throat again. Lady Marjorie was nearly upon them. "My lord." Severin continued to frown down at the trestle table. He drank the rest of the ale and wiped the back of his hand over his mouth. Damn her. Now I must take time and men to find her. I wanted to finish the work on the eastern wall today. If she picks up another rock to hurl at me, Gwent, I will surely. We leave at once. "Aye, my lord." "My lord, what has happened?" "Eh? Oh, it's you, Marjorie. Where is the child?" "Eloise is with Dame Agnes. I am away to find my wife and bring her home." "She attacked you, Severin? All saw it." Will you kill her? No, that is a thought, he said, nodded to Alice, who looked ready to leap for his throat, and strode up the solar stairs. He met his mother near the jakes. You had best hurry, Severin. Hastings has been gone close to an hour. I will find her, mother. She isn't happy, Severin. Neither am I. I am now one of the richest men in England, and I vow a toad is happier than I am. That's what she believes me to be, a toad. Surely she would not liken you to a toad. She said I had the feelings of a toad. Ah, Trist, you wish to come with me? You must swear you won't try to protect her. Trist had stuck his head out of Severin's tunic. He mewled and hung on. Lady Moraine watched her son stride into his bedchamber and fling the heavy wooden door shut. She hurried down the stairs to find Gwent, the small vial held tightly in her hand. Marjorie met her at the bottom of the solar stairs, a cool smile on her beautiful face. 23. You look fatigued, Lady Moraine, Marjorie said. So beautiful, surely God had fashioned her after his angels. Would you care to have a cup of milk with me? Lady Moraine shook her head, looking frantically about for Gwent. I believe perhaps your eyes look a bit wild. Perhaps you are not thinking clearly. Perhaps you need to rest. Let me help you, Lady Moraine. Let me take you to your chamber. Some time alone would refresh you. Alice. Marjorie lowered her eyes to her white hands. She stepped back when Alice nearly ran her down getting to Lord Severin's mother. I need to find Gwent, Lady Moraine whispered, but Marjorie heard her. She also saw that vial in the woman's hand. She knew what was in that vial. Eloise had overheard the women talking of it and had told her. All three women whipped about when Severin pounded down the solar stairs. He carried a fat blanket that was tightly knotted. Mother, he said, leaned down and kissed her. I will return as quickly as possible. Ah, Bemis, you and Lady Marjorie will be in charge of Oxborough whilst I am away. Mother, take care. He was gone. It was too late. Lady Moraine slipped the vial into the pocket of her gown. When he brought his wife back, then she would pour the potion into his wine. He was very angry. What had she done to him? And he had left Marjorie to be mistress of Oxborough in his absence. She sighed. She supposed she couldn't blame him for not trusting that her wits would not wander, at least not yet. Lady Marjorie turned to Alice, smiled brightly, and said, What has MacDear planned for our midday dinner? A sharp evening wind came up just when the sun was beginning to set. Hastings had ridden Morella hard for the past 3 hours. She'd seen 2 farmers, one of them sitting in an old cart pulled by a sway-backed mare who snorted with every step she took, the other walking bent over, a thicket of cut hay strapped to his back. Neither of them paid her any attention. The one farmer did look at Morella, a combination of wistfulness and greed in his eyes. She didn't blame him. Her bow and 6 arrows were snug against her side. She had practiced a good dozen times to get her bow notched quickly were outlaws to attack her. She was fast now. She slowed Morella. She had come to the top of a small rise. Nestled in the valley below was a village filled with small thatch-roofed cottages. She would simply have to go around it. Morella, sensing that a warm stable was near, was none too happy to be steered away from the village. She reared on her hind feet, but Hastings, well used to her palfrey's ways, wasn't moved. All right, well, we'll stop soon. We're both hungry. Aye, I'll find you a nice stream and thick grass. Trust me, Morella, you do not wish Lord Severin to catch up with us. The cold wind eased off a bit. Then it just became a mild breeze. This was not the England she knew. Perhaps this was a sign that good luck would follow her. Perhaps she would find this Rosehaven before any outlaws found her. But what about Severin? She shuddered, remembering clearly what it felt like to shove her feet into his groin. She'd felt his shock in that instant, his disbelief, the quivering of coming pain. He had deserved it. He would have hurt her, and probably her babe as well. She found a perfect place to tether Morella some 30 minutes later. After seeing to her horse, she spread the blanket on the grassy slope that rolled gently to the stream and went through her belongings. Not much. 3 loaves of bread. The bread was delicious. She forced herself to eat only one loaf, then slid down the slope to drink the cold water. Night was falling fast. She left Morella saddled, just in case, apologizing to her all the while. She gathered her bow and arrows close, closed her hand over the knife handle, and pulled the blanket around her. What's a mere lad doin' with a mare like that? Think ye the little blighter thieved her? Hastings was awake in an instant, frozen still at the sound of the man's voice. He was whispering, but the night was very still. She heard every word. She could practically see another man shrugging. How many were there? Ease your knife in his ribs and let's take the mare. Ye saw, he's a pretty boy. We can sell him.
Looky, we watched him, believing his kin were close. But there's no one here but the boy. Let him be. He'd be too much trouble. I just want the mare. There were just 2 of them. Not that it would matter. Her luck had run out. They were too close for her to use her bow and arrows. Slowly, holding her breath, Hastings closed her hand around the knife handle. It wasn't well balanced, a perfect weapon for killing, like Severin's was. No, it belonged to Master Thomas the baker. She just prayed it would slice a man as well as it did bread. She felt the ground moving as one of the men walked to her. Just one, thank God. She waited, ready. She opened her eyes, saw him over her, staring down at her, the knife raised. "So you're awake, are ye? Aye, you filth." She brought the knife up, felt it slide so easily into his belly, felt the vomit rise in her throat, and quickly jerked the knife out of him. He was still over her, staring down at her, so surprised that he opened his mouth, but only blood came out, not words. "Ye done with the boy?" She had no choice. She plunged the knife in again, this time higher, into his chest. The knife point hit a rib and wouldn't go any farther. The man howled, twisted over, and fell to his side. What's the matter? The other man was at his side. As for Hastings, she was on her feet, running to Morella. The man wheezed out, "The little whoreson struck me down and kilt me." Hastings was on Morella's back in an instant. The other man was running toward her, yelling curses. Morella reared on her hind legs and struck the man hard in the chest. He went over backward with a grunt. What's the matter? The other man was at his side. As for Hastings, she was on her feet, running to Morella. The man wheezed out, "The little whoreson struck me down and kilt me." Hastings was on Morella's back in an instant. The other man was running toward her, yelling curses. Morella reared on her hind legs and struck the man hard in the chest. He went over backward with a grunt. It was at that moment that she heard more curses. Hideous curses, curdled with the names of body parts and animals. This man wasn't whispering, he was roaring. She recognized that voice. She kicked Morella's fat sides. Her palfrey couldn't move. There were 3 men on horseback blocking her. Hastings whipped her about to see Severin sitting on his horse behind her, 3 more men at his back. How had he positioned his men so quickly? Curse him! She slid off Morella's back, ducked around a stallion, and ran into the forest, Severin's curses following her. The curses stopped. The feet pounding the ground behind her didn't. Something huge and hard hit her square in the back, flinging her forward. She fell flat on her face, the boulder flattening her down. "I should let you play the fool in my castle," he said, close to her ear. "My men would never stop their laughter. All you would have to do is recount what you have done this day, Hastings, nothing more." He was breaking her back, but she didn't say a word. It would have been difficult, because her mouth was pressed into the earth. Severin rolled off her and came up to sit beside her. At least there was a half moon. She didn't move for the longest time, just lay there. He knew he hadn't killed her with his lunge because her ribs were going in and out. Her face was flat down. Good. He hoped she had a mouth of earth, mayhap a worm or 2. Then, finally, she pulled herself back onto her knees. Her head was down, and she was breathing slowly, with difficulty. He merely watched her, saying nothing. She sat back on her heels. She said at last, "No matter what you had done, I doubt I would have stuck Master Thomas's knife in your belly. You're my husband, after all. Where would you have stuck Master Thomas's knife?" She just shook her head. "I don't know. I didn't have time to save you." He sounded incredibly angry. "I didn't need your help." "No, you didn't, did you?" He sounded even angrier. "Why? What if there had been a third man?" She would be dead, she thought, but didn't say it aloud. "I would have dealt with him as well." Severin got to his feet, brushed himself down, then just stood there, staring down at her. She felt suddenly very weak. Why was that? She started to rise, but discovered she couldn't. She felt a wave of dizziness. She looked down to see the knife on the ground where Severin had thrown her down. She had been carrying the knife. She'd fallen on it. She touched her fingertips to her side. They were wet and sticky. She looked up at him. "You expect me to help you rise? See to yourself, madam." He turned to walk away from her, then said over his shoulder, "If you run again, I will surely make you regret it more than you can imagine." "I won't run again." "Come then, I am tired and hungry." "Then I will deal with you." She tried again to rise. Slowly, slowly, she got to her feet. Even more slowly, she turned to face him. "I can't come, Severin. You can just leave me here. It doesn't matter. You have Oxborough. You have Marjorie. Just leave me here." He took a step toward her, his feet planted right in front of her. His hands were on his hips. He sounded like he was ready to do murder. "Do you wish me to strangle you right here, Hastings?" Such anger in his voice, she thought, but it didn't really touch her now. All that touched her now were sharp jabs of pain that went deeper with each moment that passed. She felt lightheaded, she felt dizzier. The pain was bowing her forward, folding her in on herself. Mayhap it would be better than this," she said, and with a sigh, she fell to the ground at his feet. She heard him cursing again, the ripest words woven with animal parts. Then she felt his warm breath on her face, felt his hand on her side. She made a small sound deep in her throat and was gone from him. "Drink this. Don't turn your head away, Hastings. Drink, you need this." Need what? She wondered, and opened her mouth. It was warm ale with something in it. What? She didn't know. It tasted wonderful, until the pain came and she choked, the ale running down her chin onto her chest. She heaved with the pain, jerking upward, then twisting onto her side, anything to avoid it. But she couldn't. It held her close. "Did you poison me?" she whispered. "Is that what I tasted in the wine?" "Poison? Shut your mouth. Gwent, help me hold her down. She'll make the bleeding start again. Carlick swears the chives he found near the stream will staunch the bleeding. He said he would have bled to death once if his grandmother hadn't ground it up and fed it to him. We'll see. No, Hastings, try not to jerk away from me." His face was close to hers now. "Listen to me. Don't drag air into your throat. It will just make the pain worse. Breathe lightly. That's right. Focus on my face. No, don't look away from me, Hastings. The babe?" It was at that moment that he knew he'd been a fool, knew he could have harmed her and his babe when he threw her over his saddle, when he had shoved her down the path to the beach. But he hadn't believed her. But he did now. He had gotten her with child. He felt a burst of satisfaction deep within him, a feeling he had never before experienced. It was satisfaction and something else that was deep and now a part of him. He shook his head, leaned close to her, and said, "The babe is fine. The knife went through the fleshy part of your side. There was a lot of bleeding, but the wound didn't go deep. I cleaned it through with hot water. Besides the chives for the bleeding, Carlick found some delphiniums. He said his grandmother gave it to him for toothache, but pain was pain. No, not poison. No, not poison." She tried to nod, but the pain ground her down. "Severin." His name was a whisper of sound. "I? Have you ever beaten or strangled a woman?" "No. In fact, I only began talking about it when I married you. It seems to relieve my spleen." She laughed. It was too much. She gripped his hand, feeling a wave of pain brim through her body. Then, suddenly, it lessened. "The delphiniums?" she whispered. "They are good. I will speak to Carlick about this. Not just yet. Mayhap. His grandmother still lives. Mayhap. Sleep now, Hastings." She slipped away, but not for very long. He lifted up the bandage on her side. The wound was bleeding sluggishly. It needed to be stitched. He said to Gwent, "Take 2 men and go to that village we passed. I don't want to carry her there. It's too dangerous."
"Get me needles and thread," the big man shuddered. "I'll bring what else I can find as well." Severin covered the wound with a pad of clean gray wool. Almost clean wool. Now the second sleeve of his tunic was gone. He hunkered down beside her. When she awoke, he would have her drink more of Carlick's potion. He looked up to see that his men had made a small fire and were roasting several rabbits. The smell made his stomach sing out. His men had buried the 2 outlaws. They had found nothing worth keeping on the men. She remained awake, of course. He cursed. "Those animal parts I had never before considered. They're useful," he said, then leaned close. "You know that when Gwent returns with the needle that I must stitch the wound, Hastings. Is there anything I can do so the pain will not be so bad? Rub some of the delphinium root over it. It will help deaden it." He called to Carlick, who immediately was at his side, the long, slender root held out in his hand. "Just rub it on her as it is. Clean it first in the stream, then hold it close to the fire. It will warm the root and soften its flesh." Severin rubbed it lightly over the skin around the wound. Then he drew in his breath and rubbed it directly into the tear. He gave her more of the potion to drink. An hour later, Gwent returned with a roll of clean white linen, a skin filled with rich ale, and needles. "I am sorry, Hastings. I could get only black thread." She laughed and moaned at the same time. "Get it done," she said to Severin, and turned her head away from him. "If you would faint, Hastings, I would be pleased." But she didn't. He rubbed the delphinium root on the wound again. To his relief, she barely jerked when he sank the needle into her flesh. He continued quickly. It did not take long. When he was done, he poured hot ale over the wound, then patted her dry. He made a thick pad of the white linen and pressed it against her. He tied the rest of it around her belly. He looked at her belly. She was flat. "When will the babe make you round?" "By the fall," she said. "Thank you, Severin." He did not sleep for a very long time. He sat cross-legged, watching the fire burn itself into embers. His men all slept, many of them snoring as loud as Edgar the wolfhound. His wife was with child. He still could not quite grasp it. She moaned, turning onto her side. He gently pressed her again onto her back. Her eyes opened. She raised her hand, lightly touching her fingertips to his jaw. "I don't know what to do, Severin. I had not meant to stab myself with the knife. I do not think I am able to run from you now. I hope you will not want to run from me ever again." She could only stare at him. "Marjorie will not continue to be your mistress, Severin. She wants my place. She is not my mistress." Hastings closed her eyes and turned her head away from him. 24. "You have loved me since I was 12 years old. I loved you with a boy's unformed passion. Your passion was not unformed when you took my virginity." He remembered. She saw it in his dark eyes. He remembered, and he wanted her again. Severin gently kicked his horse's sides. Marjorie called after him, "Did you know your child was in my womb when I married that old man?" He whirled around in the saddle. "Aye, it's true. When that filthy old whoreson discovered that I wasn't a virgin, he beat me. I lost the babe. He enjoyed that. Perhaps now I am barren, for my second husband never got me with child. You were only married to him for 2 years. That is too short a time to be sure of such a thing. His name was Keith. I hated that name. He was not like you are, Severin. He was weak and easily led. His father criticized him constantly. Both of them died within months of each other. I was glad, but I was left with nothing. If the king had forgotten that he was indebted to Keith, then I would be some man's leman now, just to survive. You should not have left me, Severin. I should have been your wife, not this one at Oxborough. I could do nothing else. Had I taken you with me all those years ago, we would not have survived.
I was a boy, strong for my age, skilled in weaponry, and loyal. But I had nothing, Marjorie, nothing. I had to make my own way, you know that. Even when I returned, it was to find my lands devastated. I still had little enough. Were it not for the king and Lord Graelum de Morton, I would now be the Earl of Oxborough. You still love me. I thought that I loved you when I was a boy, but I have learned it is folly to believe in such a thing. There is lust, that commodity flourishes everywhere. It is what makes men behave like fools. Witness what Sir Roger did at Langthorne. He betrayed me because of his lust for this girl. Aye, there is nothing more than lust. It can be controlled if a man manages not to forget who and what he is. And there is responsibility and duty. There is rarely peace at Oxborough, but then again, there is rarely boredom either. It is because of her that there is no peace. Aye, you're right about that. I am married to her, Marjorie. It is done. Why did you tell me that Hastings had begun her monthly flux? I did not. I merely told you that she complained of belly cramps and said she had to change her gown. It is obvious, is it not? Evidently not. Hastings is with child. So, Marjorie said very slowly, looking out over the sea, glimmering bright green today beneath a golden sun, her hand shading her eyes, that is how she plans to hold you. That is why you are withdrawing from me. Severin leaned forward to pat his warhorse's neck. I do not believe that Hastings has any particular wish to hold me at the moment, nor did I ever believe that a woman could make herself pregnant just by wishing it so. Ah, but she could seduce you to her bed, and that is what she has done. Severin only stared at her, remembering those precious few times Hastings had come to him, kissing him, telling him how she wanted him. There had been too few times. She is jealous of me. She knows that it is I you would prefer to have as your wife. Aye, she is jealous of you. Once you return to Sedgwick, she will forget. As to her being with child, why, that is one of my responsibilities. I must have an heir. Will you visit me at Sedgwick? He stared at her, remembering when he had been deep inside her body. He remembered those moments as vividly as any in his entire life. She trusted him, loved him, given herself to him. Now she was alone. She was still so very beautiful, so soft, so gentle. He shook with the thoughts. It is time to return to Oxborough, he said. She threw back her head and laughed aloud. Her incredible silver hair rippled down her back. She wheeled her palfrey about, kicking her in her sides, and calling out to him over her shoulder, I have not forgotten the boy in the man, no more than you have forgotten the girl in the woman. You will come back to me, I know it. When Severin finally returned to the castle, Hastings was sitting on the top step leading into the great hall. Her arms were wrapped around her knees. They had been home for 8 days. She was mending well. The wound hadn't become poisoned. Trist was stretched out on his belly beside her, watching his master approach. It is time, she said, when Severin reached her. For what? For the Sedgwick people to return home. I forgot to tell you. There were more cases of the sweating illness. A messenger came 2 days ago to tell me. It still is not safe. I fear it will be an empty keep once the illness is past. However, Sir Alan still thrives, thank God. Hastings cursed. I believe I heard an animal part. Aye, she said, and rose slowly and very carefully. I would that you go rest now, Hastings. Alice told me that you have been on your feet for 4 hours now. I am not on my feet. Severin picked up Trist, slung him over his shoulder, and began to rub his chin. I had to get out of bed, because Trist would not leave me. He is growing fat and lazy. Just look at his stomach, Severin. He is a pig, not a marten.
Trist batted his paw at her. She laughed, a bright sound Severin hadn't heard in too long a time. As quickly as it came, the laughter disappeared. You rode with Marjorie. She enjoyed telling me about it. Oh, what did she tell you? That you talked about the past, when the two of you were very young. She spoke about how much you wanted her, how much you loved her. Aye, that is true enough. Hastings turned on her heel and stomped into the great hall. But it is not the entire truth, he called after her. She didn't turn, just got stiffer, her head higher. He just shook his head. What did Hastings wish him to do? Return Marjorie to Sedgwick, taking the risk she would catch the sweating sickness? No, he could not do that, but he would have to do something. He followed his wife to their bedchamber. He paused at the door, believing someone was with her. She was saying, "I will be as fat as you are by the fall, and then what will I do? I'll be a prisoner here at Oxborough. He can do just as he pleases, not that he hasn't always done what he wished to do, especially with me. What am I to do? You can begin by trusting me, Hastings." She looked up to see him standing in the doorway. Trist, on his back beside her on the bed, twisted to see his master, and immediately flipped over and slithered to the floor. He raced across the bedchamber, climbed Severin's leg, and curled himself around his neck. Severin began to rub his chin. She said nothing. "I have come to look at the wound in your side. You have kept me away from you for a full 7 days and nights. I want to see how well you are healing. Ah, won't Marjorie let you come to her? You wish to relieve your man's lust, Severin?" "In part," he said, and that surprised her. "But more important, I want to see how you are doing. You told me you had healed, and there was no poisoning. I want to see for myself. The healer said I am nearly well. You do not believe her? Lie down, Hastings." He had not given her orders for a sennight. Of course there hadn't been too many orders to give her since that night she'd stabbed herself. He'd told her to stay in bed. She'd nearly grown mold in that bed. To his surprise, she did lie down. He sat down beside her and pulled up her gown. "Keep your arms at your side. I don't need your help. I am not helping you, Severin. I want to hit you. Trist, go sit on her chest." The Martin unwound himself from his master's neck and laid himself across Hastings' chest. He stared at her. She couldn't help herself. She laughed. "That's better." He continued his undressing of her in silence. Finally, he said, "Your belly is still flat. I don't ask for much, Hastings, but perhaps just a slight curve would be enough to content me. You still do not believe that I am with child? You have lost your humor, unlike I, who have gained in mine." That was a jest. She chewed her bottom lip. Trist mewled, tapping his left paw against her chin. "Now, I'm going to change the bandage. How much longer will you have to have the thick pad there?" She was naked from her waist to her toes. He'd even pulled off her cotton socks and shoes. She wished— no, she wasn't about to wish for anything like that. She felt his warm hand rest for a moment on the top of her thigh. "Now, I see how you have tied this knot." He worked it loose, then let the narrow binding cloth fall loose to her sides. Slowly, very carefully, he raised the thick white linen pad. It lifted up easily. There were only 6 stitches. They weren't badly done, but that damned black thread looked obscene against her white flesh. There was a lot more white flesh on her flat belly. His breathing hitched. He hadn't forgotten. He supposed he'd only suspended his memory of the way her flesh warmed when he touched her, the smoothness of her, the way her muscles tightened when he had caressed her with his mouth. He shuddered. When can the stitches be cut out? His voice sounded odd, as if he were in pain. "In 2 or 3 days. What is wrong with you, Severin?" "Nothing really, but you are naked, and I am trying to concentrate on your wound. Perhaps it is a bit difficult, Hastings. Try. The flesh is healthy looking. Have you any medicine for me to rub on it?" Over there, atop the chest. The small jar on the left." He lifted the lid and sniffed it. "What is it?" "That is St. John's wort, mixed with different salve into a cream. The healer gave it to me. I have been rubbing the wound with it since we returned to Oxborough. The healer said it would prevent scarring. It also makes my skin very soft. Your skin was already soft. Why did you not ask me to do it for you?" "I don't want to lie here naked, Severin." He grunted at that. "I wouldn't be able to fight you for fear of tearing the wound open." "You mean you would lie there like a sacrifice and not try to kick me loose from my manhood?" "I would have to." He said nothing to that. He watched her close her eyes when he touched her with the cool white cream. He felt her ease, for his touch was light. "I hate to see the thread in your body. It brings back that night." At last he was preparing to yell at her. How long could a man keep his bile swallowed, particularly a man of Severin's passions? "You will now tell me that I am a fool, and threaten me, and hush." She was thorough. She would give him that. More than thorough. She had never stroked her own fingers over the wound to such pleasant effect. "I do not need a bandage."
His fingers stilled. "You are certain?" I looked at the wound this morning." He flattened his palm over her belly. His hand was large, nearly spanning her. He said mildly, "If I threatened to beat you now, you would not believe me. No, you would do nothing to harm your babe." He cursed. She said nothing, just looked at him. He was still staring down at her. She didn't like this at all. She was naked, and he was touching her and looking at her, and she knew that she should draw away from him, but she didn't. Trist was lying flat on her chest. Surely Trist was heavy enough to hold her down for a few moments longer. Severin raised his hand and pulled down her clothes. He lay a blanket over her, pulling it to her waist. He said nothing. There was a line of sweat on his brow. Ever since their return, he had held his temper, coming to the bedchamber to see her every day, sometimes taking his dinner with her. But he did not sleep with her at night. Not once had he yelled at her for fleeing Oxborough. Not once had he even growled or looked mean. Not once had he threatened to strangle her. Why hadn't he at least yelled at her? Why hadn't he even spoken of it to her? It had been 7 very long days and nights. Not a word remotely irate had spewed from his mouth. The good Lord knew that Dame Agnes, Gwent, and Bemis had all burned her ears, but Severin hadn't said a single thing. Neither had the pulse pounded in his neck, nor had his face turned red. It was driving her mad. She couldn't stand it another minute. "I was just traveling to Rosehaven," she blurted out. "Bemis wouldn't take me because he was afraid you would kill him. I promised him you wouldn't really kill him, that you were just and fair, and perhaps you would pound him just a bit, but he still wouldn't do it. I do know that this Rosehaven is near to Canterbury. I would have found it. Did you not see that I was dressed like a boy? I looked like a boy. Even you would not have recognized me, Severin. I was safe enough. Well, there was obviously one problem, and that was Morella. Those men wanted her, not me." He said nothing. She slammed her fist onto the bed beside her. "I have waited 7 long days and nights for you, Severin, yet you haven't said a single word. Surely you have not swallowed your bile. You have never swallowed your bile for as long as I've known you." He said in the calmest voice she'd ever heard out of his mouth, "Why are you spitting all this out, Hastings? It is true, I haven't said anything."
It would seem to me that you would be pleased with yourself, that you would believe you had escaped my wrath, and a fair and just punishment for what you did. You did say just a moment ago that I was fair, did you not? Aye, you did. Do not shake your head at me. You are guilty, Hastings, so guilty my head aches with it. But still, I hardly expected you to chirp it out like a guilty magpie. I am not a bird, nor am I guilty. I had no need to threaten you. Would you like to continue with your confession? Feel free to add all sorts of trappings you believe excuse what you did. Damn you, Severin, why can you not just yell and be done with it? You truly want me to chastise you now? Well, I don't like the way you said wrath and spoke of punishment. Is not a bout of yelling sufficient to make you forget everything?" Severin bent over to stroke Trist's back. He mewled and stretched until his front and back paws were hanging off Hastings' chest. Severin said finally, straightening, "When I remove that black thread, you will receive your punishment. You will rest now, Hastings. Trist, come with me." He snapped his fingers. Trist looked up at him, stretched even more. Then, in the fastest move Hastings had ever seen, he rolled off her and bounded from the edge of the bed onto Severin's shoulder. "Sleep, Hastings," he said over his shoulder as he left the bedchamber. What had and Marjorie talked about during their ride? Marjorie had seemed very sure of herself when she'd stopped to speak to Hastings in that sweet voice of hers. That damned sweet voice she could still hear clear as a clanging bell inside her head. Did I tell you that Severin loved me even before I passed out of my girlhood? How much he has always wanted me. I don't believe you were ever a girl, Marjorie. That would have meant that you were occasionally graceless, mayhap even clumsy, and had spots on your face. No, you were never a girl. It pleases you to jest. Look at you, pale and thin, your hair in those tight braids.
Do you honestly believe Severin could ever be content with you? Hastings' side began to hurt. Content, you are right. But there is more, Hastings, and you will never have it from him. He will bed you when he must, because he knows he must have heirs. She shrugged. He is a man. A man will also bed whatever is available to them, unless he has great affection for his wife. Severin has none for you. Marjorie gave her a gentle smile, even as she touched her fingertips to her hair. I believe I will wash my hair. Severin stares at my hair. Have you seen him do that? I have. You have beautiful hair. But I do begin to wonder about your insides, Marjorie. What do you mean, my insides? Her voice sounded more sharp than sweet now. I just wonder how far you would go to gain your way. Marjorie laughed. You do jest well, but nothing else. Poor Hastings, you move about like an old woman. Hastings didn't sleep as Severin had ordered her to. No, she worried. She wondered about Marjorie's insides. She realized that all she'd gained from her attempted escape from Oxborough was a knife wound in her side, and a husband who was treating her very strangely. He wanted to wait until the black thread was out of her flesh to punish her. Tomorrow she would make certain that Marjorie would no longer be in control of Oxborough. When she had brought it up 2 days ago, Severin had merely frowned at her and told her to rest. Well, Oxborough was her home. These were her people, not Marjorie's. She would show everyone that she was well again, that she was once again ready to be mistress. She was bathed and dressed in her favorite saffron wool gown, fitted at her waist with a narrow golden belt, the sleeves fitted down to her elbows, then flaring out, falling beyond her fingertips. She felt beautiful. Even her hair was shining clean. There would be nothing Marjorie could possibly say. Her side ached, but it was nothing really. She did not walk like an old woman. Her chair was empty. That was a relief. Marjorie sat in her place beside Eloise. Lady Moraine was speaking to her son. Gwent punched Bemis's arm. There was loud talk, as usual, ale splashing over the sides of the goblets from enthusiastic toasts. All in all, everything looked to be normal. Edgar the wolfhound was gnawing on a bone that Severin had tossed to him. "Welcome, Hastings," Marjorie called to her. She leaned over and patted the arm of her chair. "I have had MacDear prepare your favorite dishes. He even prepared some rose pudding. He said it was a favorite of your mother's." "Her mother?" Hastings said aloud. "Yes, my mother was very fond of rose pudding. I believe it was she who gave MacDear the recipe when she first came to Oxborough." Hastings wanted to tell Marjorie right then that she would never enter Oxborough's kitchens again. "I heard that your mother was so evil and lewd that your father had her beaten to death," said Eloise. It was bad enough to hear her husband's mistress speak of her mother, but that she'd poisoned Eloise was too much to be borne. She opened her mouth, but Marjorie forestalled her. "Nay, Eloise, those are just mean stories that you should never speak of yourself. Neither you nor I know anything of Hastings' mother. Now, come close, and let me serve you some of these garden peas that Hastings grew herself." "Forgive Eloise, Hastings," Marjorie said more quietly, as Hastings passed her chair. "It is true that your mother is sometimes spoken of, but it was not well done of her to speak to you of it. You look pale, Hastings. Now that I see you more closely, you don't look well enough to be here in the great hall. Perhaps you should return to your bedchamber. Aye, you are very pale, Hastings. You still walk bowed over, your shoulders rounded, like an old crone." Hastings hurt, but not from the healing wound in her side. She wanted to pick Eloise up, and until what? Until she pleaded with Hastings to forgive her. As for Marjorie, Hastings said nothing. Her eyes were on Severin. He finished speaking to his mother, looked up, and merely waved his knife at her. She was at her chair when he rose to pull it back for her. She said to him, "Thank you for not shaming me in front of all our people." She sat down. She felt a particularly vicious pull in her side. What, I wonder, Severin said, a black eyebrow arched upward. I mean, it is kind of you to allow me to sit in my own chair. Eloise has prayed for you every day, Marjorie said in that sweet voice of hers. Hastings smiled at the child as she scooped up the rose pudding with her spoon. I hope your knees are well healed, Eloise. The child shrugged, not looking at Hastings. I do not like rose pudding. Then you do not have to eat any, Marjorie said, scraping the small portion from Eloise's trencher. Lady Moraine said, You look lovely, daughter. I like the braids plaited with the yellow ribbons. Your eyes look greener. Aye, you are worthy to be my daughter. Hastings laughed and lifted her goblet to toast her mother-in-law. But she had not wiped all the cream off her hands after she'd patted it on her wound, because, as she'd told Severin, it softened her skin. Her hands were slippery still. The goblet slid from her fingers, falling on its side, the rich, sweet red burgundy flowing onto the white tablecloth. Trist raised his head, saw the red wine flowing toward him, and slapped at it with his paw. Then he sniffed his paw and licked it. He stuck his paw in the wine a second time, then licked it. Suddenly his entire body stiffened, his back arched. He mewled loud and long, then suddenly he collapsed onto his belly. Severin was on his feet in an instant. Trist, damn you, what is wrong? The marten lay unmoving. Oh no, Hastings whispered. Oh no. What is it? What is wrong with Trist? The wine. He licked it twice off his paws. There must be something wrong with it. Oh no. Without thought, she grabbed the marten, holding him close to her chest, and ran from the great hall.
My lord! Marjorie was on her feet. What is this? She is mad. What is she doing? The animal is dead. We all saw it collapse. Where is she taking it? Severin said to Gwent over his shoulder as he raced after Hastings. The wine. Let no one touch it. He caught her at the stables. He grabbed Trist and shoved him into his tunic. He will be warmer there. No, I'm being a fool. It is no use, Hastings. Marjorie is right. He is dead. No, he is not. We will take him to the healer. Quickly, Severin. The healer looked as she always did in the dying afternoon light, slightly sour in her expression, her feet bare, Alfred meowing around her. The marten, Hastings yelled, even as she was sliding from Morella's back. He drank some wine that was mayhap poisoned. Severin pulled Trist from his tunic. He was limp. He looked quite dead. No, he is not. We will take him to the healer. Quickly, Severin. The healer looked as she always did in the dying afternoon light, slightly sour in her expression, her feet bare, Alfred meowing around her. The marten, Hastings yelled, even as she was sliding from Morella's back. He drank some wine that was mayhap poisoned. Severin pulled Trist from his tunic. He was limp. He looked quite dead. Severin's hand was shaking. He looked at the healer. Please, he said, I do not wish to lose him. I have no knowledge of this animal. I am a healer of people. Go away. Healer, please. Hastings didn't realize tears were streaming down her face. Please, help him. He is dear to both of us. Oh, very well, the healer said, took the limp marten from Severin, and carried him inside her cottage. Alfred snapped his tail, but didn't make a sound. Severin went after her, but the healer shouted, Nay, stay out, my lord. Hastings, help me. But Severin ignored her. He stood behind Hastings, his face tense and white. Open his mouth, Hastings, wide, and keep it wide, Severin said. What will you do? I will make him vomit, just as I would do to a human. Will it be enough? Does this animal even vomit? I do not know, my lord. Go outside. You fill up too much of my cottage. Your cat is outside. There is now enough room for me. The healer actually smiled. Then she snapped at Hastings. Wider, Hastings. That's right. Now let me get this down his throat. Trist didn't move. The healer continued to spoon the liquid down his throat. Time passed. It seemed an eternity. The marten's body was still and limp. Hastings was feeling for his heart. She found it. She whispered, Here, Severin, feel. Severin slipped his hand beneath Trist's body and held it close to him. He thought there was a slight beat, but he couldn't be sure.
He looked at his wife, at the tears that were still dripping down her face. She was unaware that she was crying. Suddenly, the healer took Trist, raised him in front of her, and began to shake him. Then she laid him again atop the small scarred table and began to press into his body, pressing, then moving upward in a long single motion. Again and again. I do not know where the creature's belly is. It must be somewhere along my path. The marten jerked. A paw slid over to Severin's hand. The marten bunched up onto himself, then heaved forward. Food and liquid flew from his mouth. His small body shuddered, and he twisted and heaved again and again. He'll heave himself to death. It's the only way, Hastings. If he can vomit up the poison, then he has a chance. Severin reached down and began to press lightly on Trist's belly, pushing upward. The marten continued to vomit, until at last he simply fell flat, still as death. The healer raised his head with her hands and stared at his face. Then she lifted each of his front paws. She slid her hand beneath him, searching for a heartbeat. She straightened, shaking her head. She looked at Severin, then at Hastings. "I am sorry, my lord, Hastings. The animal is so very small. He fought, but it was not enough. He is dead." Severin was white and still, staring down at Trist. Then he raised his head and yelled, "No!" He lifted the marten in one large hand and pressed him against his chest inside his tunic. He smoothed Trist against his own heart, stroking his fur, lightly squeezing the long body, again and again, whispering to the marten, saying over and over, "You cannot leave me, Trist. No, you will not die. You cannot." He continued to rub his hands over the marten. The healer said nothing, merely cleaned up the animal's vomit. Hastings felt bowed down with the pain of it. Alfred came into the cottage. He looked at each of the occupants and meowed loudly. He jumped onto the table, turned to look at Severin, and meowed even more loudly. He stood on his hind paws and steadied himself against Severin's stomach. He was sniffing. He meowed again. Suddenly, Hastings saw a movement against Severin's tunic. She was afraid to move, afraid to hope. Alfred raised a front paw and swatted at the lump in Severin's tunic. He meowed loudly. Then, in the quiet of the small cottage, they all heard a faint mewl. A paw pressed against the inside of Severin's tunic. Alfred swatted at the paw. The mewl was a bit louder. "My little baby saved the marten," the healer said, and managed to pull Alfred off the table. Slowly, as if he were afraid he'd kill Trist, Severin eased him out of his tunic. He stretched Trist out along his chest, cradling him in his hands. Trist mewled. "Aye, tell me how rotten you feel," Severin said. "Just keep talking to me." Trist vomited on Severin's tunic. "There is no more wine," the healer said. "There is hardly anything at all. I and my Alfred have saved him." Hastings lightly stroked her hand over Trist's back. "You will rest, sweeting. You will be all right now. Perhaps by tomorrow you will be able to thank Alfred properly." She looked up at Severin. She raised her hand and lightly touched her fingertips to his cheek. "You are crying. Not as much as you are," he said, leaned down and kissed her mouth. "Have you hurt your side, Hastings?" "Nay, healer." Severin frowned. He said to the healer, "Have her lie down. Please look at the wound." "I did this morning, and it looks healthy. I rubbed more of the cream on her." "And then what happened, my lord?" Severin raised a black eyebrow at her. "Look at Hastings' side," he said again, continuing all the while to stroke Trist's back, feeling as if his heart would burst when Trist's paws closed around one of his fingers. "All right, Hastings, lift your gown and shift. I need to look at your belly anyway." Hastings saw no way out of it, and lay on the healer's narrow cot, her clothes again at her waist. "I do not like this, healer." "Why? He is your husband. Besides, he does not care what you look like. All his attention is on that damned marten. As for Alfred, he does look interested, but for what reason, I don't know." Finally, the healer stood up. She walked to her small fire and poked at the embers, making threads of flame shoot upward. "I am hungry now, and you should leave. That is all you have to say." The healer laughed at the outrage in the lord's voice. "Very well. I believe you should be more gentle with your wife, my lord. Play is one thing, and many women find it pleasant enough. I never did, but I have heard that some women have this weakness."
However, this went beyond play. If you must chase her down, don't hurl yourself at her back when she is carrying a knife. She is healing well. The babe is fine. I will remove the stitches in 2 days' time. Now, as for the animal, give him milk to drink. It will dissolve any remaining poison in his belly. Tell MacDear to prepare a very light chicken broth for him. He won't eat chicken. He will only eat pork. Pork, then, it won't matter. It's nourishing. The healer shrugged, frowning at the animal, whose head was resting against Severin's shoulder. Tell MacDear to prepare invalid food, as if Trist were a human for at least 2 more days. Hastings, just dab a bit of horehound juice mixed with very old wine onto his tongue. It will also help eliminate all the poison from his body. Not too much now, he's very small. Trist mewled, but didn't move. Alfred bunched himself and jumped into Hastings' arms, knocking her back onto the healer's cot. Severin slept with his wife. Between them lay Trist, still weak, his breathing not always even, which scared Severin. He kept his hand pressed lightly against Trist's belly. He will eat on the morrow, Severin. For now, the milk is enough.
I would not want to eat after vomiting up my innards as he did. Still, I believe you worry more for him than you did for me. You're too mean to die. She was silent for a very long time. Then, she said quietly, I hope you are right. Had I drunk that wine, then we would have seen just how mean I really am. She thought he tensed. I didn't want to think about that just yet. Gwent said that amongst the 4 of us who were drinking from the wine goblets, only you and I had not yet drunk. He has kept my wine and your empty goblet. Also, he has kept the cloth the wine spilled on. Will you examine it on the morrow? Aye, but you know what I will find, Severin. It is just a question of what sort of poison. Mayhap hemlock, or a distillation of poppies. Perhaps foxglove, though there is argument about that plant and what it does. I would have to ask the healer. Where would the poison come from? So many strange and exotic foods and spices, aye, and poisons as well, came back with Crusaders from the Holy Land. She started to say, who would want me dead? But she simply couldn't say it aloud. It would make it real. It would make it very close to her, at her right hand, near to sitting on her shoulder. The saddle could have been an accident, but not this. Oh no, not this. If she hadn't rubbed her hands with the cream to make them soft, the goblet wouldn't have slipped from her fingers. She would have drunk from the goblet, and she would have died. She touched her fingers lightly to Trist's sides. He still breathed. I don't like this, Hastings. Severin's voice was low and deep. She wondered if she had died, if he would have cried for her, if he would have howled, no, as he had for Trist. Nor do I, she said. Your food will be tasted from now on. Your wine will be sipped first by someone else. I will announce this to everyone tomorrow. Whoever put the poison in your wine should not have any interest in poisoning someone other than you. Lady Moraine said, I have removed the marten's vomit from Severin's tunic, but the smell remains. What can I do, Hastings? I will give you some ground daisies in cold water. That will remove the smell. At least, it sometimes does. You know that silver-haired bitch poisoned you. What will you do about her? I will see that she and all the Sedgwick people return as soon as possible. Severin and some of his men are riding there today to see what is happening. Hopefully, the sweating illness has run its course. I pray that some have survived it. As of our last word, Sir Alan is still well. She wants my son. She won't give up. I think we should poison her instead. Hastings stared at her mother-in-law, so lovely really, with her light hair scarce touched with gray, her slender body, her soft dark eyes. Her hands were now soft and white, as well as her feet. You believe me mad again? Nay, I believe you ruthless, as is your son. She wants to replace you. If you hadn't spilled the wine, you would be dead. I know. At least Severin has told everyone that someone will taste your food and drink your wine before you do. I like that he said he would select a different person before each meal. Thus, no one would know when they would be asked. It is a good plan. There are still saddles, however. Lady Moraine gave a lusty sigh. Aye, I know it. Gwent frets about it. I think you should consider poisoning the silver-haired bitch first. Hastings fetched her mother-in-law some ground daisies mixed in cold water. She was feeling a bit queasy and quickly mixed a bit of rosemary with honey. It tasted sweet and calmed her belly. She found Marjorie in the great hall, seated in front of the empty fireplace, sewing a gown. Where had the material come from? Eloise was on the floor beside her, sewing on a small piece of white linen. She heard Marjorie say, "Those are fine stitches, Eloise. You are far more talented than I am." "Nay, Marjorie, you are perfect." Her laughter rang out. Several servants turned at the sound. 2 of them were men. They looked utterly besotted. "Flatter me not, sweeting, else I might grow ugly just to spite you. Like that night your nose got all big and red. That was something else, sweeting, something I ate that did not agree with me. Ah, Hastings, does Severin's Marden still survive? Aye, Severin keeps tryst with him constantly. He is still weak, but he improves. He is just a silly animal," Eloise said. "I thought you believed tryst to be beautiful," Hastings said, her voice steady. "I am grown older. I have changed my opinions. Would you like to come riding with me, Eloise?" It was the last olive branch, Hastings thought. She had to try. There was a leap of excitement in Eloise's eyes. Hastings wasn't mistaken about that. She twisted about to look up at Marjorie. "I think that is an excellent idea, sweeting. Hastings can show you all the places she knew as a child." Severin walked into the great hall, drawing off his gauntlets, looking at Hastings. He nodded to Marjorie, but said to his wife, "Gwent just told me that the tablecloth with the spilled wine on it and the remaining wine from my goblet are missing. Whoever took them wasn't seen." "Now we will never know," Hastings said, as she looked directly at Marjorie. It had to be poison. Probably it was liquid of poppies. Just a touch of it masks pain. More than a touch brings death. Tryst was very lucky. It was you who saved him, Hastings. It was you who took him to the healer. There was a soft mule from within Severin's tunic. Severin smiled and patted the lump. "He ate MacDear's broth this morning. He did not vomit it up. I know. MacDear was so pleased he had to tell me himself. He would not leave until he saw that Tryst ate the broth." Tryst mewled again. A paw appeared from between the laces of Severin's tunic. Hastings laughed, lightly touching her fingertips to Tryst's paw. "Eloise and I are going riding," Hastings said. "Nay, I have no wish to go now. My belly hurts." "Oh no, sweeting," Marjorie said, immediately dropping her sewing. She lightly placed her palm on Eloise's forehead. "What did you eat this morning?" "Some of MacDear's bread. It didn't taste very good. It left my tongue sour." It was such an obvious lie that Hastings wanted to slap the child. "The bread tasted fine to me, Eloise. However, if your belly does hurt, then let me give you just a bit of—" "I would not want to have anything you prepared," Eloise said, and took a step back. Edgar, the wolfhound, growled. "Why not?" Hastings spoke calmly, slowly. What was going on here? Why had Eloise changed so utterly toward her? Eloise's vicious words about her mother had been one thing, but this was going too far. "I believe you stole the wine and the tablecloth so no one would ever know what kind of poison you used. I think you added the poison to your wine yourself. I saw you drop something into your goblet. You just didn't have time to keep Tryst from licking it from the cloth." "Ah," Severin said, and stroked his chin. "That is something that did not occur to me. Tell me, Eloise, why would Hastings poison her own wine?" Eloise was standing very straight, her face white, her shoulders back. Marjorie was looking down at the sewing in her lap. She said nothing. "Why, Eloise?" Severin asked again. The child shouted, "Hastings knows you love Marjorie. She had to do something so you would pity her, so you would cease looking at Marjorie." Tryst's head appeared in the opening of Severin's tunic. He stared at Eloise. The child backed up another step. Edgar, the wolfhound, growled again. "It's true," Eloise yelled. "I am not lying. I saw her put the poison in her own goblet." She ran from the great hall. "Who?" Hastings said, still looking directly at Marjorie. "Who stole the poisoned wine and the tablecloth? And why?" she wondered, as she walked up the solar stairs. All knew it was poison, so why steal it? 26. Why did the child lie? Severin asked later that day. Marjorie looked straight at Severin. She did not lie.
"She told me what she had seen right after you and Hastings ran from the great hall with the marten yesterday. That is absurd," Hastings said over her shoulder as she paced back and forth before Edgar the wolfhound. "Then why did she not say anything to me?" Severin said. Marjorie shrugged. "The child still frightens easily. As you know, her father abused her. Her mother treated her as if she were Satan's get. She was afraid to say anything. She did not understand until later what Hastings had done. She thought nothing about it when she saw Hastings pour some liquid into the goblet. But later, Marjorie shrugged again. As I said, she was afraid. I did not pour any liquid into my goblet," Hastings said, still now, stiff as a pole. "That makes not a whit of sense. I would not kill myself. Does that also mean that I stole the wine and the stained tablecloths?" She was shaking her head. "I am the only one who could have possibly determined what kind of poison was in the wine. Or the healer," Marjorie said. Severin waved his hand for silence. "Tell me, Marjorie, when did Eloise say that Hastings had done this?" "I do not know. It was near to the dinner hour, I suppose." "Hastings, wait! I cannot allow you to hurt Eloise." Hastings whirled about, hands fisted at her sides. "Hurt her? Why would I hurt the child? I just want to talk to her. Wait, Hastings. Both of us will speak to Eloise. I want to understand this." Trist balled himself up inside Severin's tunic, mewling softly. They did not speak to Eloise because they could not find her. "Later, then," Severin said. He lightly tapped his fingertip against Hastings' nose. "The child is mistaken. Worry not overly about it." "The child lied, Severin." "Aye, that is also possible. I must return to the practice field. Remember, I wish to speak to Eloise with you." He was afraid that she would hurt the child. Hastings pressed her hands against her belly. She felt a moment of dizziness. She grabbed the high back of Severin's chair. She said nothing as she watched him stride out of the great hall. She walked slowly outside, down the deep indented steps. The sun was bright overhead. The day should bring her contentment, but it didn't. Marjorie said from behind her, "You saved his marten. You gained more by doing that than by sipping the wine, becoming ill, and gaining pity for yourself." She turned to see Marjorie standing beside her, her glorious silver hair loose down her back, sunlight shifting through it. "What did you say, Marjorie?" If Eloise was right, and I do believe her, I certainly do, then you gained more than pity. You saved that damned animal of his. After you dropped the goblet, you allowed the marten to drink some of the poisoned wine. You took a chance, Hastings, a big one. You honestly believe I would poison Trist? Marjorie, he could easily have died. A jealous woman will go to any lengths to defeat her rival, mayhap even risking harm to the babe in her womb. But of course you did spill the wine, didn't you? You never had any intention of drinking it." Hastings leaned down to pet Gilbert the goat's head. He was chewing on a leather strap that Hastings knew belonged to the armorer. She would have to tell him not to kill the goat. It was possible that she would need Gilbert's milk for her child. The child Marjorie believed she could possibly risk harming? The thought made her utterly cold inside. She looked up at Marjorie. "You know, Marjorie, it's true. I am jealous of you. I do not like myself for it, but it is there, nonetheless. However, soon you will be gone. Soon Eloise's lie will be shown for what it is, a lie by a child who happens to adore you. She sees that you want to take my place. She would do anything to help you, even deliver this lie.
But attend me. You are not my rival. I am the Countess of Oxborough. You are not. Do you wish to be Severin's leman? If so, that is all you will ever be. Can you be content with that?" Marjorie laughed, a beautiful, clear laugh. Was there nothing ugly about the woman? Aye, her insides were in question. "Hastings, Eloise is not the only one who adores me. She is not the only one to wish to make me happy. You believe I will truly go back to Sedgwick? Aye, I do. We will see, will we not? But that is not important. You are looking less old and pale today. Are you ready to resume your duties as mistress of Oxborough? I already have, Marjorie. Ah, here comes Severin's mad old mother. She is not mad. She is quite recovered now. Even the healer does not know if it was really madness that afflicted her. It does not matter. Now she is well again. No, she is not. You have not observed her as I have. There is wildness in her eyes. Her movements are clumsy, frenzied. She needs to be locked away. Your insides are becoming clearer to me now, Marjorie. They are twisted and very black. Mayhap you poisoned my wine." For the first time, Marjorie looked as if she would like to strike Hastings. She was breathing hard, her beautiful white hands fists at her sides. "Does Severin tell you how much he loves you when he is deep inside you?" she asked. "Does he kiss your ear as he tells you how beautiful you are? Does he tell you how much he needs you, how much pleasure you give him?" Hastings turned on her heel and walked toward Lady Moraine. She thought of the vial that sat behind her herb jars in their bedchamber. She would pour the love potion into Severin's goblet at the evening meal. "I hear that the silver-haired bitch has come out of the shadows and speaks quite openly to you now, Hastings. Aye, she speaks her mind. Did she promise that she would continue her efforts to murder you so she could marry Severin and take her place here at Oxborough? Nay, the child Eloise accuses me of knocking over the wine goblet and poisoning Trist on purpose. Marjorie said I did it because I believed I would gain Severin's pity." She leaned down to pat Gilbert the goat's head. He had eaten nearly all the leather. "Hurry," she said to him. "The armorer could come upon you at any time." She straightened, pushing the hair back from her forehead. The afternoon was cool, a clean breeze blowing from the sea. "I have decided to pour the potion into Severin's wine goblet this evening." Good. Odd, isn't it, that I never knew of this passion Severin had for Marjorie? Of course, my husband kept me away from my boys, said he didn't want them softened. That was before my brains curdled. Your brains were never curdled. It was something else. But I pray the potion continues to work. Lady Moraine laughed and lightly slapped Hastings' arm. "The healer can do anything. You have always trusted her. Don't cease now." But Hastings was shaking her head. "Nay, I won't. Do you know that I don't believe I will use the love potion just yet? Maybe not ever. What I've got to do is get Marjorie returned to Sedgwick." Hastings saw to her household duties, directing the servants to lime the jakes, which had grown particularly noxious with the wind blowing from the east. She oversaw the wool weaving by 3 women of excellent skill, who had been trained by her mother so many years before. She spoke to MacDear of the meals they would have for the next several days. She pulled up weeds in her herb garden and tied up her columbine. The sun was bright and hot overhead. Her side hurt just a bit. She rose to stretch. MacDear, who scarce ever left the kitchen, was at her elbow. "The marten ate all the broth, but still I worry. He does not run as quickly as he used to. Is he all right, Hastings?" She smiled up at him, feeling the pulling lessen in her side. "Aye, he grows stronger, even from this morning until now. He ate all of your broth, you saw that. And he ate a bit of Severin's bread. Severin will not let him out of his sight. I believe he even practices with his javelin with Trist burrowed deep in his tunic. He will be racing again very soon." MacDear fidgeted a moment, leaning down to lightly touch his big fingers to some allium. "It is good to have you back, Hastings. Aye, did you not work well with Marjorie?" MacDear sighed and clapped his palms over his chest. "Ah, that one is more glorious than the first evening star.
Even you, Mac dear, she thought, and wanted to cry. But you know, Hastings, she is cold, that one. She plots and schemes and smiles that beautiful smile all the while. He leaned closer, but not that much closer, because his belly was so big. Watch her, Hastings. All know of the poisoned wine. Many believe she put the poison in your goblet, despite her beauty. I don't want to watch her. I want her to leave. MacDear shrugged, turned, and yelled at one of the kitchen boys who was coming toward him, carrying a loaf of bread. "Hugh, you cocky little maggot, did you burn that bread?" he said to Hastings in a much lower voice. "Then send her back. Do it, Hastings. Do it today." As she walked back into the great hall, her head bowed, deep in thought, she realized she wanted Severin to love her, regardless of Marjorie or any other glorious creature who just might cross his path. She wanted him to see only her, and she didn't want to use a damned love potion to bring that about. Her sides still hurt, too much bending and stretching in her garden. She hugged herself as she walked up the solar stairs to her bedchamber. 2 more days, and the healer would cut out the black stitches. Then Severin would punish her for running away from Oxborough. Perhaps then, too, he would come back to her bed. Severin sat in his high-backed chair. He looked imperious. He looked cold and stern. Normally, when he dealt with Eloise, he came down on his haunches to be at her eye level. He softened his voice. Not this time. He said, "Come here, Eloise. Don't dawdle. I have not much time to spend with you." He said nothing more, merely began to tap his fingertips against the arms of his chair. Hastings sat beside him, her hands in her lap. She saw Marjorie in the shadows of the great hall, just beyond the mammoth fireplace. Severin had told her that he wanted to speak to Eloise alone. She had merely nodded, not arguing with him. Hastings waited. Eloise crept several feet closer, her head down. She was twisting her fingers together. Severin did not appear to be moved by the child's obvious distress. "You accused my wife of poisoning herself. You will tell me why you said this." The child began to shake. She sobbed. "Enough," Severin roared. "I will not have any more of your nonsense, Eloise. You made a grave charge against Hastings. You will answer it, or else you will displease me mightily." To Hastings' surprise, Eloise hiccuped once, then raised her head. She stared at Hastings. Her young face, so smooth and clear, suddenly twisted. "I saw her," she yelled, pointing her finger at Hastings. I saw her sneak into the hall, looking to see if anyone was about. Then she poured this powder into her own goblet." "When?" Severin asked, sitting forward in his chair. "When did you observe Hastings doing this?" "Yesterday, just before the dinner." "What was she wearing when she did this?" "Wearing?" Eloise suddenly jerked about to search out Marjorie. "What, Eloise? Look at me." The child looked ready to burst into tears. She looked ready to flee. "I don't remember," Eloise whispered, her head down, her feet scuffing the reeds. Edgar the wolfhound snarled, then quieted again. "It was only yesterday, Eloise. She was wearing the gown she wore to the meal. Aye, that was it. It was that yellow color that makes her look sallow." Severin leaned forward, only to have Eloise shrink back. "Hold still," he barked at her. "Now, you will listen to me, Eloise. I have never seen this hall empty of people. You say that no one was in the great hall? No one except you and Hastings?" "Aye, that's true. She didn't see me. I was hiding." Severin rubbed his jaw. Then he called out, "Dame Agnes, please come forward." When she was standing next to Eloise, he continued, "Tell me of Hastings' movements just before the dinner meal yesterday." "She was with me, your mother, and Alice. We were dressing her in the saffron gown. She was with us until all of us came down into the great hall together for the evening meal." Severin said to Eloise, "Do you wish to hear the same words from my mother? From Alice? I hate you. I hate Hastings. I want to go home with Marjorie." The child turned and ran to Marjorie, throwing herself against her, burying her head in her skirts. I am sorry, Hastings. This has not been pleasant for you. He stilled, turning to look at Marjorie, who was gently rocking Eloise against her. By St. Albert's knees, she was so beautiful it made his groin tighten to look upon her. What groin wouldn't tighten? At that moment, Marjorie raised her head and looked squarely at him. "You may take the child to your bedchamber," he called. "You will speak to her about the evils of lying. I am very displeased with your tutelage, Marjorie. The child has changed since she was here in Hastings' charge. She is sly, her nature is unpleasant, and she has proven to be a liar. I do not like it." Hastings could but stare at her husband. He was actually criticizing his goddess? But everything he said was true. Eloise was very different now. She was mean-spirited. Had Marjorie alone brought about the changes in the child? She did not believe Eloise could possibly have known to say that her saffron gown had made her look sallow. What child knew that word? No, that had come from Marjorie, and Eloise was just repeating it. It was hurtful, and Eloise knew well it was hurtful. Severin waved Marjorie and Eloise away. "You will take the evening meal in your bedchamber," he called after them. Marjorie didn't say anything, nor did she turn to acknowledge his order. Her head was high. Her glorious hair floated down her back to her hips. Hastings could throw the bloody potion down the jakes. She wanted to throw herself in her husband's arms. She wanted to dance, mayhap even juggle some leather balls as the jongleur had done. Severin had made his choice. He would return them very soon now to Sedgwick. Then Severin turned to her and said, "I trust Dame Agnes isn't the liar here. As for my mother, she would say anything to protect you. Alice as well." From one instant to the next, she thought, as her hand closed about the silver laver that stood next to her chair. It was filled with clean water. She picked it up, rose, and hurled it at him. "You worse horn," she shrieked at him, but it was difficult because she was panting as if she had run 10 miles. Water dripped off his face and his tunic. Trist poked his head out, his face wet. He was staring at Hastings, then twisting about to look up at Severin. Severin had managed to block the laver with his arm, and it was on the floor, more dense in the beautiful polished silver. Edgar the wolfhound was lapping water from an indentation in one of the floor stones. Severin rose very slowly. Hastings didn't like the look in his eye. She tried to duck past him, but only got about 3 feet. He grabbed her about her waist, quickly moved his arm upward away from the wound, and pulled her back. He turned her around to face him. She was still panting hard. He might want to beat her, but he wouldn't. She was carrying his child. The stitches were still in her side. He was not more than 3 inches from her. He was silent, just staring down at her. He closed his hands around her neck, lifting her chin with his thumbs. "You fear me, and then you do not," he said, in the calmest voice she'd ever heard out of him. "But no matter, you continue to make a fool of me whenever it suits you. You called me a liar. You called your own mother a liar. What would you expect me to do? Sit here with my head downcast and let you fling out your insults? I would expect you to speak to me about my opinions, not attack me. I have allowed you too much freedom, Hastings. It is time to rein you in." "What do you mean?" Her mouth felt dry, drier still, as she watched the drops of water roll down his face. "You are without control. You do not govern yourself. You do whatever comes to your woman's brain without thinking about your actions. I cannot allow this to continue. I will not allow it to continue. For the next 2 evenings, you will eat your meal seated beside Edgar the wolfhound. To assure myself that you will not leap up and strike me with a chair or a knife or the laver again, I will tie you to Edgar." He released her and stepped back. "Mayhap you should not wear your best clothes. Edgar slobbers a lot. And Hastings, do not try to flee me again, else you will not like the consequences." He turned on his heel and strode out of the great hall, not looking back. "No!" she screamed after him. Dame Agnes was just shaking her head. "Must I teach you everything again and again, Hastings? No, do not rant at me about the unfairness of what your husband has ordered. You amaze me.
You actually threw the laver at him? He did not retaliate, because, unlike you, Hastings, Lord Severin understands the results of his actions. He does not want to hurt you physically, or hurt the babe. Evidently, you don't care if you break his head. That I would have to see this. You will learn control, or I imagine you will spend the next 3 months next to that wolfhound. Dame Agnes, still shaking her head, left the great hall. Servants were staring at her. Men-at-arms were staring at her. Edgar the wolfhound barked and nuzzled against her hand. Lady Moraine brought an old gown to her bedchamber before the evening meal. It is but for 2 nights. It is not a bad punishment. Do not. He humiliates me beyond what I can stand. He called me a liar. He called you a liar. Does that not bother you? You will run away again? I cannot. None of his men would let me even go into the outer bailey, on his command. I hate your son, my lady. You threw the laver at him, Hastings. Not so long ago you sent your knee into his manhood. How many other times have you attacked him? He deserved it. Did you not hear him? He accused me of lying. He accused you and Alice as well. Did that not make you want to hit him? Why do you just ignore it? Lady Moraine sighed. He is my son. Wear the gown. She smiled suddenly. He was also right. I would say anything to protect you. She hugged Hastings tightly to her chest, then released her, patting her cheek. Just 2 nights and it is over. When Hastings came into the great hall, there was immediate silence. Everyone knew what had happened and knew what would happen now. She stared straight ahead. Severin rose. In his hand he held a rope. He said nothing, merely motioned her to the fireplace, where Edgar the wolfhound was staring at her with unblinking eyes. "Sit down," he said. She sat in the rushes. He tied the rope around her ankle, the other end around Edgar's neck. He motioned for Alice to serve her. He returned to his chair. "Your food has been tasted. Your wine has been sipped. Why bother with the tasting when you believe I poisoned the wine myself? Enough, Hastings." And that was that. Talk was slow to resume. All the people she had known since she was born did not meet her eyes. She knew they were wary, mayhap even scared of their new lord. She ate a bite, then turned when she heard Gwent say something. She heard a slurp. Edgar the wolfhound was swallowing the large hunk of fish he'd stolen from her trencher. She heard a laugh. It was Lady Moraine. Curse her. Evidently her wonderful son had jested with her. At least Marjorie wasn't there. But she would be the following night. Hastings said nothing to anyone. Some time later, she was dozing, her back against Edgar, when she felt the knot being unfastened about her ankle. "Come to bed, Hastings." He was holding out his hand to her. She ignored him, rose slowly, and walked past him to the solar stairs. He did not come after her. 27. Everyone saw him tie you to that filthy wolfhound, like an animal, tethered in the rushes. I believe I can still smell the wolfhound on you. Do you also have fleas and lice? Marjorie gave her the sweetest smile. Aye, it is a difficult odor to get rid of, Hastings said, and ate another bite of sweet yellow cheese. But the rushes were fresh with rosemary. There were no fleas or lice. It is interesting that Severin ordered me to my bedchamber, yet he tied you to the wolfhound for all to see. I was told you threw the laver at him. You are not very wise, Hastings. A woman who is not particularly beautiful should learn wisdom. You are right about that. Hastings drank the rest of Gilbert the goat's milk. She had awakened feeling queasy that morning, but now she was filled with energy, her step light, her heart so heavy she didn't think she could bear it. And here was Marjorie laying her sneers on with a trowel. "I will enjoy seeing you tied to the wolfhound this evening meal. I wonder if Severin will invite me to sit in your chair. If he does—" Hastings broke off. Severin came into the great hall. He was sweating, his hair plastered to his skull. There was blood on his clothes. He was grinning. Gwent just behind him, slapping his shoulder. "I have killed a boar, and given it to MacDear. See to its preparation. Alice, bring us ale." Hastings left the great hall without another word. Later she went to her bedchamber to fetch the vial. She would take him a goblet of sweet wine that Lord Graylem had brought to Oxborough, and in it would be the love potion. She would make sure there was no other woman around. She would sweetly beg his pardon for hurling the laver at him. She would try not to choke on her words as she spoke them. She had failed, she thought, as she searched behind the herb jars for the vial. She was preparing to drug her husband so that he would love her. She was pathetic. In the end, it didn't matter. The vial was gone. Severin stood in the bedchamber door, the rope in his hand. "Come, Hastings." She was sitting on the bed. She didn't look at him, just shook her head. "You will come willingly, or I will carry you. This is your final night. Anger me not. Nay, I cannot bear it. I will not willingly let you tie me to Edgar again. I will not do it." His eyes darkened as he walked quickly to her. He picked her up in his arms and carried her down the solar stairs. "Now," he said, "do you wish everyone to see you being hauled here, or will you walk to the hearth and accept your punishment?" She swallowed. "I will walk." He set her down, watched her straighten the old gown, and walk, head high, to the hearth. Edgar the wolfhound looked up and barked, his huge tail wagging. She heard Marjorie laugh. She heard Eloise giggle. "Sit down, Hastings." She sat, not moving, even after he had once again tied the rope around her ankle and the other end around Edgar's thick neck. "Take care Edgar doesn't steal your dinner tonight." Then he was gone, striding to the high table where Alice stood beside his chair, holding a large platter piled high with boar steaks. When Alice brought her trencher, she whispered, "Only tonight, Hastings, then it will be over. Everyone is angry about it, but none know what to do. Gwen said he would have knocked his axe along Severin's head if he had called him a liar. Then he added that you had kicked Severin in his manhood. That, he said, was worthy of your punishment. That, and you ran away from Oxborough and stabbed yourself with that knife. Gwent tasted your food and sipped your wine. It is fine. Eat, Hastings, and soon this will be over." But she didn't. She didn't look toward the tables. She knew Marjorie would turn and wave to her, or just look at her. She heard her bright laughter, knew she was speaking to Severin. Finally, she couldn't help herself. She looked up to see Marjorie leaning across Hastings' empty chair. She was holding up her wine goblet. She heard her say to Severin, "My lord, do taste my wine. I had it brought from Sedgwick. Perhaps you will enjoy it."
It was in that instant that Hastings knew that Marjorie had stolen the vial. She had poured the healer's love potion into the goblet, drunk from it, and was now giving it to Severin. If he drank it, then he would love Marjorie. She leapt to her feet, only to have Edgar leap to his also, barking loudly, believing it a game. She watched Severin bring the goblet to his mouth. She saw Marjorie's white fingers on his sleeve, tugging at him. He drank the wine even as he was looking at her. Hastings sat back down. Edgar put his massive head in her lap. She looked up to see Trist running through the rushes to get to her. He ran right up Edgar's back and sprawled on top of the wolfhound's head. She reached out to pet him. Edgar slobbered on her hand. "It is too late, Trist. She has won." She leaned down and laid her head next to Edgar's. She felt Trist drape himself over her shoulders. She awoke the following morning to see Severin standing, fully dressed by the bed. Trist was on his shoulder, licking his whiskers. He still looked thin, his stomach caved in, but he was fast improving. "I carried you up last night," Severin said. "You never awoke. Dress yourself. I am taking you to see the healer. She said she could cut out the stitches today." He looked just the same. Of course, she had yet to see him with Marjorie. She was certain he would gaze upon Marjorie and look besotted. "I do not need you with me, Severin. Surely you have many important things to do. The stitches are nothing. Dress yourself, Hastings. I will not tell you again." Why did he care? She pulled back the covers, only to realize that she was quite naked. Her eyes flew to his. She grabbed the covers and jerked them to her neck. He sighed and turned on his heel, saying over his shoulder, "I will see you in the hall. You will break your fast before we leave." Why would he take off her clothes if he was besotted now with Marjorie? The healer lightly pressed her fingertips against the wound. Her head was back, her eyes closed. "Well," Severin said. "Oh, you are still here, my lord?" The healer turned and gave him a sour look. "I do not like you in my cottage. You are too big. Like most men, you take up too much room. My poor Alfred must remain outside whilst you are here. Now, take Hastings home. She is fit. The wound has healed very nicely. If it pleases her, you can play your games with her again. As I have told Hastings, these games are not to my liking, but she is young and does not know better. Take her away from here. The babe as well? The babe is resting comfortably. Worry not. Men never worry about the babes in their wives' wombs. They care only when a boy is produced. All this worry, it might be a girl, my lord. Then you would have wasted all this concern. You are wrong, healer, he said. He leaned down and straightened Hastings' shift and gown. He offered her his hand. Come, let us go home. When Severin was ready to lift her onto Morella's back, Hastings said, Oh, I am sorry. I must ask the healer a question. I will return shortly, Severin. He waited for her outside the cottage, staring at Alfred, who was sitting in the center of a pool of sunlight, lazily bathing himself. Healer, it was the woman Marjorie who gave Severin the potion. She drank of it, then handed it to him, and he drank as well. All the while they were looking at each other. You have ruined this royally, Hastings. By St. Ethelbert's teeth, you have just given your husband to another woman. You are certain that the potion will result in their loving each other? Naturally, I am certain. Ah, Hastings, I should strangle you for your carelessness. She stole the potion, didn't she? Nay, don't bother to make excuses. Well, it is over for you. Even when you get her back at Sedgwick, he will follow her there. He will be unable not to. I am sorry, Hastings. She turned away from Hastings, shaking her head, even as she began to stir the pot over the fire. What did you want from the healer? Severin asked. Hastings didn't realize that tears were pooling in her eyes. You are very pale, Hastings. Damnation, you are crying. What is wrong? Is it the babe? She couldn't speak. She shook her head, letting him help her onto Morella's back. It is nothing, Severin, nothing at all. It was late that afternoon when Marjorie found her. She hadn't truly been hiding from her, but the spinning shed had become her refuge in but 2 short days. Hastings, I see you are here. Many wonder where you are. I simply said that you were still embarrassed from your humiliation the past 2 evenings. Everyone understood that. All hope you were duly chastised. She laughed as she lightly stroked her fingers over some newly spun wool, a coarse gray to be sewn into tunics and gowns for the castle servants. What do you want, Marjorie? Nothing, really. Did you see Severin? He and I took some bread and cheese and wine to the beach. It is a lovely day, the sun bright, the sea a vivid blue. We much enjoyed ourselves, but you knew that would happen. Hastings felt a bolt of pain in her belly. I will not be returning to Sedgwick, Hastings. It was too much. Hastings rose slowly from her stool, handing the spindle back to Mara the spinner. She left the weaving shed, Marjorie behind her. Such a coward you are, Hastings. You are like a whipped dog. You slink away. Hastings knew in that instant that she wouldn't have stopped herself even if she thought about it for a long year. She whirled about and threw herself at Marjorie, grabbing her glorious silvery hair and pulling with all her strength. Bitch, you damnable bitch! Marjorie wasn't a weakling. Soon the women were rolling in the dirt, shrieking at each other, poking each other. But it was Hastings who did not release Marjorie's hair. She scratched Hastings' face, kicked her in the belly, managed to roll over on top of her, all the while trying to get her hair free of Hastings' fist. Severin couldn't believe his eyes. None of the men could. Severin cursed even as he ran to them, waving Gwent back. He clamped his hands under Marjorie's armpits and lifted her off Hastings. Still, Hastings didn't let go of her hair. Marjorie shrieked in pain and kicked out, hitting Hastings in the belly again. Let her go, Hastings. Damnation, don't hurt the babe. Hastings saw her husband over her, holding Marjorie, and without a word, she released the hair. She was left with a good-sized tangle in her hand. That pleased her. Severin set Marjorie on her feet. What is happening here? Slowly, Hastings rose. Her sleeve was torn free from her gown. She was filthy, but on the other hand, so was Marjorie. She felt the small rivulets of blood streaking down her left cheek. It was nothing. She had a fistful of Marjorie's hair. She smiled at the woman and tossed the wad of hair into a mud puddle beside her. She said in a voice bright as the sun overhead, "Why, my lord, Marjorie wants to return to Sedgwick. She is unhappy here. When I told her that I wanted her to remain, that you as well wished her to stay, she became angry. She values her independence. She values caring for Eloise by herself. She wants to leave. I am tired of your lies, Hastings." He turned to Marjorie, whose lip was bleeding and swollen. That made Hastings feel very good as well. Hastings said, "Are you not used to all my lies by now, Severin? Can you not picture me pouring poison into my own wine goblet? Can you not imagine that I spilled it on purpose for Tris to drink?" Severin whirled about to face her, his hands on his hips. "Be quiet, Hastings. Hold your sharp tongue. What happened? Why are you like two fishwives trying to kill each other?" Marjorie only shrugged. "It is a private matter, my lord. Nothing to concern you. Your wife has no control. You have remarked on that before. Indeed, you punished her for being so ungoverned. She has not learned. Mayhap she needs more nights next to Edgar." Hastings took a step toward her. Severin quickly stepped between them. "No, no more." "There will be no more fighting between the two of you, else I will punish both of you. Go now. You are both filthy as Edgar after a boar hunt." Marjorie was whistling as she walked through the great hall. "Hastings, wait a moment." She turned to see Gwent staring at her, his distress evident. He walked to her. "I have come to a decision, Hastings," he said, lightly touching her shoulder. "I will see that the woman is returned to Sedgwick. All want peace again at Oxborough. There will be none as long as the woman remains here. You are not able to deal well with her. You carry the Lord's heir. I will see to it." "Severin will not let her go," Hastings said, shrugged, and walked up the solar stairs. "Aye, he will," Gwent called after her. "I have spoken to Lady Moraine, and she has told her son what he must do." As if that would make any difference, Hastings thought, wincing at a pain in her left leg. When had Marjorie kicked her in the leg? In the dark of the night, Hastings was in a deep sleep, dreaming of the lupine that bloomed so vividly in her garden, and how the lupine was really a deadly poison, and someone was going to pour it into Severin's goblet. Then something wasn't right. There were no more lupines. There was the light touch of a hand on her belly. The hand was pressing ever so gently, lightly, stroking her belly, touching the pelvic bones, gently rubbing over the scar from her wound. She placed her hand over the one on her belly. The hand stilled. Then she slipped her own beneath it. She was touching her own flesh. She was naked. What had happened to her night shift? But she didn't really care. The hand was caressing around hers, fingers sliding beneath her palm, between her flesh and her hand. Her brain was still heavy with sleep. She knew she should pull away, but she didn't. Fingers splayed lower. It was Severin. His hand, his fingers, his touch that made her feel so urgent. "Aye, Severin." He parted her flesh and was touching her, lightly rubbing, finding a rhythm that she'd forgotten existed. It had been so long, too long. "What are you doing here?" His fingers stilled. "This is my bed, and you are in it," he said, and started his rhythm again. She tried to pull away from him, but he pressed his other hand against her, holding her still on her back. He was on his knees between her legs. She didn't understand why he was touching her like this. Then his fingers went lower, opening her, easing inside her, and she arched her back. She didn't want to, but she moaned. Her own moan brought her fully awake. She knew what he was doing to her, but she didn't care. She wanted more. She wanted pleasure, and she wanted him, even though she knew that soon enough he would be gone from her. "That is good," he said, very quietly, even as she felt his warm breath against her flesh. He blew against her, and she shuddered like a leaf in an autumn storm. Then his fingers delved deep inside her, even as he touched her with his mouth. She cried out, thrashing beneath him, her fingers digging frantically into his naked shoulders. She screamed, "Severin!" "Aye," he said, his breath hot against her flesh. "Take your pleasure, Hastings, now." And she did. She welcomed him wildly when he came into her, shoving deep, high inside her. She locked her legs about his flanks, drawing him deep and deeper still,
and when his fingers eased between their bodies to touch her, she felt again the rippling pleasure building and building, until soon she could no more control that pleasure than she could have prevented herself from throwing the laver at him. When her pleasure crested, his did just a moment later, and she gasped into his mouth, "I love you, Severin. I've loved you for a very long time." He froze over her, then shoved hard and fast until he fell over her, panting hard. Her wits came back slowly. She couldn't take the words back. The words lay between them, hard and real and immense in their power. He now knew that he need worry about her no longer. She leaned up and bit his shoulder. He probably believed it a loving gesture, but it wasn't. She wished she could bite him to the bone for what had come out of her mouth. Unplanned, all of it, unplanned, just because he'd awakened her, loving her, making her lose herself in the passion, in the closeness to him. She bit him again. He reared up on his elbows, looking down at her. "You must give me a few minutes before I can pleasure you again, Hastings," he said, rolled off her, and within moments she heard his deep, even breathing. He'd come to her simply because she was here and available to him. But why hadn't he gone to Marjorie? He'd drunk the love potion, after all. Surely it was Marjorie he wanted, only Marjorie. Yet he'd come to her. She was already carrying a babe. Why? She, lack-wit that she was, she'd opened herself to him, given herself completely over to him, told him she loved him. She was an incredible fool. She cursed. It was the use of the animal parts that made her feel better. 28. Alice saw Marjorie pacing back and forth in front of Hastings' bedchamber. She stepped down a few steps. What did the woman want? She heard the thick oak door open, heard voices. It was Lord Severin. She heard the door pulled shut. It was the master Marjorie had been waiting for. Alice wasn't surprised, but she did think that the woman was luckier than she deserved. What would she have done if Hastings had come out, or if they'd come out together? Ah, but that one was just full of stories, and her wits worked quickly. Without hesitation, Alice pressed herself against the solar stairwall, making no sound, and listened. "I have waited for you, Severin." "It is very early, Marjorie. What is it you wish?" "I wish for us to ride to the beach. The morning is warm, the sun bright. I wish to speak of the future." Alice thought she'd choke. The bitch, the damnable bitch, coming right out with it. She sounded utterly confident. Mayhap, Alice thought, she should get some of the love potion for herself from the healer. Marjorie certainly believed it worked. Just listen to her. Alice would pour a goblet of it into Bemis's ale, the blind oaf. She heard a deep sigh from Lord Severin. Fight against it, she wanted to shout at him, but she held her tongue, hearing him say at last, "Very well." She heard Marjorie's skirt swish, and she heard a quiet moan. The woman was kissing him or caressing him with her hand, Alice didn't know which. She began to whistle very loudly and clocked up the few stairs. The noises stopped. Lord Severin was standing with his back against the closed bedchamber door when Alice came into view. He was holding Marjorie away from him. At least he still had some shame, or perhaps the potion wasn't such a miracle after all. "Good morning, my lord," Alice said, sounding happy as a gull who'd just snaffled a fish from the sea. She merely nodded to Marjorie. "Is Hastings awake, my lord? I wish to speak to her." "Hastings is within. She is grinding some fellwort, she told me." "Then I will see to her." Alice knocked on the door, did not wait for a reply, and walked in, still whistling. She didn't close the door completely, and remained close, listening. She held her finger over her lips when Hastings looked up and opened her mouth to speak. "I must speak to you, Severin. Away from here. Away from her. Come with me now." Alice began to whistle loudly. She clopped her feet right next to the door. Then she flung the door open. "Ah, my lady wishes to speak to you, my lord." The healer gave her a mixture of herbs to feed to de Martin. It will complete his healing. Hastings just stared. Then she saw Marjorie standing next to her husband, just outside the bedchamber door. She called out, her voice as cold as the frozen water in the jugs during winter, "My lord, do you have tryst?" The marten poked his head out of Severus' tunic. Severin merely looked down at Marjorie, raised his hand, then lowered it. "Aye, here he is." Once Severin had left the bedchamber, leaving Tryst sniffing in the various open jars of herbs, Alice grabbed Hastings' sleeve. "She attacked him, Hastings. I saw it. It is she who searches him out, not the other way around. He did not push her away, did he? Don't sound like a beaten dog. I know you believe the love potion makes him unable to resist her, but I don't believe it. He did resist her. I heard him speak. He sounded like he just wanted to get away from her. Listen to me, Hastings. Severin's mother, Dame Agnes, and I have all discussed it, and we've decided that it is time to take care of Marjorie once and for all." "Kill her?" Her voice was wistful. Then she shook her head. "I cannot do that. I would like to, but I cannot. The king would be displeased if he had to find Eloise another guardian." Alice laughed. "That was a good jest, Hastings. Perhaps your humors are returning to their proper balance. No, it is not our idea to lay an axe on her neck. No, we want you to do something else. Something very basic. Well, perhaps more than basic. Lady Moraine said it was the most elemental of strategies and the most advanced of strategies as well. Now, tell me what you think of our idea." A shadow fell over her Columbine. His voice, deep and smooth, said, "I must punish you, Hastings." She whirled about so quickly she fell on her bottom. She had pulled up a primrose by accident, he had startled her so. "Oh dear, I would not have picked it so soon, but still, it is very lovely." She began stroking the primrose as if she were its lover. Severin stared at that damned flower and felt his loins tighten. She stared up at him. "I don't wish to be punished, Severin. I wish you would go off and fight with one of our neighbors or join the king against the Scots or the Welsh. Surely that would take your mind off me." He appeared to ponder that quite seriously. "There are no enemies right now of any count. Aye, you're right. Long stretches of peace are difficult. Do not you fear that I might fall in a battle?" She hadn't thought of that when the words jumped out of her mouth. "Nay, I do not wish you to get hurt. I might not be near enough to you." "It pleases me that you do not want me dead. You are known. Why would I prefer the unknown?" He pictured another man as her husband. It didn't please Severin, particularly if he were dead. "You have spoken all around the core of the apple, Hastings. It must be done. Do not try to dissuade me." "No, I shan't try that. You are more single-minded than Gilbert the goat." "Ah, you have the rope, Severin?" He shook his head. "Nay, my father always said that a man should not repeat his punishments. To use your own words, it is the matter of the known as opposed to the unknown. The fear of a punishment diminishes if it is known." "Damn you, Hastings! Don't you dare pretend that I'm abusing you. You know that I put off punishing you until after the stitches were cut out of you. You know that you deserve it. You escaped Oxborough, put yourself in grave danger, and wasted my time finding you. That is my biggest crime, is it not? Wasting your valuable time? Give over, Hastings. I will not allow you to anger me, not today." "Why not today? Perhaps you are riding with Marjorie? Mayhap to the beach where you can discuss the future? You want to be certain that your bile is sweet and gently flowing." How did she know what Marjorie had said? Alice, doubtless. Alice had overheard them. He shook his head and lightly laid his hand on her shoulder. "No, I do not have the time. I asked her if she would like Gwen to accompany her, but she refused. I suppose I must speak to her soon, however." He did not sound like a man so smitten by passion that his eyes were nearly crossed with it. No, he merely sounded harassed. Mayhap Alice had been right. Mayhap the love potion didn't work. She brightened. Mayhap their plan would also work. She was still a bit taken aback that it was her mother-in-law who had decided upon this particular advanced strategy. She had no particular faith in it, but she would try. By St. Ethelbert's elbows, she would certainly enjoy trying. She was more adept now. She knew what to do. There would be no fumbling about, no guessing. She would know quickly enough if it was working. "Why do you look so pleased with yourself when I am trying to punish you?" She lightly stroked the primrose against her cheek. Like the softest velvet, she thought, rich enough for the king himself. She looked up at him through her lashes. "I enjoyed your mouth on me last night, Severin." He froze to the spot. He was staring at her mouth. "Aye, and when you came inside me, and I pushed my hips up against you, you came deeper and deeper. You made me want to weep with the pleasure that you, my husband, and known to me, gave me." He ran his tongue over his lips. "You are with child," he said finally. "Aye, were I not, then I would be now. You were inside of me, Severin, inside my body, touching my womb. It is a feeling that makes me want to hold you even now, and stroke you with my hands, and bring you into me again. I am truly sorry that you have no time. By St. Egbert's nose, you will kill me with your thoughts. Nay, continue to think, it will not harm me, but perhaps it isn't wise for you to speak your thoughts aloud. What did you say you wanted me to do to you? It's what I want to do to you. Let me touch you with my mouth again, just as you touched me last night. Remember when I held you in my hand and wouldn't let you go?" He actually shook as she spoke. "Aye, I remember. I would have laughed had I not hurt so much. I remember that first time you took me into your mouth." He swallowed, feeling awash with lust. "Pleased me." She rose slowly, gently laying the primrose against his chest. She pressed herself against him. She slipped her hand between them and found him. He was already hard as the wooden stake that held up her irises. She outlined him with her fingers. "I should like to do that again, Severin. Soon now, very soon." He shifted his weight from one leg to the other. He thought he'd die. What exactly? My hands on you? My mouth on you? Everything. He grabbed her wrist. He pulled her hand away, but he didn't want to. By St. Elbert's toes, he didn't want to. Many of our people are doubtless watching. She leaned up on her tiptoes, whispering into his mouth, her hands clasped behind his neck. "Take me into the forest and punish me as you will there." His dark blue eyes dilated. Lady Moraine and Alice stood on the narrow ramparts, watching Hastings and Lord Severin ride from the castle. Alice laughed. "They are riding so hard their mounts must believe they are going into battle." "Aye, a battle of sorts. They are going to the forest, just as we'd hoped." Hastings asked us why our strategy is always the same. Well, a bit more skill we are requiring of her now, but still, the end is always the same. Lady Moraine just shook her head. She is very young, but she is learning. "I liked what you told her, Alice." "Aye," Alice said, looking quite smug. "It is true. Men are simple in their needs and wants. Coming into a woman is the first thought in their heads in the morning and the last thought in their heads at night. Once Hastings has mastered that, she will seldom have another frown from your son." "That is true," Lady Moraine said, "and I am pleased that she loves Severin. Oh, aye, Alice, she loves him very much. She would not be able to employ the strategy if she did not love him. As for him, well, we'll see. A man is very different from us. Love doesn't come to him all of a moment. He must exercise his lust, ruminate upon all facets of his situation. He must be made comfortable in what he has before he can come to appreciate it with his heart as well as his head. Now, watch your step, Alice. The wind is heavy and could blow you off." Alice gripped the wooden railing on the inside of the rampart's walk. "St. Peter's bones, I know Hastings will succeed."
She will also enjoy herself immensely. It pleases me that she agreed to our plan, even when she was certain that Severin was betting Marjorie. She is very hard-headed, my daughter-in-law. As you said, she loves your son. Doubtless, when they are not shrieking at each other, she also enjoys his man's body. I also believe that the healer made a mistake. That potion didn't blind Severin to all save Marjorie. I vow he doesn't have a thought for her. Thank the Lord for that. I wonder how he will punish Hastings. Alice laughed so loud, Oric. One of the men-at-arms on guard at the corner tower stared over at them. Alice raised her hand and waved at him. He gave her a wide grin, showing his remaining 6 teeth. Hastings and Severin did not return until it was time for the dinner meal. They tried to slip up the solar stairs unnoticed, but it didn't work. Gwent shouted, "My lord, the wind has died down. The temperature has dropped. A storm is blowing up. Bemis agrees with me. All the horses and other animals are safely in their sheds. Most all our people are already within the Great Hall, as you can see, as they can see you, as everyone who is not blind can see you and Hastings." Hastings tugged on his hand, grinning up at him. "We are the butt of their jests, my lord," she said. "You have twigs and leaves in your hair. Your gown is ripped beneath your right arm." "That was the arm that reached nearly everything of interest, my lord," she said, and giggled again. "Remember when you had me reach up and hold to that branch over my head? I believe that is when it ripped." She raised her hand and pulled a leaf from his dark hair. He wanted to tug at his tunic, to swipe at his hair, but he forced himself to be still. "Mayhap, my lord," Bemis called out, "you wish time to bathe before we eat." "Their jests become riper," Hastings said as she picked a leaf out of her own tangled hair. "Alice," Severin called out, "serve ale. It will close the mouths of these louts." When Severin and Hastings walked into the great hall close to an hour later, it was to loud singing, laughter, Edgar the wolfhound barking loudly as he chased after a bone one of the men-at-arms threw for him, and several amorous bouts, the most interesting between Belle and the armorer. "I wonder if there is a drop of ale left at Oxborough," Hastings said, grinning up at her husband. He paused a moment, oblivious of the nearly 60 people, all watching them now. "I have yet to punish you, Hastings." He lightly touched his fingers to her cheek. She turned her head and kissed his palm. "Mayhap you should wait until our child is born." He lightly touched her stomach. "Give me a curb here, Hastings, something to show me that my child is within." "Soon," she said, "soon." They took their chairs, answering jests coming from Gwent and Bemis. Hastings started to take a bite of her stewed onions and cabbage when Severin grabbed her hand. "It must be tasted first." He turned to Marjorie. "Give Hastings your trencher and you take hers." Marjorie looked pinched. Her face was pale, her eyes darkened with pain, with deep anger. Hastings didn't know, but she said nothing. Eloise was silent and slouched down in her chair beside her. "Give her your goblet also." Marjorie continued silent, simply doing as he bade. The laughter and jests continued long after the sunset, the storm blew in, and the wind howled around a castle, making the tapestries billow against the stone walls that faced the sea. "You have won." Hastings drank the last of her wine before turning to Marjorie. "Won?" she repeated slowly. Severin was in close conversation with Gwent, tryst on his shoulder. "Won? This was never a contest, Marjorie. Severin is my husband, not yours. The love potion you stole from my bedchamber did not work. Listen to me. I merely want peace again. I want my husband with me. I don't even want you dead. I merely want you gone from Oxborough." Marjorie was staring hard at Hastings. "I have studied you. You are comely, but no more than that. I am more beautiful than any other lady I have ever seen. Severin wanted me, adored me, gawked at me even. He kissed me, touched me, caressed me until I opened myself to him. Even though you used your body to distract him today, it should not have worked. Oh, aye, his crazy mother delighted in telling me that he had taken you into the forest, to frolic, she said, and she laughed at me. He should have gone with me, not you. I do not understand. Mayhap there are qualities Severin cherishes other than just a beautiful face and silvery hair. Mayhap there is honor and caring. Mayhap he got a glimpse of your insides, Marjorie. Did you try to poison me?" She shrugged, picked up a piece of warm bread, and began to chew on it.
We will return to Sedgwick on the morrow. I will be pleased to see the back of you. Would be that you had drunk from the goblet and not dropped it. Would that the marten had died. Hastings was on her knees, pulling weeds from between her lupines and her foxgloves. She was humming. The air was fresh from the storm the night before. The sun was high in the sky, and Marjorie was gone. Thank the good Lord. She sat back on her heels, a weed in her hand, shaking it free of rich, black dirt. Severin had spoken quietly to Marjorie before he'd lifted her onto her palfrey's back. What had he said to her? She tossed the weed over her shoulder and gently pushed a stake more deeply into the ground. She tied the iris closer to the stake with a short length of thick wool thread. The columbine was blooming madly, bright yellow flowers. She would begin harvesting them soon. She turned at a soft mewling sound. Trist moved onto her thighs and butted his head against her stomach. She stroked his soft fur, back and forth, back and forth. Will you have babes soon, Trist? Severin told me that you had been gone, back to the forest, he believed. Did you find a mate? If so, then why did you leave her? He mewled, wrapping his paws around the chain of keys that hung from her waist. Your belly is fat again. She paused, leaning over to gather the marten against her. I would have been very unhappy if you had died, Trist. A shadow fell over her shoulder. She knew it was Severin. She was smiling, even as she raised her face to him. He had come to her again. He had known she would be here in her garden. Have you come to take me for another walk in the forest? Will you press me against a tree and jerk up my gown as you did yesterday? Then will you lift my legs around your waist and come into me? He stumbled, nearly falling over her patch of blooming daisies, all of them with bright yellow centers and stark white rayflowers. Trist batted a paw at him. He came down onto his haunches, stroking Trist's chin. The forest, Hastings. You wish to do more than take a simple walk? She leaned closer to him. What I truly wish to do is strip off all your clothes, press you down upon your back against the soft green moss, and mayhap then I would recite poetry to you. She giggled even as she leaned against him. I would see the effect of my words upon you. He leaned over and kissed her. After you'd given me your best words, Hastings, I would bring you over me and let you take me. Would you like that? It would free my hands to stroke you. She became very still, her eyes steady on his face. You will stay with me, Severin? I will stay with you forever. You are my wife. She wanted also to be his love, but that could wait, she supposed. One day he would love her. Surely he already admired her insides. They rode again into the forest. Mayhap it will become a habit, Gwent said to Bemis, shading his eyes with his hand watching, until Severin and Hastings disappeared from view. Aye, if the master doesn't muck it up again. At least the beautiful wench is gone, praise the saints. Lord Severin did not keep her. He will not go to Sedgwick to see her. I know when a man has made a decision. I agree with you, and that pleases me as well. The boy shows good sense.
I thought you told me once that Hastings threatened to make his bowels watery if he deceived her. Gwent laughed. I wonder if she would do that. It would bring any man low. Lady Moraine said some time later to Alice as she polished the laver, "We will all become well used to my dearest son and Hastings disappearing in the middle of the day." "Aye," Alice said, staring over at Bemis, who was wiping the back of his hand across his mouth after drinking his ale. "I wonder if Bemis has ever disappeared in the middle of the day in his bloody life." At the evening meal, Severin did not ask anyone to taste Hastings' food. No one marveled at that. There was a lightness in the air, an ease in all the talk now that the Sedgwick people were gone. Now that Marjorie was no longer here to attack the mistress and seduce the master, and the child who had accused Hastings of pretending to poison herself to gain Lord Severin's pity. Eloise wasn't missed either. The talk that night was about the place called Rosehaven. What would they find? It was a mystery that teased every brain. The following Monday morning, they left for Rosehaven. 29. Will you see Marjorie again, Severin? He turned to face her in their nest of blankets. It was a cool night, the air heavy with an approaching storm. It was their second night away from Oxborough. By tomorrow night, given no accidents or outlaws or rain, which was too much to ask of the gods, they would reach Canterbury. No, he said, reaching out to touch her belly. She was wearing her gown, since she, Severin, and 12 of the men were all lying about the dying campfire, each wrapped in blankets. She felt his hand on her bare thigh, moving up, then resting on her leg, waiting. He eased his hand onto her belly. Lie on your back so I can rest my hand on my child. She turned to her back. His hand was warm, his fingers calloused. I did not mean to ask. It just came out of my mouth. She sighed. I have never known such jealousy, such helplessness. It is not a nice thing. I hated the feelings, sometimes even more than I wanted to kick Marjorie. I know, he said. His hand began to rub lightly over her stomach. It was difficult for me, Hastings. She is so beautiful, perhaps even more so now than when she was a girl. I saw her through my boy's memories, all of them radiant with worship for her. When I left her all those years ago, I was bowed with grief. Then, suddenly, she was with me again. I was overwhelmed. Nay, do not pull away from me, Hastings. It is difficult for me to speak of, but I owe it to you. Because of who she was, because of who I had been, I mucked up my miracle. You what? What is this? What miracle? He laughed quietly. Never mind. Even in my besotted state, I came to realize she was dangerous to you. Finally, I came to realize also that she had changed over the years. I swear to you that when she was young, there was no meanness in her. Hastings didn't disagree. On the other hand, she would never have laid a wager on the absence of meanness in Marjorie, at any age. The child, Eloise. I am not certain, but I wonder if Marjorie has stoked a black fire in that child's heart. She did lie about you. Hastings wanted to howl. Yes, Marjorie was ruining Eloise, but sisters to Severin. She had not one whit of fear. But the women did. They were shouting at her, but she paid them no heed. Severin came down on his haunches. And who are you? I, my lord. I am Matilda. A famous name.
I, the little girl said, flinging her head back in a gesture that Severin recognized, not certain how he did, but knowing that he had seen that gesture before. She was William's wife. She was short and perhaps a bit plump, but she was brave and loyal and the most beautiful woman in Normandy, just as I am, except I was born in England and will likely remain here. My mamma says I will be short as well. Who are you, my lord? I am the Earl of Oxborough. This is my wife, Hastings. I wanted to be named Hastings, another girl of about 7 said, stepping forward, but father said it wasn't possible, that another girl already had that name. My name is Normandy. That is where William came from. You can't be the Earl of Oxborough, Morella said, grabbing Matilda's hand and pulling her back. My father is the Earl of Oxborough. You are lying. Oh dear, Hastings said. He will come and take you away, Matilda said. Papa wouldn't let anyone harm us. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang through the children's chatter. Who are you, sir? What is going on here? Why did my men allow you to enter? Hastings turned slowly at the woman's voice. Oh, God. Memories flooded through her mind. She remembered that voice. The woman was standing in the pure sunlight, tall and straight, no gray in her rich chestnut hair, her eyes still a vivid green. She was heavier, but still she was beautiful, her dark green wool gown falling in graceful folds to the ground. Hastings took a step toward her. She stretched out her hand, staring, disbelieving. No, it was impossible. She wet her lips. Mama? The woman froze. She moaned softly, then picked up her skirts and ran to Hastings. She grabbed her arms and shook her. Is it possible? Is it really you, Hastings? Oh, my baby, my baby. Oh, God, you're here. I don't understand this, Gwent said, coming up to stand beside Severin. I don't either, Morella said. Come here, Harlette. One of the women called to a dark-haired little girl who had sidled up to Gwent. Who is Harlette? Gwent asked.
She was William's mother, the little girl said. She was the most beautiful lady in all of Normandy, before Matilda. But who is she? She, Severin said slowly, watching his wife hug the woman who was her mother, she is my wife. She is the Countess of Oxborough. But Mamma is the Countess of Oxborough, Normandy said. I don't understand, Morella said. They are different women. No one would ever deny that they were mother and daughter. The resemblance was so marked. But you were beaten to death, Hastings said yet again, as her mother continued to cry and hug her. Father didn't want me to see it, so I was taken away. But Dame Agnes told me you were dead. She held me when I wept. She took care of me. Ah, Agnes, how I have missed her. Your father had me beaten. When I fell unconscious from the lash, he had me taken away. He proclaimed to all that I was dead. Actually, he took me to the healer in the forest. When I was well, he said he could not allow me to resume my place at Oxborough. He would be shamed if he allowed it, for I had dared to cuckold him. But he could not live without me, he said, and he cried, Hastings. He cried and cried, begging me to forgive him. I refused. I told him he was an animal. I told him I would never forgive him. He brought me here to this small keep that sits on this point into the River Glynn. It was a pitiful pile of stones then. But I planted my gardens. I gave it life. I named it Rosehaven, and it became a place of beauty. You will see all the roses later. I named one Hastings, after you. There has never been violence here. Her mother paused, staring at her daughter, who was exactly her same height. You are beautiful, Hastings, more beautiful than the rose named after you. I always knew you would grow up well. And just look at you. As each of my other daughters was born, I looked for you in her, and always there was something to remind me of you. A shrug, perhaps, or the way Morella laughs, the way Matilda flings her head back. All have something of you in them. But I have missed you, wondered about you, wondered if you ever thought of me and what you thought. Did you believe me evil? Sinful? Hastings shook her head. She couldn't speak. The tears were too full in her throat. I begged him to let me see you, but he refused. He said that if you knew I still lived, that he still lived with me, that you would not be able to keep the secret. When he was dying, I wonder why he did not tell either of us, Severin said, rubbing his chin. My husband was not overly encumbered with scruples, Hastings' mother said. So he is dead. Aye, many months now. He made Severin his heir. We were married when he was dying. I'm sorry, Mother. Lady Janet said nothing for a very long time. She stared toward the small larch that grew in the middle of one of the gardens. He wasn't a bad man. I imagine I will miss him. I came to accept him, for I had no choice. But he loved his daughters, all of you, and he saw to it that no neighbor ever coveted Rosehaven. You say he never told you. Well, I doubt he wanted to face your recriminations on his deathbed, Hastings. Now, come into the keep. I will serve you some sweet wine and some cakes that my cook does very well. The great hall of Rosehaven wasn't very grand. It was more like a manor house, not fashioned for war or siege. The walls were all the same pink stone with beautiful thick tapestries covering them. There were only 4 trestle tables, each cleaner than the next. There was a small fireplace that had no black soot on it. Fresh rushes were scattered on the stone floor. They smelled strongly of rosemary. It was a keep for a princess. After they were served wine and cakes, Lady Janet said, "Your father had the tapestries sent from Flanders. They are lovely," Hastings said. "They must keep you warm in the winter." "Not really, but they are lovely to look at." Trist poked his head out of Severin's tunic. Matilda gasped and pointed. Harlette shouted, "Look, Lord Severin carries an animal in his tunic." Hastings looked at the line of girls. "You are all my sisters," she said, still unable to take it all in, still distrusting her own eyes. Her mother lived, and she had 4 more daughters. She got a hold on herself. "Ah, this is Trist. He is a marten. If you are gentle and you don't yell too loudly, he will come out and play with you." Trist worked his way out of Severin's tunic and jumped to a trestle table. He eyed each of the girls. He held out his paw to Normandy. She squealed.
Trist mewled and turned onto his back, waving his thick tail at them. "What is your mother's name?" Severin asked quietly, as he watched the girls sidle nearer and nearer to Trist, who was putting on a fine entertainment for them. "Janet. Her father was the Earl of Monmouth. He died some 2 years before my father supposedly had her beaten for her faithfulness. Ah, so he had no fear of retribution?" "No. My mother's younger brother became Earl, but he was too young to seek retribution. I have never seen my uncle." Lady Janet handed Severin another goblet of wine. "I trust you will like this one. It isn't so sweet as the first. Naturally, it comes from Normandy, though I did not realize any grapes would grow in that northerly climate." "Father lied," Hastings said, sipping the new wine. "The wine comes from Aquitaine. I faced him with it several years ago, after speaking with a wine merchant." She laughed. Anything and everything from William or Normandy, Father wanted to claim as his own. "Just look at all our names." "It is a tradition of long standing," Lady Janet said. "Mayhap it is written of somewhere at Oxborough, and we will find it some day. It is time for dinner. I hope you will enjoy our cook's food, Hastings. She isn't Mac dear, but I have taught her well." All the Oxborough men-at-arms were on their best behavior. There was no spitting into the rushes, no pummeling the dog, whose place was beside the fireplace, no belching. The meal was quite good, but conversation was difficult.
Hastings was relieved when it was over. The 4 girls were delighted to give their chamber to their sister and her husband. All of them wanted to sleep with their mother, a treat rarely granted. "This is all very strange," Severin said as he stripped off his clothing. The bedchamber was small but beautifully furnished, with 4 trunks, each one covered with a thick brocade with a girl's name on it. There were rugs on the floor. There was a screen in the corner, and behind it a bathing tub. The bed was narrow, covered with a thick bear fur. Severin was so self-sufficient, Hastings thought, watching him. Most men must have their page to assist them. He was also beautiful. She wondered if he was also thinking of what Rosehaven meant to him and his future. "I," she said, her fingers on the laces of her gown. "I have 4 sisters. Why didn't he tell me? Shame? Mayhap. He believed all would think him weak if they knew he hadn't really killed his wife, but took her elsewhere and stayed with her. It teases my brain, Hastings. But he must have realized that I would learn of this. I must suppose that he believed a dead man wouldn't care if he were reviled or praised. Shame would not be able to touch him." He grunted and climbed naked into the sweet-smelling bed. She pulled her gown over her head. "Where is Trist?" "With the girls. I hope he does not swoon with all the adoration he is receiving with those 4. She slipped into bed beside him. "Why are you wearing your shift? Your mind is far away from carnal thoughts, Severin. I did not wish to tempt you." He laughed and helped her pull the shift over her head. He threw it onto the floor. He was always very neat with his own clothing, but with hers... She sighed and curled up next to him. "Tell me what we are going to do," she said, kissing his shoulder. "Rosehaven," he said, even as he began to stroke her hair. "She named it Rosehaven because of her flowers. She gave you her joy and ability with herbs and plants. Tomorrow she wants to show me the rose she named after me. It has thorns, I doubt it not. Big ones. I would not want to be a boring, placid sort of flower. A thorn in my side," he said, turning to face her. "Your mother has lived here for nearly 10 years. It is her home. It is well protected. I have no idea what to do, Hastings." "We will ask her," Hastings said. She didn't stroke her hands over her husband. Indeed, her fists were against his chest. "My mother never cried when she heard my father was dead," she said. "She did not even seem to care. You do not know that. Today, everything is too new to both of you. It will take time for you to know each other's hearts again. Fret not about it now, Hastings, and love your husband." She did with pleasing enthusiasm. "I have 4 sisters," Hastings said against his throat before she fell asleep some time later. "And I will have to dower all of them," Severin thought, then smiled. He had never before had sisters, and now he had 4 of them.
He decided then that he wanted them to come back to Oxborough. He wanted to be surrounded by family. He wanted to be responsible for them, to protect them. He liked the thought of 4 little sisters. This is my home. I cannot leave Rosehaven. Lady Janet was serene, calm, all those tranquil and even-tempered qualities Hastings didn't have and would probably never have. She sat forward, saying earnestly, "Mother, we cannot allow you to remain here. I have found you after nearly 10 years. I have found my sisters. You must come back to Oxborough. It is your first home. I do not want the memories that would be there, lurking, waiting to hurt me. There are no more bad memories. Severin cast them all out when he came." Severin looked back and forth between mother and daughter. He knew what Hastings would look like now in her older years, and it pleased him. But he prayed she wouldn't become the placid woman her mother was. No, he wanted her passion, her laughter, her yelling when she wanted to kill him. He wanted their children. He prayed he would never see Marjorie again. He would never tell Hastings that he had once come close to taking her. It was that second night when he'd tied Hastings by that damnable rope to Edgar the wolfhound. But he hadn't gone with Marjorie. He had looked over at his sleeping wife, her head against Edgar's neck, and had managed to deny himself. The next morning, it had been easier. Then Hastings had seduced him. A wife seducing her husband? Surely it did not happen all that often. But she had. He swallowed, remembering that afternoon spent in the forest. It had left only her in his mind. "I know!" He was jerked out of his thoughts at Harlette's shout. Tryst was wrapped around her skinny neck, but she was grinning widely. "Mother does not want to leave her gardens." "But we want her to," Morella said, rubbing Tryst's chin, just as Severin had showed her. "That's right," Matilda said, sidling up to Severin. "We don't want Mother to give all her time to her flowers. We want her to give her time to us." Normandy stood there, arms folded over her chest. She was a beautiful girl, and would soon grow to be a beautiful woman. She would, Severin thought, grow to look just like Hastings. "Mother," Normandy said, very slowly, very calmly. Completely unlike Hastings, Severin thought. "I agree with my sisters. You spend too much of your hours plucking at your blooms. We learned that we only have you in the winter. This isn't good. We have spoken of it, and would like to return to Oxborough. Our brothers," he nodded to Severin, "has agreed to let you have 2 gardens within the Inner Bailey." Severin had agreed to no such thing. He said without hesitation, "It is true, my lady. Your blooms are welcome next to Hastings. She must needs still learn from you. I saw that her columbine wasn't what it should be. Her lupine isn't as vivid as yours." Lady Janet looked at each of her daughters in turn. Then she frowned at Hastings. "You, my daughter, are the mistress of Oxborough. I fear I could not settle to be an adjunct to your household. I have controlled Rosehaven entirely for nearly 10 years, since your father was not often here. Even when he was here, his mind was not on castle matters. I am used to doing things as I wish them to be done. I am needed here." The 4 girls sighed and looked wistfully at Severin and Hastings. 2 days later, a compromise was reached. Lady Janet and her daughters would spend the winter months at Oxborough. After all, Harlette said, "We all flourish in the winter, unlike the flowers. We will have her all to ourselves." "I want to be with Tryst," Normandy said, rubbing her cheek against Tryst's chin. "What about me?" Hastings asked, to no one in particular. "You will have your husband," Severin said. He added to his mother-in-law, "You will wish to be with Hastings when she births our first child this winter." Lady Janet's eyes widened. She clapped her hands and shouted, "I will have a grandson or granddaughter who will not be named after William the Conqueror or his wife or his mother." "Mother," Morella said, "I am named after a horse, but I have accepted it. It was William's favorite mare. Father once told me that not only did William love that mare, he always rode her when he visited Matilda. He said that William would say that the mare's scent reminded him of Matilda's." "How very odd," Hastings said. "Surely he didn't mean it like that." Morella shrugged. "Father said that Bishop Odo wanted the mare, but William would not give her up." Lady Janet flung out her hands. There was, Severin saw, dirt beneath her fingernails. Enough, Morella. I just wish Severin to promise me that he will not name his son Odo or Rolf or Grayson, the young man who was William's groom. He came to a very bad end. I swear it, Severin said. What do you say, Hastings? I was thinking more of calling our son Lupine, or perhaps Foxglove. Severin grabbed her and kissed her hard in front of her 4 sisters and her mother.
When he allowed her a breath, Hastings grinned up at him and said, "How do you like Primrose, my lord, if we have a daughter?" 30. There wasn't a cloud in the sky when disaster struck. The air was warm, and the breeze from the sea, some 5 miles distant, was balmy when the first man fell off his horse, crying out as he clutched his belly. It was over in minutes. Gwent was the last man to fall, his face contorted, his huge body heaving with pain. Only Hastings and Severin were left. The horses neighed, stomping, some of them rearing in fright. Severin leapt off his horse, running to Gwent. "What happened? What is this, Gwent?" "I do not know," he said, struggling with the pain. "I do not know." Then his head fell back over Severin's arm. Severin cried out, "Hes not dead, Severin. Just a moment." She checked the other men. None are dead, but all are now unconscious. It has to be some sort of poison. It makes no sense. How could they be poisoned and not us? Severin sat back on his heels. "I know," he said slowly. I know. When we stopped at that village fair, the men all wanted ale. You and I wandered about for a little while, and then you wanted to visit the forest nearby. Neither of us ate or drank anything, just the men. But who would do this? Do you think everyone at the fair was struck down? I don't know, but now I am concerned that it will be fatal." He rose, grabbed his horse's reins, and led him off the rutted road, tethering him to a tree. "We must get them all comfortable. Will it hurt the babe if you help me move them, Hastings?" "Not at all. Let's move quickly." He let Hastings carry the feet of 2 men who were too large for him to carry. The others he simply slung over his shoulder. They set up a camp not far off the road, beside a small meadow filled with daisies and daffodils. Hastings came down on her knees to examine Gwent. She raised his eyelids, smelled his breath, felt his heart, pressed her fingers against the pulse in his throat. "I just don't know what it is, Severin. I'm certain that my dear Marjorie could tell you, Hastings." Severin's sword was out of its sheath in an instant, his muscles tensed, ready to fight. But he didn't have the chance. They were surrounded by a dozen men, all armed with swords and bows and arrows. In their center was Richard de Lucy, his arms crossed over his chest. He looked about at all the unconscious men. He looked amused. "You're dead," Severin said, staring at the man. "Lord Graelum de Morton told me you were dead. You slipped on a rabbit bone and struck your head. But you never found my body, did you? I heard about that and laughed and laughed. I have wondered what to do about you, Severin of Luge." Severin raised his head unconsciously. "I am now the Earl of Oxborough as well." "Aye, you got to her first." Richard de Lucy turned his attention to Hastings, who was kneeling beside Gwent. "On the contrary," Severin said, his hand tightening about his sword handle. "Her father wanted me. Had he wanted you, doubtless he would have asked you. You were never meant to be anything other than what you are." Suddenly, without warning, de Lucy was panting, his face suffused with rage. "You damned whoreson, that's a lie. The old man was witless. I know that Graelum de Morton pushed him to select you. I know it well. You, Hastings, should have been wedded to me. I should have become the Earl of Oxborough. All that property, all the farms and villages that belong to you now, Severin. Was that filthy old man as rich as believed?" "Aye, even richer," Severin said, not moving a muscle, eyeing de Lucy closely, seeing the rage diminishing slowly, thinking. "Whoreson," de Lucy said again, his hand going to his sword. Then he stopped. He shook his head. He appeared a different man now, calm, still, his eyes no longer hungry and dead. He said in a thoughtful voice, "I have thought and thought about this. I reasoned at first that even with you dead, I would gain naught. The king would take Oxborough and all its properties and possessions. He would wed Hastings to another man of his choosing. Even if I were to wed Hastings after I killed you, the king might be angered beyond reason. He might seek retribution. Ah, but I have found the solution to the problem. There is no solution. I won Hastings. All is mine. All will remain mine. Everything you reasoned is true. You poisoned my men. Will they live? Aye, why not? Marjorie said it would just bring them low for a day or so. I asked her how she knew so much about poisons. She told me that she read many of Hastings' herbal manuscripts. Well, she read about poisons. I nearly strangled her when I learned from one of my men that she had poisoned you, Hastings. But you escaped death, and so did Marjorie. You two were to be unconscious as well. Actually, nearly everyone in that village will be vilely ill for a day. We didn't know which ale stall you and your men would visit, so Marjorie had to poison all the ale. It wasn't difficult to do, yet you two escaped. How? Hastings looked him straight in the eye. You are a wicked man. You will gain naught from this save my husband's enmity for the rest of time. I suggest that you flee like the coward you are. King Edward will never allow you back at Sedgwick. You will live and die an outlaw." "She is right," Severin said. "Why have you attacked us? As you said, it will gain you naught. As for your solution, you haven't one. Why?" Richard de Lucy crossed his arms over his chest. He looked beyond Hastings to the dozen men stretched on their backs, all unconscious, some snorting, some moaning and twitching. They were all covered with their blankets. "It is difficult," he said slowly, his eyes on Severin again, hatred deep in them. "My Marjorie wants you, Severin, but not just you, of course. She wants Oxborough as well. She wants to be a countess. She fears poverty, for her second husband left her with nothing. I have led her on, for she is a fine piece in my bed. Ah, but you, Hastings, I have determined that there is but one road for me to travel, and it will be my solution and my salvation. I will kill Severin, wed you, and take you into hiding until you are with child. I ask you, what would King Edward do then? Kill me, the man who sired the brat in your womb? I don't think so. He would kill you," Severin said. "Even if you could weasel your way out of the king's wrath, Lord Graham de Morton would kill you. Not if I had Hastings, Severin. She is the key to everything. She and her womb. You are too late. Shut up, Hastings." Severin spoke low, but one of de Lucy's men heard her and shouted, "My lord, I don't understand, but she says you are too late." "Too late for what, Hastings?" Richard de Lucy walked toward her, smiling at her, sheathing his sword. "What? I will kill you if you harm Severin. That is why you are too late. I love my husband, and I will kill you." "Ah, so that is it. Well, we will see." De Lucy nodded to his men. Their sword tips were on Hastings in but a moment. "Now, my lord Severin," de Lucy said, "throw down your sword and your knife, and let my men bind your hands." There was no hope for it. He saw the tip of one man's sword pressed lightly against Hastings' throat. He would kill that man, but now he couldn't do anything. Severin hated it, but there was no choice. There would be another time. He would see to that. But now de Lucy held control. De Lucy took Hastings' arm and pulled her away from Severin. "You harm her in any way, and I'll kill you." "My lord Severin, both you and your wife are so taken with each other. Am I to believe that you want her for more than the wealth she brought you?" Severin stared at the man, saying nothing. He wouldn't give him the satisfaction. De Lucy raised his hand. In the next instant, one of his men brought the butt of his sword down on Severin's head. He collapsed where he stood. Trist mewled loudly and slithered from beneath his master. The men jumped back.
"What is it? It is a weasel. Mayhap it is a devil's familiar? Don't be absurd, Hastings." All the contempt and scorn she could muster in her voice, for she didn't want Trist to be harmed. "He is a marten and a pet. Trist, come here." Trist ran to her, climbed her gown, and settled himself on her shoulder. He raised a paw toward Severin. "It's all right, Trist. Severin will be all right. Just stay with me." Trist turned and rubbed his whiskers against her chin. De Lucy said, "Hastings, you may ride your own palfrey. Let us go." They left the Oxborough men lying unconscious.
When Severin regained consciousness a short time later, he found himself tied face down over his warhorse, his hands bound behind him. De Lucy saw he was conscious immediately, and merely raised his hand to acknowledge him. "You may remain thus for a while, my lord. It should give you a taste of humility." Then he laughed. "No, I won't kill you. At least, not yet. You have your uses, my lord. Marjorie told me that Hastings was a bitch. I told Marjorie I would have you ready at hand to torture if Hastings did not perform as I bade her." He reined in beside Hastings. He was still laughing. "You are pathetic," she said, staring between Morella's ears. He was silent in an instant. He said very slowly, with utter calm, "What did you say to me?" "I said," she repeated, turning now to face him, "that you are pathetic. You keep your distance, have one of your men strike him down, you tie him to his horse, and now you laugh because he is helpless. I doubt you would ever want to face Severin by yourself. He would kill you very quickly, for you are not but a puking coward." De Luce's face was suffused with rage. Then, slowly, very slowly, even as his eyes became utterly black, his face paled to white. "Oh yes, Marjorie said you were a bitch," he said slowly. "I told her that I could control you. It was just a matter of knowing what to do and the exact moment to do it." He raised his hand and slapped her hard across her cheek, nearly knocking her off Morella. Trist mewled loudly, barely hanging on. He saw it in her eyes and yelled at his man, "Ebac, hold her!" She was lurching out of her saddle, ready to throw herself on De Lucy, when a huge hand grabbed her arm and pulled her back. She moaned with the pain of it, then shut her mouth, furious with herself that she had made a sound. She was panting hard. "I will get you, you miserable whoreson!" He didn't hit her again. She saw from the corner of her eye that he was stroking his short beard with his gloved hand. The rest of De Luce's men were silent. Finally, the man Ebac said low to Hastings, "You would have thrown yourself upon him had I not stopped you. You have no weapon. You are not but a woman. Lord Richard is a man of violent and unpredictable actions. He could smile at you one moment and stick a knife in your ribs in the next. He is as calm as a monk, then strikes out like a wild man. I do not understand you." Hastings smiled at the man Ebac. "I see that you speak in a near whisper. You fear this madman?" "I did not say he was mad," Ebac said, his tongue flicking over his dry mouth. "Nay, never mad. It is simply not wise to anger him. Take care, lady." De Lucy called a halt just as twilight was darkening to night. The men moved quickly about their tasks. "Untie him," Hastings said, as she moved to stand beside Severin. De Lucy nodded. "He is sly. Do not let him out of your sight. It matters not that he is bound. Tie him to the tree yon, and two of you remain close to watch him." Severin thought his stomach would heave out his guts. He stood very still for a moment, regaining his balance and a calm belly. He drew in deep breaths. "You are all right, my lord?" He couldn't yet speak. He merely nodded. Trist jumped from her shoulder to Severin's. He eased himself down into Severin's tunic. It was dark, the only light coming from the fire, when one of the men handed Hastings a piece of roasted rabbit. Hastings thanked him, and offered it to Severin. "Nay," he said, "you carry my babe, feed him. I will feed the father first. Open your mouth." After she'd fed him his fill, she simply looked at the man Ebac, and then at the flaming pieces of rabbit still roasting over the fire. She fed Trist, who looked distinctly unhappy, then ate 2 pieces, each burnt black, each tasting delicious. "I'm sorry, Trist. I know you do not care for rabbit, but it is not such a bad taste, is it?" The marten was cleaning his face. He merely looked at her a moment and went back to his bath. Hastings couldn't help it. She laughed. "He is insulted," she said to Severin. "Insulted." Severin laughed as well. He didn't know there could possibly be any laughter anywhere in his body, but there was. De Lucy looked over at them, frowning. He opened his mouth, then closed it. He resumed eating and speaking to several of his men, one of them Ebac.
Hastings told Severin what the man had said to her. He didn't seem to hear her, just stared at her a moment, then said in a low, utterly enraged voice, "How dare you, Hastings? By St. Peter's staff, you could have killed yourself. He could have struck you." "I didn't think," she said, splaying her hands in front of her. "He is mad. At least he is uncontrolled, and surely that must play to our advantage." He looked at her oddly, wishing he could touch her, wishing he could pull her against him and press her face against his heart. He swallowed, looking away. De Lucy could not allow him to live. He must think of something. And yet here was Hastings, speaking of their advantage. "You are right," he said quietly. "We must determine how to exploit this weakness of his." "I will control myself," she said with such utter conviction that once again Severin laughed. De Lucy yelled, "Get her away from the whoreson. Bring her to me." Hastings slowly rose when one of the men came to her. "It is all right, Severin. I will control myself, and I will learn what he is planning." But she didn't learn a thing. He gave her a cup of ale, and she was thirsty. She didn't think, just drank from the cup. In moments, she sagged to the ground. She didn't know that Severin, drinking from the same cup before her, was also unconscious, Trist patting his face, staying close to warm him. Hastings awoke to see Eloise staring down at her, her thin face as blank as a death mask, her eyes opaque and dull. "You didn't die?" "No, I did not." "We are at Sedgwick, Eloise?" My father brought you and Lord Severin here. My father was worried when you did not wake up. Lord Severin yelled and screamed, but it did no good. My father merely cuffed him with his sword. But now you are awake. I will call Marjorie. Eloise?" The child turned slowly, as if she didn't want to. "Your father is planning to kill Lord Severin. And, Hastings, you are awake and already trying to talk someone over to your side. Eloise, my sweeting, fetch a cup of milk from the kitchen. It will clean out Hastings' insides. Your father doesn't want her to die just yet. Marjorie, how pleasant to see you. Be quiet, Hastings." Marjorie said nothing more until Eloise was gone from the small bedchamber. "Listen to me. I did not realize what Richard planned. I merely wanted you gone so that I could have Severin. But Richard wants Oxborough, and the only way he can gain all that wealth is to wed you." Hastings marveled at her. "That makes no sense, Marjorie. You knew that De Lucy wanted Oxborough. The only way he could have it was to kill Severin. You would have realized that if you had but used that brain of yours that must lie beneath that beautiful hair." Marjorie was silent for a very long time. Finally she nodded, saying, I suppose I did know it, but you see, he promised me, Hastings. He promised he wouldn't kill Severin. He promised he would give Severin to me, and a lot of gold, so that we could live in France. But Severin would still be the Lord of Oxborough. Not if De Lucy will kill him. I care not about myself. If you can, save Severin. Take him to France. Take him anywhere. Just save him." The tone was world-weary and professional. Stress should be conveyed through a tightening of the voice or a slightly flat affect, rather than shouting or exaggerated anger. Dialogue, Yuki, her voice should be lighter and more engaged, but still within a realistic, natural conversational range. Climax execution, the transition to action must be quick and urgent, but the emotion of alarm should be understated, e.g. a sharp intake of breath or a sudden increase in volume for only a few words, reflecting a professional reacting immediately without losing control. Goal, the delivery should sound authentic, as if the character is recounting a stressful event the day after, making the thrill organic, not imposed. Marjorie gave her a twisted smile. "You are weak, Hastings, begging me to save Severin. I doubt he would beg me to save you. Have you not seen that men are greedy creatures? They think only of themselves, only how to make themselves more important. But Severin, I had believed he was different. Aye, he wanted all your father's possessions, but only because he wanted to save his father's devastated lands and keep and take care of that miserable, mad mother of his. But now I see that he has changed. He has grown accustomed to the power that wedding you brought him. He will become as greedy and selfish as the rest of them. He is not selfish, and you know it, Marjorie. Now, why did you not tell de Lucy that I carried Severin's child? Marjorie shrugged. I started to, then changed my mind. It is something he doesn't know. Perhaps I will find a way to make use of it. I don't have much of anything, but that is something. I know you will not tell him. Stop this blindness, Marjorie. Just stop it. De Lucy intends to kill Severin. If he doesn't, then he will have no chance of ever gaining anything. Do not be too certain of that, Marjorie said. There are other ways. Hastings started to demand what she meant when Ibax suddenly appeared in the doorway. The child fetched me. My lord told me the moment Lady Hastings recovered, she was to come to the great hall. He gave Hastings a worried look. Can you walk? Shall I carry you? Hastings shook her head and slowly, very slowly, rose, swinging her legs over the side of the bed. She was dizzy, but it was passing. She felt weak and wondered how long she had been unconscious. Eloise appeared in the doorway, a goblet in her hand. Marjorie took the goblet and gave it to Hastings. It will give you strength. Drink it. More poison, Marjorie? Ibax sucked in his breath, staring at the beautiful silver-haired woman with consternation. Like every other man-at-arms, he'd looked at her as he would look at a statue of the Virgin Mary, with reverent awe. What was this about poison? No, surely the Lady Hastings was wrong. Marjorie said nothing, merely smiled as Hastings drank from the goblet. It was goat's milk, sweet and strong. She felt strength flowing back into her body. Trist, who had been lying beside her, now jumped onto her shoulder. Ibax stayed close, his hand up, ready to steady her. But Hastings wasn't going to collapse. No, she was thinking furiously. Severin had to be all right. She had to think of a way to save him. The great hall of Sedgwick had blackened beams, greasy, scarred trestle tables, benches that were so filthy she didn't want to sit on one. The rushes smelled stale. The vague odor of urine hung in the air. A half-dozen wolfhounds lay in the matted rushes near the huge fireplace. How long had Richard de Lucy been here? More than a week, she guessed, for everything to be so filthy and neglected. Sir Alan would have never allowed that. In the Lord's chair sat Richard de Lucy. She called out, "Where is Sir Alan?" De Lucy merely smiled at her. "In the dungeon with your husband and his men that were here at Sedgwick. A pity he didn't die of the sweating sickness, but he survived intact. He hasn't enjoyed my dungeon. Come here now, Hastings, and let me look at you." She didn't want to get near him, but Ibex's hand was nudging against her back, and she was forced forward. "You look like a witch. You smell like the wolfhounds." She looked around with contempt, then turned back and said, "If I were forced to remain here with you and Marjorie in charge, I should smell as vile as this great hall within a week. Be thankful I will be gone long before that happens." Richard de Lucy leapt from his chair and strode to her, his fist raised. "You damnable bitch!" He was shaking, he was so furious. Ibax sucked in his breath and stepped in front of her. "She is still weak, my lord. She will become more submissive as she regains her wits." Hastings believed that de Lucy would kill Ibax, but at the last moment he pulled back his fist. "Bring Lord Severin. I would tell him what is going to happen." Marjorie was standing silently, staring at Richard de Lucy. Eloise was, Hastings saw, hiding beneath one of the trestle tables. Had her father abused her again? "I have been wondering," de Lucy said slowly, looking at Hastings' breasts, "if I should rape you in front of Severin. Think you that he would even bother looking if he had Marjorie in his arms at the same time?" 31. Hastings didn't pause, though the pain that image brought lanced through her. She said without hesitation and with perfect honesty, "I do not know, but know this, de Lucy. If you touch me, I will kill you." She heard Ibax moan behind her. She had no time to move. De was on her in a moment. He backhanded her, knocking her onto the filthy rushes. He raised his foot to kick her, then leaned down and grabbed her arm, jerking her upright again. "You will not speak to me like that again, my lady." He grabbed the front of her gown and jerked it outward. The soft wool parted easily. He grunted at the sight of her shift beneath, grabbed it, and ripped it. "I had not believed you would be so well endowed," he said, staring at her. He reached out his hand to cup her breast. "Marjorie told me you were nothing compared to her. How odd that she would lie to me. I will have to speak to her about that. Women are meant to obey. Don't touch me. If you move, I will strip you naked right here in front of all my men." She felt his fingers lightly touch her breast. Severin yelled louder than Edgar the wolfhound. "Take your hand off her or I'll kill you." Richard de Lucy turned, smiling. "Ah, you have brought him. Now that we are all together, and my poor Marjorie has seen that her beloved prefers his wife to her charms, mayhap she will not be too distressed when she learns that you are to die." Marjorie quivered. Hastings saw it. Mayhap Marjorie could save Severin. She'd spoken of those other things, whatever that meant. De Lucy turned his attention to Severin. Slowly, Hastings raised her hand to Pont-de-Rent's material over her breasts. She wanted no more of Richard de Lucy's attention until she was ready. He turned to walk back to his chair. He paused a moment, seeing Eloise cowering beneath a trestle table. He said very softly, "Come out, Eloise, or it will go badly for you." The child slithered from beneath the table. "Stand up." Eloise managed to lock her knees and stood. "You look like your miserable mother, your face all pale and gaunt, your hair thin and ugly. I would have gotten Hastings if your mother had not taken so long to die." Quick rage deadened his eyes. He calmly raised his hand and slapped Eloise so hard that she was hurled a good 6 feet, only to land against one of the wolfhounds. "No!" Marjorie was at the child's side in an instant, touching her, clutching her to her breasts, stroking her hair. Hastings said, "I wonder which man or woman will kill you. We will have to wager to see who will win the honor of sending you to hell. All you can speak about is violence. You believe you or your husband over there can kill me? You bore me with all these threats. All the same, I know they are empty. When I take you, you will see how helpless you are." De Lucy sank down into his lord's chair. "I am hungry. It is time for the evening meal." Hastings realized that his violence against Eloise had temporarily relieved him of his rage. He terrified her. "I want you bathed and perfumed for me. Marjorie has told me that you have all sorts of herbs and perfumes. You will set about to please me, Hastings, or I will kill this whoreson husband of yours without another moment passing." "I will please you," Hastings said. And now, for the first time, she looked at her husband. Severin was standing between 2 of Lord Richard's men, his hands bound, his clothes ripped, but they hadn't beaten him. She continued to stare at him, praying he would not respond to her words. Severin said nothing.
He kept his eyes on Richard de Lucy, not on her, Severin said, even as he began to move his fingers, to regain feeling, to step from one leg to the other, to gain strength. "Do your men know that they will all die if you continue with your madness?" "My men are loyal to me," Lord Richard said, but he stared hard at Ebok, who stood at Severin's right elbow. "They will follow my commands even to hell if need be." "It will need be," Severin said. "I can promise you that." Hastings saw the rage rising again in de Lucy. Severin was helpless. He could not protect himself. She quickly stepped forward, her fingers lightly touching de Lucy's sleeve. Unfortunately, when he turned to look at her, she didn't know what to say. She wanted to kill him, but surely it wouldn't be wise to tell him that. Not again. "I am thirsty," she said. "I would like some wine." De Lucy relented, then called to a plump girl who was standing in the shadows. "Bring the wine. Do not add water to it, or I will slit your dirty throat. If you dare to steal a drink, I will also know, for I will smell your breath."
He turned back to Hastings, catching sight of his daughter, still in Marjorie's arms. "Why do you comfort the scrap? She is as evil as her mother ever was. She will turn on you in time, Marjorie. I have told you that. Even though she is young, she is evil." Hastings thought if Eloise had any evil in her, it had to have come from her father. She looked at Severin. She could tell by the darkness of his eyes that he was thinking furiously. But what could any of them do? Then Hastings knew. She would have to kill de Lucy, or die trying. Otherwise, Severin would be killed. She shook her head even as she thought it. No, she would never let that happen. When Hastings was sipping the sour wine the servant girl had brought, she watched other servants bring in platters of food for the late afternoon dinner. Men-at-arms came into the great hall, shuffling and silent, none of them looking toward their lord. Ebok moved Severin to a table and let him sit on the long bench. Then, to Hastings' surprise, he untied his hands so he could feed himself. She saw the leap of surprise on Severin's face as well, then the utter joy, quickly masked. She felt calm flow through her. The roasted wild boar steaks were dry and stiff as Morella's new saddle. The onions and cabbage were mushy and had no salt. The bread was grainy. Hastings hoped de Lucy would choke on it, but he ate with enthusiasm, his entire attention on his trencher. Severin ate slowly, feeling the food, as bad as it was, give him needed strength. No sooner had he drained his mug than yelled, "Bind him again! I trust him not." He had no chance, for de Lucy had pulled a dagger from his belt and held it to Hastings' breast. At least he had feeling back in his hands. It would take a while for the tight ropes to numb them again. He couldn't stop looking at Hastings. De Lucy had lowered the knife, but he was looking at the torn material over her breasts. Once he reached toward her, but withdrew his hand when Marjorie said something to him, something about the child. De Lucy laughed. Severin wondered about Gwent and his men. He prayed they would survive, that outlaws wouldn't find them and kill them. Gwent would realize soon enough who it was who had taken them. There was no one else except de Lucy. He would reason quickly enough that de Lucy must have survived. Then Gwent would know they were here at Sedgwick. If he was able, he would come. It darkened in the hall. Candles were lit, but the shadows in the corners were thick and black. It became quickly colder after the sun set. Soon de Lucy rose and stretched. He said to Marjorie, "You will attend me tonight for a final time." He yelled down to Severin, "I know you bedded her when you were but a lad. She is still beyond beautiful. I like her to lie on her back, her hair spread all about her white body. Aye, she pleases me, but not as much as Hastings will." He leaned down to grab Marjorie and kissed her hard on her mouth. Eloise cried out. De Lucy straightened, his fist held out toward his daughter. "Be quiet, you little half-wit. By St. George's toes, you offend me. Go to my chamber, Marjorie, and prepare yourself whilst I speak to my future bride." He had changed his mind. Hastings kept her face blank, but it was difficult. He was slippery, so very unpredictable. She knew she wouldn't bathe or change her gown or brush her hair unless forced to. Marjorie merely nodded. She and Eloise left the hall. De Lucy stared about, looking very pleased with himself. "Aye," he said, belching, "I will enjoy the first woman you bedded, Severin. Would you like to see me take Marjorie? She swore to me that you hadn't bedded her at Oxborough. Is that true, I wonder? I can't imagine a man not taking her if she asked for it. No matter. Then I will take your wife. She is not as beautiful as Marjorie, but her possessions make her beyond what any man could wish for. I wonder if she will struggle once I begin caressing her. Most women cease struggling quickly. Will Hastings? We will see. Then, my fine lord, I will kill you. It will make a fitting ending to the week." He didn't believe her, Hastings thought, staring at him. He believed he could rape her with impunity. He was mad. She said, "I would speak to my husband." De Lucy laughed. "I think not, my lady." To Ebok he said, "Take him back to the dungeon. He has eaten his fill. Hastings sees that I do not torture or starve him. Now I fancy she knows that I will if she does fight me. I, Hastings, I will keep him alive to ensure that you cooperate with me." Hastings saw Trist slither inside Severin's tunic as he slowly rose. She had never been so afraid in her life. It was a suffocating fear that numbed her brain. All she could see was Severin, bound, pushed in front of 2 soldiers from the hall. She lay on the narrow bed, smelling the dead air, wishing for just a single window, but there wasn't one. There were no rushes on the stone floor, which relieved her. They would be as foul as the ones in the hall. Ebok had left her unbound, but the door was locked, and it was the only way out. She lightly caressed her belly. There was a slight curve now, and she smiled despite her numbing fear. Their babe was within, and he was growing. She desperately wanted him to live, to know both her and his father. De Lucy had forced her to bathe. He'd said, "If I still need relief after I have taken Marjorie, I will come to you, Hastings. I want you prepared for me." She was wearing a clean night shift, one that De Lucy had taken from Marjorie's trunk. It only came to the top of her thighs. Her hair was nearly dry now, spread about her head. When the door rattled, she thought she'd faint. Dear God, De Lucy was here. No, it was so very late now. Surely he wouldn't come, not this late. There was nothing she could use to protect herself. Nothing. Her only chance was surprise. She forced herself to lie perfectly still on her back, her eyes tightly closed. She heard the door open slowly, felt the narrow shaft of light slice through the darkness in the small chamber. Her hands were fists at her sides. She couldn't seem to swallow. She wanted to scream and hurl herself at the same time. No, she had to wait. She had to be patient. Then, suddenly, his hand came over her mouth. She tried to lurch up, but couldn't move. Then she heard the most beautiful voice in the world whispering next to her ear. "Hold still, Hastings, and I will get you out of here." "Severin?" I'm here. I am your knight. Finally, I am going to rescue you as a knight should a damsel." She nodded as she stared up at him. "I love you, Severin. I was so frightened." You are my knight. Trist would not let me leave you." He smiled down at her, quickly kissed her, and lifted her from the bed. He stood by the chamber door as she pulled on her old dirty clothing. "Can we not kill him whilst we are here?" He shook his head. "I would like to, but I cannot risk you, Hastings. He has 3 of his men guarding his bedchamber. I cannot risk our babe. Come now." Trist poked his head out of Severin's tunic and batted his paw at her. He is in a hurry. He knows since he released me that De Lucy will want to kill him as well. That is why Trist left me to go to you. He chewed through the ropes on my wrists. I have released Alan and his 12 men as well. They will come with us, though it will be difficult. They are sick and weak. Several have died. If they were able, we would fight, but they are not. Hastings could not imagine how Severin would get them all free of Sedgwick, but she said nothing. "Be my shadow," he said over his shoulder. At least 30 men were sleeping in the hall, wrapped in their blankets, snoring as loudly as the wolfhounds. Hastings had never before in her life wondered about silence, but now it was all she could think of. They could not make a sound. If one of the soldiers awoke, all would be lost. When Severin reached the wide double doors, he turned and motioned her to follow him. He led her down a narrow corridor and opened a short, thick door. It led into a small granary. There was another door. Once they were in the inner bailey, pressed against the side of the keep, deep in the shadows, he whispered, "I learned everything about Sedgwick when I gave it over to Sir Alan. He and his men should be within the stables just beyond. Then we will lead the horses through the postern gate. But the horses, I know. Alan has told all his men to hold their nostrils so they won't neigh. We need luck in this, Hastings." And she thought, "I have you. What need I of luck? But she was soon to change her mind. She heard a man shout. Severin simply pressed her behind him, whispered for her to stay close. He raced toward the single scream. Just inside the stable door, a man was on his knees, Sir Alan over him, a dagger pressed against his neck. The fool screamed, "I will kill him." With no more words, the knife went into the man's throat. He gurgled loudly, then fell onto his side. "The other stable lads are bound and gagged. Let us go, my lord, and quickly. My lady, I am glad to see you well." Hastings followed Severin, her fingers securely fastened against Morella's nostrils. She kept tossing her head, but Hastings knew that one nay might do them all in. She didn't know how she did it, but she kept hold. Slowly, it took so very long for them to go through the postern gate in a single line. Many of the men were staggering with illness, but they knew now that they had a chance to live. None fell. None spoke. They all just moved slowly forward, one after the other, until Sir Alan, the last man through the postern gate, turned and quietly closed it. Still, they walked the horses until Severin raised a hand. "Quietly," he called out, "quietly." He lifted Hastings onto Morella's bare back, then swung onto his stallion. The moment the horse's nostrils were released, 3 animals neighed loudly. "Onward!" Severin shouted. They were away. They rode hard until the horses were lathered and panting. Severin then called a halt. "All of you remain here. Rest your mounts." He nodded to Sir Alan, and they rode back along the narrow rutted wagon trail. Hastings was patting Morella's neck, speaking softly to her and telling her how brave she was, when Severin pulled his horse beside hers. "No one follows. By now de Lucy must know of our escape, but he isn't a complete fool. He knows that we can reach Oxborough before he can catch up to us." He leaned over, kissed her hard, then patted his palm to her cheek. "You have done well, wife," he said, then kicked his stallion in his heavy sides. They were safely within Oxborough's gates before dawn. It wasn't until they were in the great hall that someone else from Sedgwick had escaped with them. 32. "My lord," Lothar said, stepping forward, "I have something to tell you." Severin, tired, hungry, and so weary he wanted to lie down beside Edgar the wolfhound, turned to the large, burly soldier who was one of Sir Alan's trusted men. "Aye, what is it, Lothar? You see that I am very healthy, my lord, my 3 friends as well. It is not because of chance that this is so. It is because of something entirely different, something that I ask you think about carefully before. Speak, man." "Lord Severin, Lothar brought me with him." Eloise came from behind one of the other men. She was dressed like a little boy. "She saved us, my lord. Before Lord Richard came upon us with stealth, the child was friendly to me. When I was thrown into the dungeon, she brought me food. I shared the food with the men close enough to me that I could reach them. We all survived. We are well. Eloise couldn't feed all the men, else de Lucy would suspect." Hastings walked slowly to Eloise, pulled back the coarse woolen hood. She smoothed the child's braids. She lightly ran her fingertips over her thin cheeks. "I do not understand, Eloise. Come drink some milk and eat. Then you will tell Lord Severin and me everything." Eloise spoke even as she stuffed MacDear's sweet white bread into her mouth. "He told Marjorie he would kill me if she did not do just as he said. He hurt her as much as he hurt me. She tried to protect me. I thought if I left, then he could not force her." Lady Moraine, who was pressed tightly against her son, afraid to let him go to the Jakes by himself for fear he would disappear, said, "I will take care of you, Eloise, but you must promise me something." The child was chewing more slowly now on a piece of mutton. She nodded. "You will not treat Hastings badly." Eloise bowed her head. When she looked up, Trist was sitting on the trestle table in front of her. He reached out his paw and patted the back of her thin hand. Eloise burst into tears, sobbing and hiccuping. "I want Marjorie." Hastings looked toward Severin, who was chewing a big hunk of yellow sweet cheese. She didn't like this one bit. Now she had to feel sorry for Marjorie. That damnable witch with the black insides. It was not to be borne. "We have to rescue her?" she said, barely above a whisper. "I will think about that," Severin said.
Lady Moraine looked up at Hastings, then drew the child to her. She rocked her against her. Then she pressed her back at arm's length. It is difficult, Eloise, for anyone to want to help her. Marjorie tried to poison Hastings. No, she did not. Eloise brushed her hand over her eyes. She drew back her shoulders and took a deep breath. It was I who put the powder in Hastings's wine. And it wasn't poison. It wouldn't have killed her. I just wanted to punish her for making Marjorie's nose grow large and red. Marjorie knew, but she took the blame for me. I really don't like this, Hastings said. Severin was on his feet. I don't either. As I said, I will think about all this. I must go now, Hastings. To find Gwent and our men? I have prayed myself numb. They have to be alive. They have to be. When we are all together again, then we will make plans. She did not demand to accompany him. In truth, she was exhausted, the babe making her nearly dizzy with fatigue. You will be home soon, she said a short time later, when she stood in the outer bailey, waiting for all the men to mount. As quickly as possible. Sir Alan will take care of Oxborough. If Richard de Lucy tries treachery, he will not succeed. You will consider Oxborough under siege until I return. She nodded, stood on her tiptoes, and wrapped her arms about his neck. Be careful, Severin. He brought her close, his breath warm against her hair. We will get through this, Hastings. You will see. I know, she said, and kissed him again. I know, she said again against his open mouth. She felt a shudder go through him, and kissed him yet again. He stepped back, his breathing quick and hard. He smiled down at her, his eyes dark and vibrant. I have sent a man to Lord Graham de Morton in Cornwall. God knows how long it will take for him to come, or even if he is able to come. He will come. Will you send a messenger to the king? Severin shook his head. No, I don't wish to take a chance on Edward's whim. I want Richard de Lucy killed before any learn that he is still alive. All will be as we believed it to be before the madman came back from the dead. My lord, Sir Alan said, striding up to Severin, who was now holding Hastings in the circle of his arms. Our messengers to your other keeps are well on their way. Men will begin arriving within 2 days. I doubt we will need Graham de Morton. I know, Severin said, pulling Hastings against him once more, as he could not prevent himself from doing so. It is just that I promised him. He told me if I did not, and he heard that I was ever in grave danger, he would stake me out in the middle of a practice field and ride his war horse over me. He kissed Hastings' nose, then grinned at Alan. I believe him. I am not a fool. Hastings laughed. It felt wonderful to laugh, even for a moment. I must go. Take care of our babe, and Alan will see to your safety. He slammed his fist into Sir Alan's shoulder, all in good humor, and said something low to him that Hastings could not hear. Sir Alan nodded solemnly. Severin waved yet again to Hastings and strode to his war horse. Hastings watched him leap gracefully astride. God be with you, my lord, she called. He waved at her, and was soon outside the massive Oxborough gates. She ran to the sturdy wooden ladder that led up to the ramparts. She watched him until he was gone from her sight. When Alice came to her later, Hastings was on her knees beside a man whose belly was so shriveled he could only keep MacDear's lightest broth down without vomiting. She looked up, her head cocked to one side. Alice looked utterly bewildered. I do not believe this, Hastings. What is it? She was on her feet in an instant. What has happened? We have a visitor. She has never come here. She has never left her cottage. All know she is a recluse. Yet she is here, demanding to see you. Hastings turned to see the healer walk briskly into the great hall. She was wearing shoes. Hastings' own mouth dropped open at the sight of her. The healer waved everyone away, said nothing at all to anyone, and quickly knelt down beside a sick man. She continued silent, merely grunted at some of them, shook her head at one man who was already unconscious, and actually pinched another man's wrist who just happened to grin up at her. Where is Alfred? Hastings asked, for want of anything better. She was as bewildered as Alice. My beauty is sleeping soundly in the sun. I left him a roasted chicken if he awakes and is hungry. He is always hungry, healer. Aye, he deserves to be, not like these louts sprawled about in your great hall, Hastings.
Well, I've done what I can for them. The man Jan will die soon. I cannot help him. The others will survive with your care. Healer, how did you know we needed you? Hastings stared at the healer as the woman looked down at her long fingers, twisting the odd gold ring about on her finger. A magic ring, perhaps, one older than England itself. Healer? Her braids flew as she raised her head. But damn to you, Hastings. Where is Gwent? I had prayed he would be here, but he is not. Where is he? Gwent? The healer despised men. All knew it. Gwent? Hastings noticed for the first time that the healer did not look quite like the ragged woman that she normally did. No, her gown was a soft yellow, she was wearing leather slippers, her thick, long hair was braided loosely and tied with a yellow ribbon. She looked remarkably young. "My son has gone to find him, and another dozen of our men," Lady Moraine said. "He is a man, but surely he would not lose himself a purpose." "No, he and all the other men were drugged," Hastings said. "Richard de Lucy swore that it would not kill them, but he captured us, and we were forced to leave all of them unconscious on the ground. Severin is very worried. We will know by the end of the week." "That dim-cockled lout," the healer muttered to herself. "I warned him that this journey to Rosehaven would bring him low, but would he listen to me? Does any man ever listen? No, the cocky little biddle sticks just strut about and expect all to transpire as they wish it to. I told him not to go. Even Alfred jumped on him and tried to hold him down." Hastings could but stare at her. "But you did not tell me that the journey would bring me low, healer. Yet you told Gwent. What is this? I did not know about you, Hastings. You are here, after all, smiling and well, and Gwent is likely in some dungeon somewhere, rotting like a meat under maggots. By the devil's shins, I will make the overgrown pusshead regret this once he returns." "St. Catherine's eyebrows," Lady Moraine gasped, staring at the healer. "I see the truth now. You are besotted. You are acting just like Hastings does with my son. You and Gwent. But how can that be? He hates Alfred. I suspect he even fears him. He jumps whenever the cat leaps at him." The healer's chin went up. Hastings saw that her neck was firm. No, the healer wasn't old at all. Certainly no older than Lady Moraine or Hastings' own mother. Gwent now has great affection for Alfred. Alfred even once sat on Gwent's legs whilst he ate some of my special broth. Alfred did not try to steal the broth. There is now a bond between them. That miserable crockhead. "Healer," Alice said, "Alfred would steal the meat off your plate. Surely he would not show pity to Gwent." The healer turned on Alice. "You will not talk about my tender Alfred like that. He is a sweeting. It is Gwent that is a hulking cretin, so sure of himself and his prowess that he must needs follow Lord Severin. Now he will die in a dungeon, rotting." "But I thought you hated men," Lady Moraine said. "Of course I do," the healer said, staring darkly at Lady Moraine. "They are all useless, windy bladders, concerned only with themselves. But you, lady, you blather nonsense. You will say no more about it. I will leave now. I will return tomorrow to see if there is any news. That lack-witted Oxhead had better return to Oxborough well enough so that I can fix him." Without another word, the healer marched out of the great hall, everyone staring after her, even one man who was too weak a moment before to raise his head. "Well," Hastings said, shaking her head, "this is a remarkable thing." "Aye," said Alice, "more than remarkable. Gwent kept his distance from me when I told him I would consider betting him and giving him a man's pleasure. He did not seem interested. Well, he was interested, but something held him back. I could not understand him. By the devil's horns, does the wind blow that way?" She just shook her head and carried a mug of milk to one of the ill-men, saying a silent prayer now for Bemis, who rode with Lord Severin. Hastings was laughing even as she lightly rubbed her palm over her belly. Within 2 days, 50 men from Severin's other keeps had arrived at Oxborough. "We will starve if they long remain," MacDear said, as he stirred a giant cauldron of stewed pheasant with cabbage, onions, and leeks. Steam curled up about his massive head, wreathing him in gray mist. "I will tell them they can only eat every other day," Hastings said, poked his huge arm, and returned to the great hall. The sick men were nearly well. The one man who had died shortly after the healer had come had been buried in the Oxborough graveyard. Sir Alan was dealing well with the 3 castellans, drawing Sedgwick Keep on a large square of parchment so they could see what they would face as soon as Lord Severin returned. The healer returned the morning of the 3rd day. "I am sorry, healer, but there is no word. But Severin said I was not to worry. He will bring them back safely. He is a man. His horse brings him back, not his small brain. Gwent's brain is even more shriveled. I will grind borla root and stir it into his ale.
It will make his toes numb and his manhood as flaccid as the onions in MacDear's soup. I will tell my sweet Alfred to grant him the weight of all his affection." Hastings was holding her stomach. She was laughing so hard. "But, healer, if he is flaccid, then what pleasure is there for you? You speak like that silver-haired bitch, failing to give me proper honor and respect. Oh, nay, never that. Please remain, healer, please." But the healer had already turned on her heel. She raised a hand, but did not turn around. Hastings was not laughing that afternoon as she lay in her bed, the cover pulled to her chin, staring up into the darkness. She could hear the wind howling, feel the coldness of it in her bones, even though she was warm. She missed Severin. She was afraid for him. What was happening? Sir Alan had sent a dozen men to camp in the woods near Sedgwick to keep watch and report back if Richard de Lucy did anything untoward. Another dozen men followed the route back to where Gwent and the other men had lain unconscious. The remainder were guarding Oxborough, as if it were the king's residence. As for Eloise, she did not leave Lady Morayne. She was pale and silent, a little ghost who missed that damnable Marjorie. Hastings turned onto her side. Severin had wanted a curve in her belly, just a slight curve, to please him, he'd told her, and now she had one for him to feel. She wanted his hand pressing lightly against her. Suddenly, the bedchamber door burst open, and Lady Morayne flew into the room, shouting, "They're back!" 33. Where the devil is Gwent? Severin asked as he strode into the great hall, Sir Alan by his side. "Alart told me he was riding into Pevensey Forest just a bit ago. Why would he leave? Where is he?" Lady Morayne said with great composure, "He is visiting Alfred." "What? That is unlikely, mother. He is terrified of that beast." "Very well, then. It is the healer he visits." "Why? He is well. He swore it to me. Come, Hastings, my mother is jesting with me. What is going on?" "Gwent and the healer are in love." He stared at her, brought to an utter and complete silence. Then he began shaking his head. He reached inside his tunic and pulled Trist out. He began to stroke the marten's chin. Trist mewled. Severin just stood there, staring at nothing in particular. "What is this?" Sir Alan asked, accepting a goblet of ale from Alice. "The healer hates men," Severin said finally. "Mayhap that's true. You should have heard her cursing Gwent. She called him names that I have never even heard you use, Severin." Severin shook his head, stuffed Trist back down into his tunic, and called out to his 3 castellans, "Everyone, quench his thirst. We have a lot of talking to do before we leave in the morning." It was only after he had settled all the men that he came to Hastings. He pulled her against him, saying nothing, just held her, his cheek against her hair. Hastings felt Trist between them. She said against his throat, "Truly, Gwent and all the men were in the forest near to Sedgwick? Aye, they were trying to decide how to come inside to rescue me. They didn't know that I was no longer at Sedgwick. None suffered anything save watery bowels and headaches from the drug. Hastings, does Gwent really have tender feelings for the healer? I believe so. Do you believe he will live in the forest with her? I still cannot believe it. Do not ask me such a question. Do we have any food left?" She laughed, pulling back in the circle of his arms. Trist stuck his head out of Severin's tunic and mewled at her. "It is good that we will kill de Lucy soon. All MacDear can talk about is that we will starve during the winter." He pulled her again against him. Trist slithered out and wound himself around Severin's neck. "Severin?" Hastings said against his chin. "Aye? How will we kill de Lucy? I have decided to take Sedgwick.
He has only 20 men at most. It should not take long with the men I have. I hope Graylem doesn't come with me, for we will have no need for them. And will you try to save Marjorie? He sighed, kissing her ear. You know, Hastings, she is guilty only of wanting me. I am a brave knight, a man of fine parts, a man who gives of himself to a woman, even when he is not completely aware of all his giving. I am magnificent in battle. Can you blame her for still desiring me beyond all reason? She had no leverage, but she tried. She shoved her fist against his belly. He grunted for her, but his laughter didn't stop. What do you say if I have her marry Sir Alan? With the king's approval, of course. Her silvery hair would still be very close to Oxborough. I prefer a wench with hair with so many shades I still have not managed to count all of them. Look at this. It's the color of dirt. Isn't that interesting? My lord. Aye, Bemis. Speak, man. My wife here is bereft of words. It is unexpected, but I bask in it for the seconds it will last. My lord, you are jesting. All are wondering what will happen, and here you are jesting. Bemis, I will tighten my jaw very soon now. We will have our evening meal, then we will all come to agreement on Sedgwick. Come away, Bemis, Alice said, dragging at his tunic sleeve. Leave them be. They are newly married. Well, not that newly, and they wish to play for just a moment. Why don't you come with me, and I will show you what this play is all about. To Hastings' surprise, Bemis turned his ugly face upon Alice, found something akin to a smile, and gave her his hand. Not too much play, they heard him say to her. Lord Severin must have my head clear so that I may give him superior counsel. Trist waved his paw after them. When Severin and his soldiers arrived at Sedgwick the following afternoon, the keep was deserted. There were but a few servants milling about, a very old porter who scratched his bald head and muttered about the blackness of men's hearts, and a dozen chickens who were squawking loudly because they hadn't been fed. Children and women were nowhere to be seen. Severin turned to Sir Alan as they came to a halt in the inner bailey. "He is gone," Gwent called out. "He and all his men are gone. The old porter tells me he rode out yesterday. Was Lady Marjorie with him?" "Aye, she was, riding beside him, pale as an angel," the old man said. "Where would he go?" Severin said aloud. Then he realized that he had left only 20 soldiers at Oxborough. Only 20, but still it was enough. The gates were closed and barred. No one unknown could enter, no one. Severin remembered that day, so long before, when 2 of de Lucy's men had managed to get into the inner bailey. He had been stabbed in Hastings' herb garden. No, Bemis had orders. No one unknown would be allowed into Oxborough. Still, he worried. He worried more when they questioned some farmers on the return route to Oxborough and discovered that de Lucy had come this way. Severin cursed, ploughing his fingers through his hair. "My lord," Sir Alan said, "de Lucy can do nothing. He is mad, and he is smart. I don't trust him. I hope he has not harmed Marjorie," Sir Alan said, and all could see that he was smitten. They rode hard back to Oxborough. "Please show me where the healer lives, Hastings. My belly hurts, and Lady Moraine told me that the healer could make even a dying pig well again." "We can't leave Oxborough right now, Eloise," Hastings said, coming down to the little girl's eye level. "Lord Severin wants us to pretend that this is a siege. Now, let me try to make you feel better." But Eloise's bellyache went away before Hastings could give her a rather sweet-tasting potion of pounded daisy powder mixed with wine. Hastings was mending one of Severin's tunics, a pale blue one, when Bemis came running into the great hall. Edgar the wolfhound raised his head and growled deep in his massive throat. "It's the healer!" he shouted. "By St. Ethelbert's elbows, de Lucy has her!" Hastings didn't at first understand. Then she rose quickly, the tunic falling to the rushes at her feet. "Oh no," she said. "Oh no."
He is outside the walls, the healer held in front of him on his war-horse. He has a rope around her waist and a knife held to her neck. He says he wants to speak to you, or the healer does. Hastings ran out of the great hall, through the inner bailey, to the outer bailey, and up the wooden rampart stairs. She stared down at a sight that scared her to her toes. The healer was seated tall and straight in front of DeLucy. So DeLucy had decided that if he had threatened Marjorie, Hastings wouldn't have cared. He could be right about that. But the healer... "Healer," Hastings called down to her. "Are you all right?" "Aye, Hastings," the healer shouted. "This man is mad. You are not to trust him. Do not do anything he says." For that, DeLucy cuffed her hard against the side of her face. "Don't touch her, you miserable whoreson." "Then you will give me what I want, Hastings, and you will do it now." He wanted Eloise. No, she wouldn't give her up to that monster. "You may not have Eloise. You would only abuse her. She will remain within the walls, safe." "I don't want that miserable little devil's spawn. No, Hastings, I want you." Hastings saw one of Bemis's men gently pull back on his bow. "No," she whispered. "No, you could harm the healer. We can't take that chance." Bemis shouted down, "Lady Hastings goes nowhere. You will take your wretched band of outlaws and leave Oxborough. Lord Severin will return soon." "I count on that," DeLucy shouted back. He then lifted the knife and set it against the healer's neck. He sliced. A thin line of blood appeared, beading and flowing down into the healer's gown. The healer didn't move. "Don't come out, Hastings," she shouted. DeLucy hit her again, this time knocking her unconscious. She sagged against him. Hastings couldn't bear it. "I will come out if you will release her. I will also come out if you release Marjorie." DeLucy slewed his head upward at her words. "Marjorie? You want that bitch? She has done nothing but try to do you in. She hates you. She always will. But I will release her. I have no more use for her once I have you." "I will come," Hastings called. "But hear me, DeLucy. It will gain you naught. I am with child, Lord Severin's child. There is nothing for you here. Leave the healer and take your leave." DeLucy shouted back, his voice clear and hard. "I know you are not with child. Marjorie told me. Do not lie. Come to me, and the healer goes free. Marjorie as well, if you really wish to have her near your food." "I will come," Hastings called. Bemis blocked her way. "No, Hastings, you will remain within the walls. If the healer dies, then so be it, but Lord Severin will not return to find his wife gone." "I do not intend to trade myself over like a helpless damsel, Bemis. I do not intend to place myself at DeLucy's mercy, such as it is. No, I have a plan. I will have that monster's head on a plate before Severin returns. Lord Severin won't like it. He was furious when Lord Graelum denied him DeLucy's death. Now you would do the same? I cannot allow it, Hastings. Damnation! Why didn't the madman die when he tripped on those rabbit bones?" But Hastings wasn't listening to him. "I must speak to Alice. I need her." "Do what? Alice, you say? I don't want Alice involved in this, Hastings." Hastings smiled behind her hand. "No, there won't be any chance of danger to Alice. After I've spoken to her, then I need to gain your agreement, Bemis." Her heart was pounding as she ran up the solar stairs. So the bastard still wanted her, did he? What on earth did he believe he would gain? He must know that Severin would hunt him down and kill him with savage pleasure. But she didn't have time to put her plan into action. At that moment, there were shouts and screams. By the time Hastings got to the ramparts to see what had happened, Eloise was already well within the ranks of DeLucy's soldiers. Then she was in Marjorie's arms, clutching her fiercely. Hastings cursed. What to do now? DeLucy sounded like a happy man when he shouted up to her, the knife point still at the healer's neck. "You see all that I have now, Hastings? Give over. Come to me, and all 3 of them can come into Oxborough. They will all be safe from me." "You may not go, Hastings, but I can." She turned to see Lady Moraine. She was smiling, even as she said, "You are very close to my plan. Come, we need to scheme very quickly.
I do not want that madman to hurt the healer more than he has already done." They walked quickly toward the keep. Hastings had to duck around Gilbert the goat, who was chewing on an old gauntlet. Lady Moraine said, as she took double steps, "Why did the child flee? Has she no wits at all? She loves Marjorie very much. She must have become afraid for her when she saw her with de Lucy. She escaped through the postern gate. Was no one guarding it?" There was no answer. Hastings hurried into the great hall, Lady Moraine on her heels. Hastings knew she didn't have long, knowing that de Lucy would stick that knife point in the healer's throat with as much indifference as he would dispatch a chicken. Alice appeared at her side. "There must be something we can do, Hastings," she said as she looked toward the ramparts at Bemis, who was staring down at de Lucy. "I wanted the lout to give over, but now he fancies he owns me and can tell me what to do. He cannot say nay to my plan. Tell me what you think, Alice, Lady Moraine." 12 minutes later, the great gates of Oxbarrow swung outward, as did the narrow postern gate. 17 cloaked and hooded women walked through the main gates and the postern gate, their heads down, their steps coming directly toward de Lucy and his line of men. De Lucy howled, "I will not have this. Which one of you is Hastings? All of you, remove the cloaks and hoods. Do it now, or I will kill all of you." But the women just kept walking toward him. He shouted at his men to bring them all down, then knew that if Hastings were among them, he could kill her. She was his salvation. Only she could protect him. He could not kill her, not until the king had given her to him, removed Severin as the Earl of Oxbarrow, and placed him in his stead. 17 women! What was the meaning of this? Hastings, come out. I won't stand for this. Leave the rest of the women and come to me. Come now, or the healer dies. But the women just kept walking toward him, steps unhurried, coming, coming. De Lucy's horse fidgeted, rearing back, trembling with its master's fury and indecision. The men behind him were all yelling at the women, all of them sounding worried and frightened. Of 17 women! De Lucy snarled. He wouldn't stand for this. He hurled the healer from his horse, sending her to roll away from him in the dirt. He rode his warhorse directly at the women. Not 5 feet from them, he heard a woman shout. Then all of them threw back their hoods. There were only 3 women. The rest were Oxbarrow men-at-arms. They raised their bows and arrows. De Lucy yelled, whipped his warhorse about, and rode wildly back to his men. He grabbed Eloise from Marjorie and pulled her up in front of him. Arrows rained around him. He heard his men screaming in pain. He grabbed the reins of Marjorie's palfrey, jerking them out of her hands, and rode away from Oxbarrow toward the cliffs of the North Sea. Hastings set her bow and arrow down at her feet. She'd brought down one of de Lucy's men. "He has Eloise and Marjorie," she said, and felt like a failure. But the healer was all right. She was standing now, brushing dirt from her gown. The yellow ribbon tying her thick braid had come unfastened and was dangling by her face. Bemis came running full tilt to Hastings, shouting, "It worked! I knew it would work! You and Alice and Lady Moraine were well guarded. Aye, an excellent stratagem." He was rubbing his hands together. "Aye, now we will catch him, Hastings. How far can he get with the child, and that unkind angel with her silver hair, whom every man desires?" Alice was with the healer, helping her dust herself off.
The healer came to Hastings and said, "Listen to me, all of you. He is mad. His brain has given way to the red mist. It is rage and impotence that fill him now. He is very dangerous. He looks at you, Hastings, and sees you as his only hope. He believes you will guard him from the king's wrath. He will not give up until he is dead, or he has you, Hastings. Do not let yourself get close to him. Once he realizes that you cannot save him, he will slit your throat." She lightly touched her fingertips against the thin line de Lucy had drawn with his knife across her throat. "I will not let him near me, healer. Let us mount and go after him. I must get Eloise. Healer, please remain here to tell Severin what has happened if he returns." 34. Severin saw her facing Lucy at the cliff edge, her cloak billowing out behind her, the harsh sea wind lifting her hair off her face. Marjorie and Eloise stood behind Lucy where he'd shoved them, close to the cliff's edge. Lucy's 4 remaining men clustered around him, all armed, all ready. No one was moving. Hastings was speaking, but he was too far away to hear her words. He held up his hand, holding all his men silent and motionless. "He has Marjorie," Sir Alan said. Severin grunted. He didn't particularly care if Lucy took Marjorie to the Holy Land with him. If he never saw her again, he would count himself blessed. His eyes were on Hastings. What was she planning? He knew she was planning something. She occasionally thought of excellent strategies. He knew he would have to wait, but he didn't want to. He wanted to strangle both her and Bemis for allowing this, when it was over. Pray God that it would be over soon, that she would be all right. It seemed a desperate prayer, but there was nothing else for him. Hastings said very slowly, "You can escape, Richard. I will allow the men to let you go if you release Marjorie and Eloise now. There is nothing for you here. You must forget about Oxborough. It will never belong to you. I cannot guard you. I cannot protect you. Do you understand me?" But she saw the blank rage in his eyes, the mad hunger in his soul, knew that if she were closer, he would grab her and, in his madness, mayhap even hurl her over the cliff. She spoke louder, to his men. "Listen, all of you. There is nothing for you to do. Will you kill me? Lady Marjorie and Eloise? Why? It will gain you nothing but a deep pit in hell. Sheath your swords. Walk away from this." Lucy screamed, "Any of you whoresons leave me, and I'll flay the hide from your backs." Several of his men were backing away. His words didn't slow them. Hastings could see the impotent rage in his eyes, making him shake, and she knew deep down that he would never release his mad dream of what he believed should be his. She felt the knife she held against her cloak. She wanted to go to him. She wanted the chance to stick her knife in his black heart, but she had promised Bemis to hold back. It was at that moment that Hastings knew Severin was close. She knew he was waiting. He couldn't come closer, for it would probably mean Eloise's and Marjorie's death. Lucy turned to say something low to Marjorie. She shook her head at him, and he raised his fist. Then, suddenly, before he could strike, Marjorie grabbed Eloise and pulled her to the ground at the cliff's edge. They rolled once, twice, Marjorie's arms around Eloise. Then they disappeared over the edge, Eloise's single scream rending the silent sky. Hastings felt her blood riot in her body. Marjorie had killed the both of them? Oh God, she couldn't begin to bear this. She stared at Lucy, who had turned his head for a moment to look at where Marjorie and his daughter had stood. Then he shrugged. He merely shrugged. What had he said to Marjorie? What had she said to earn his fist? What threat had he made that had sent her and Eloise into oblivion? Hastings could not have stopped herself even if she had thought deeply about it. Lucy had brought them to this. He was responsible for all the misery that had come upon them from the very beginning. He was a monster, and he was mad. She raised the knife and threw herself at him, the knife coming down toward his chest in a high arc. He grabbed her arm, but she was strong. Her rage made her even stronger. Bemis was upon them, but they were very close to the edge now, too close. Bemis was yelling at Hastings to back off, to get away from Lucy, but she couldn't. Both of them were locked together now, even as the knife came down closer, closer to his chest. Suddenly, she felt the point ease through the cloth of his tunic. So easily it slid in, but it didn't slow him. He was yelling, his spittle flying into her face, raging at what she had cost him, and now she had stabbed him, and surely she would die for it. Suddenly, she felt something grab her ankle. Her eyes flicked over the side of the cliff, and what she saw astonished her. But Lucy grabbed her, jerking her close, and she knew she would die. She shoved the knife deeper into his chest. He jerked back with the agony of it, screaming, and reeled off the cliff. At the last moment, he grabbed her, pulling her, and she knew she had no purchase. She yelled Severin's name even as she went over. Severin watched as de Lucy and his wife, locked in a death embrace, disappeared over the cliff. No! De Lucy's few men had thrown down their weapons, but it didn't matter. Bemis was enraged. The 4 men were dead in but moments. No! Severin flung himself off his warhorse's back and ran to the cliff edge. He knew what he would see. He would see Hastings still locked against de Lucy, both of them crushed on the rocks below. But he saw only de Lucy. She must be beneath him. The whoreson had her pinned beneath him. Severin could tell that his neck was broken. Severin was panting, heaving with the agony of it, searching frantically for a path down to the beach and rocks below. Severin! He shook his head back and forth, back and forth. No, it couldn't be true. Dear Jesus, he could hear her calling to him, but she was dead, locked beneath that madman. He felt shock pulling at his brain, felt helpless rage pouring through him like a wound that would bleed his very life away. Severin! No. He was leaving himself now, going toward her, hearing her, wanting just to see her once more. Severin! My lord, it's Hastings. By St. Anthony's blessings, it's Hastings. Severin threw himself on his belly, leaning out over the cliff as far as he could without falling. He couldn't believe what he saw. A ledge jutted out some 3 feet below him. On the ledge, Marjorie was stretched out her full length, her feet hooked beneath a narrow overhang. Eloise knelt beside her. They were both clinging to Hastings' arms as she dangled off the ledge. "Severin," Marjorie shouted, "we aren't strong enough to pull her up. You must help us." Within moments, men were holding a rope tied securely beneath Severin's arms. They lowered him until he was on the ledge. He grabbed Hastings' arms and dragged her up. "You're alive," he whispered again and again in her dirty hair. "I couldn't have borne it if that whoreson had killed you. I'm going to strangle you when I get you home. I love you. At the very least, I will beat you. You deserve that. You deserve your last punishment, that I never meted out to you either afternoon in the forest. By all that's holy, I love you. And I you," she whispered against her neck. She raised her eyes, and he saw the blank shock in them. He stroked his large hands up and down her back, even as she said in a sing-song voice, "I killed him, Severin. I stuck my knife in his chest." She looked over at Marjorie, who was on her hands and knees, breathing heavily. Then, something grabbed my ankle. I looked down and saw Marjorie on the ledge. She was trying to pull me over to save me. I shoved the knife deeper into his chest, and he went over, but he grabbed me, and I couldn't pull away. When I struck the ledge, I rolled off, but both Marjorie and Eloise grabbed my arms and held me. She and Eloise saved me. His hand was on her belly, lightly caressing. He said nothing. He let her talk. It would bring her back to him. He felt her give a great shudder, then she stilled. "Our babe is all right," she said, lightly laying her hand over his fingers. "He's all right. Don't worry." Severin couldn't believe this. He shook his head. Marjorie, who hated Hastings, had saved her life? By all that was holy, it was beyond his comprehension. He sent Hastings up first. It never occurred to him to send up the child first. He wanted Hastings safe. At last. It took some time to get all of them back to safety. The instant he was on firm ground, Severin grabbed Hastings, pulled her against him, squeezing her so tightly she knew she heard her ribs groaning. "Never again will I let you out of my sight," he said. Then, "Never again. I love you, but you will fight no more of my battles. Never again. I have decided that if I do not control you, I will die of the strain of it. You will remain in our bedchamber. You may mix your herbs, but nothing more. Perhaps soon I will allow you to come into the great hall, but only after I have ensured that it is safe for you. Only after you have sworn to me that you will never stick a knife in another man's chest. Well, mayhap that would be acceptable, but you will do no knife-sticking next to the edge of a damned cliff. Aye, and then you will only leave the Great Hall if I give you permission, and then you will always have me with you. Do you understand me, Hastings? I will not let you out of my sight again. I love you, and I will now strangle you. Come, we will go home now, and I will strangle you, and then the healer will make certain that our babe is all right." She kissed his chin and tried to squeeze him as hard as he was squeezing her. "Just a moment, Severin. Marjorie and Eloise saved me. I must thank them." He released her, although he didn't want to. He watched her walk slowly to where Marjorie stood, alone, with Sir Alan some feet away from her, looking at her as if he wanted to consume her. Eloise was clutched against her side, crying. Marjorie was comforting her, and doing a fine job of it, Hastings had to admit, though she didn't particularly want to. "You saved me," Hastings said. "You didn't have to, yet you did. You grabbed my ankle. You let me know I could fall over and land on the ledge with you. You grabbed me when I fell with DeLucy. You didn't let go. You also saved yourself and Eloise. That was excellent, Marjorie, though it pains me to have to say it. Aye, it was excellent. Thank you. I am very tired of all this furor. My heart is still pounding with fright. Come, little sweeting, let me dry your tears. We are all safe, and your father is finally dead." Then Marjorie raised her beautiful eyes to Hastings' face. She threw back her glorious silvery hair. "I had to save you. I had no choice. When you and Eloise disappeared over the cliff edge, I believed you were killing yourselves. Oh no, I saw the ledge. I prayed, Hastings. I prayed more in those seconds than I have ever prayed in my life. I nearly lost Eloise, but I managed to get her onto the ledge. When I grabbed your ankle, I wanted you to know that we were there and you would be all right. I am glad we managed to hold on to you until Severin came. Since I had my feet beneath that overhang, I was in no danger of being pulled over with you." "I hate this," Hastings said, scuffing the toe of her shoe. "I really do hate this, but I will say it again. Thank you, Marjorie, for saving me. I really didn't make your nose swell or turn red. I know, it was Lady Moraine. She was trying to protect you. Her punishment gained my respect. What think you of marrying Sir Alan and remaining at Sedgwick? Severin must ask the king, but he will probably agree. Perhaps you could visit Oxborough once every 5 years." Marjorie laughed. "Aye, that is an acceptable idea. Sir Alan pleases me sufficiently. You will never have to worry again that you will starve. No, I dare say that I won't. And I will have my Eloise forever." Severin couldn't stand it any more. He was upon them in an instant. He picked Hastings up in his arms and strode away with her, calling over his shoulder, "I will send a messenger to the king on the morrow. Sir Alan, see to Lady Marjorie and Eloise. I believe we would like you to return immediately to Sedgwick, all your men as well. Ah, before you leave, bury DeLucy's men. Leave him on the beach below, I care not." Hastings said, as she nibbled his earlobe, "At least I won't have to see her silvery hair for 5 years." It was very late. The castle was quiet, save for the snores of the men sleeping in the great hall, and Belle, who could make noises louder than any man-at-arms at Oxborough. Beside her, the armorer was sleeping blissfully. He was sprawled out of his back, and he looked dead. In their bedchamber, Severin was over his wife, deep inside her, staring down at her face in the dim light of the single candle. "No, Hastings, don't move. I just want to remain here for a while. Just feel you and know that I am feeling you without lust rampaging through my body. I want you to feel my love for you, which at this moment is greater than my lust, but I cannot promise that it will last much longer." He leaned down and kissed her. He said into her mouth, "You are mine now, damn you. No more strife between us. No more believing it is another woman I want. I want only you. Will you strive to believe me? You mean that I cannot yell at you when you vex me with your orders, or you trample my daisies? Aye, you can yell so loudly that the gulls will come in from the sea to see what is happening. That has nothing to do with the core of us. What is between us will grow, Hastings, and become more powerful as time passes. Do you believe that? Aye, I must, for I love you more than I love life. When Marjorie visits Oxborough in 5 years, you swear you will not stare at her and whisper about her silvery hair? I will spit at her feet." She laughed, lifting her hips just a bit. He bit her chin. Obey me, Hastings, and hold yourself still, else it won't go well for you." She laughed. "Even if I were to enrage you in the future," she said, giving him that siren, slow-eyed look, "I now know exactly what to do to make you forget every shred of your anger. I know exactly how to make you as blissfully happy as Gilbert the goat with a new boot to chew. I know that you do." She stared up at him, forgetting for a moment that he was beginning to move slowly within her. "What do you know? My mother loves me. Her loyalty is to me. Dame Agnes and Alice are very fond of my mother. They also believe she has sound advice. They don't believe my advice is so bad either. Indeed, there was a good deal of laughter. What does that mean?" He moved more deeply now, and she felt him touching her as only he could. She didn't think again for some time. When at last she was breathing more easily, feeling the heat of him against the length of her, knowing that a woman couldn't be happier or more content than she was at this moment, she said again, "What do you mean that your mother loves you? Naturally she loves you. You are her son. What do you know? What is this about Dame Agnes and Alice? What about laughter? My mother told me you were always in your best humor when you were working in your herb garden. She said it was there that I had my best chance of having you decide to work your skills on me." She was frowning ferociously up at him. He leaned down and kissed her open mouth. "Do you not remember, Hastings? I came upon you twice in your garden. That first time, you gave me a provocative look and talked me into the forest to punish you. The next day, I was no sooner a shadow on your mugwort than you were hurling yourself against me and begging me to take you back again." I know all about that, but why do you bring it up, and in such detail? You sound as if you know more than you should about the entire matter. Ah, now I have your attention." He gently came out of her and went down onto his back. He drew her against his side, but she reared up over him, staring down at him. "My mother told me what Dame Agnes and Alice had advised you to do. She was laughing when she said that you had wondered if this would always be their only advice. When I saw them, I agreed that it was the best advice they could ever serve you. They told me everything, Hastings." She closed her hands about his throat and tried to squeeze, but her hands just weren't big enough. "I should be furious with all of you. I should yell and stamp and throw the laver at all of you." Then she leaned down and kissed him, shrugging those lovely white shoulders of hers. She whispered against his mouth. "Alice said that men were simple. Dame Agnes said that the second time more skill was required, but she believed I could do it. I, too, believed it was wonderful advice." He squeezed her against him. "All of us decided that it would calm your humors and make you realize that your husband wanted you more than he wanted Oxborough itself, or a string of titles. Did I not prove myself to you those 2 afternoons in the forest, Hastings? I let you do just as you pleased to my man's body. Did I not compliment you on your skill? No, all you did was moan and groan and thrash about." She fell silent. She was still furious at the women who had advised her with such seriousness. She had trusted them, yet they had discussed everything with him and Lady Moraine. "I cannot believe that they told you, that they asked you what you thought of their advice to me." "I made only 1 or 2 corrections in their advice." He shrugged, knowing she wanted to hit him since she couldn't manage to strangle him. "Do you want me to tell you exactly what they were?" "I know what they were," she said, and stroked her hand down his belly to find him. I know exactly what they were." She moved against him, and he smiled against her hair. Then he groaned. He wanted to talk to her, not make love to her again. He sought to distract her, and himself, particularly himself, since her hand was caressing him. I can feel that small curve now. Thank you. There was a muffled mewling sound. Hastings released him. He sighed. They sat up and pulled up the covers. A ruffled tryst slipped from beneath a sheet and came up to Severin's chest. They lay down, taking turns stroking his thick fur. "You didn't ask Tryst to advise you, did you, Severin? Tryst always knows what I'm about." The marten mewled loudly and stretched himself out over the both of them. "He has also disrupted our play." Tryst batted Severin's chin with his paw.
"You are well, are you not, Hastings?" She felt his hand lightly rest on her belly. "Aye, but I believe I will not fly off any more cliffs until after our babe is born. No, don't stiffen up. It annoys Trist. It was a jest, Severin, just a jest. I am very well. You are not to worry. Now, should we move Trist and continue with our play?" Severin's hand was quiet on her belly. She heard his breathing even. Trist was stretched his full length atop both of them. "I have brought down the warrior, Trist. I have done to him what Bel does to the armorer. What do you say to that?" Trist trilled a snore. Epilogue. It was the night of the winter solstice, a frigid night with the wind howling off the sea, coming through the thick walls of the castle, making the tapestries billow and flap. Thick snow filled the courtyards. Trist had been gone for 2 days. Severin was frantic. He would not eat. He just sat in his chair and stared over Edgar the Wolfhound's head into the huge fire that burned in the middle of the great hall. Smoke billowed upward, turning the air blue. He is dead. You do not know that. But Hastings feared the worst as well. Everyone did. Her 4 sisters were clustered next to their mother, watching her sew, all of them quiet. "I should never have let him leave me. You had no choice. Trist does as he pleases. He is just like you. I ordered you never to leave the great hall without my permission, yet you were feeding chickens the very next day. I will not leave the great hall now. Trist will be all right, Severin. Have faith." It sounded hollow, but she knew that Father Carreg had said it several times already to Severin, trying to comfort him. "But I knew the storm was coming. I should have kept him close in my tunic. I should have tied him up with the lacings." Hastings heaved herself out of her chair. Her belly was large, her eyes bright with good health, her heart heavy for what she knew had to be true. Trist could not survive in this storm. Severin rose and took his gauntlets and thick cloak that Gwent handed him without comment. He went out every hour to search, coming in again when he could bear the cold no longer. It was then that they heard a shout. The doors were slowly pushed open. The porter, alert, stood there panting, his breath heaving out in white puffs, kicking away a pile of snow. There, next to him, was Trist, moving slowly into the great hall, laden with snow, his whiskers thick with ice. And in his mouth he was carrying something. It was a baby marten. "My God!" Severin yelled, and hurried to Trist. He picked him up, holding the small baby in his palm as Trist burrowed against him for warmth. Then Trist pulled away and leapt to the floor. He was out the doors before Allart could pull them closed. "It's another baby!" Hastings yelled, and waddled toward the doors. "Take this one," Severin said, gave her the small baby marten, and ran after Trist. Man and marten came through the door just a few moments later. Pressed against Severin's chest were Trist and another baby. The healer rose from beside the hearth and said in her commanding voice, "Gwent, you will have Macdear warm milk immediately." She was silent a moment, her fingers stroking her chin. "Hastings, we will need a bit of white linen to soak in the milk." "Aye, that should do it." An hour later, Severin held Trist against his chest, and against Trist's chest were 2 babies, well fed now, healthy, asleep. Trist looked very pleased with himself. His mate must have died, Severin said. Trist brought his babes here. He looked up to see his 4 sisters-in-law pressing against his leg to see the babies better. He said, smiling at each of them in turn, "The babies must have names." "Then we must be very careful to keep them warm." Harlette whispered, "I will have Mama sew me a tunic so that one of the babies can sleep against my chest like Trist does you, Severin." Matilda crowded her away. "I will take both of them and put them in my bed. I won't come out of bed until it is warm again." Hastings was tired, the babe pulling at her, making her back ache, but still she smiled, so relieved she wanted to weep. "I could offer to let them sleep on me, but they would roll off." Severin grinned at her. They were a family. They argued and laughed and yelled and kissed. She looked up, hearing gagging. Poor Alice, she was with child. The babe wasn't making it easy for her. Even the healer could not find a potion that settled her belly. Bemis, her husband, was hanging over her, wringing his hands. All the while the healer was saying, "Men, look at how useless they are. Will he puke up his guts for her? Nay, he will just stand there and do naught of anything. I am always telling my Alfred that—" Suddenly, Gwent grabbed his wife of 4 months and hauled her up against him. He kissed her hard, saying into her mouth, "I suffer Alfred in our bed. I do not mind because he stretches out along my back and keeps me very close to you." He raised his head and shouted, "This is my potion to keep the healer quiet." There was loud cheering in the hall. Even Alice looked up, a smile on her face, but just for a moment.
Trist raised his head from Severin's chest, batted his paw at Hastings, and settled in again, mewling softly. His babies burrowed closer. Hastings